recognize the effort. I just want to highlight we brought some breakfast for afterwards. So, you know, you did right. Maybe quick introductions. I'm Adrien Portafait. I will be moderating this session. I represent EY. EY has been, EY is around. You might be wondering why. EY is around because we have been supporting the Nature Positive Pavilion, but we're also supporting the initiative that we will be talking about today. So what is this session about? This session is about biodiversity and ecosystem services and biodiversity and ecosystem services scenarios. How do we improve the science on scenarios? But it is also about exploring collaboration between the private sector and academia. Because we will be here using this initiative as an illustration of what can be done. And we will showcase what we are doing here with this coalition of Swiss Re, AXA Research Fund, EY and WWF, supporting and collaborating with 5 research institutions. If I provide just a bit of context here before we start. First of all, we'd like to address a few things here. We'd like to address the fact that biodiversity scenarios is still very immature in terms of what we know, the science that we have. And yet we know that biodiversity is declining extremely fast. WWF talks about more than 70% decline in the past 50 years. And it's far worse in certain landscapes and biomes, right? So we know that that's going down. We don't have enough understanding of how that connects to the decline of ecosystem services and how that impacts local economic activity and the livelihood of local communities. We know that biodiversity and ecosystem services are important to the resilience of our economies, right? Healthy ecosystems provide enormous value, depending on the analysis, sometimes considered more than global GDP, if you switch for the best alternative to some of the often free services provided by nature. WEF tells us that 50% of our sectors are heavily or moderately dependent on ecosystem services. So we know that the impact will be tremendous as those continue to go down, or if they continue to go down moving forward. We also know that the private sector, particularly the financial sector and insurance, reinsurance, has a role to play, right? There is clearly an interest for those players to help tackle this situation, to help transition towards a nature-positive economy. It's clear also, if the economy goes down, that there is a link between biodiversity decline and higher underwriting risks. So I'll let our insurance colleagues tell us a bit more about the opportunity for insurance to highlight some of those risks, to improve the knowledge on some of those risks, and to encourage their clients, their ecosystem, to build more resilience activities and nature-positive activities. So this project, which I was mentioning earlier, it is a project that has been supporting a number of research institutions. I just want to really quickly highlight which institutions and what they're doing. So we're supporting 5 institutions, actually consortia sometimes. So the first one is, it's a lot of them. The first one is ETH Zurich with University of Lausanne, University of Grenoble, and Weiss Academy for Nature, doing research on broadening the scope of future visions for nature-positive futures. Second one, and Juliana here will share with us the details, is by International Institute for Sustainability Brazil, and the project is called A Nature-Based Solutions Framework for Managing Natural Catastrophe Risks. The third one, by University of Belize, Climate Crossroads, Future for People and Nature in Central Belize. So you can see this is sort of different parts of the world representing different kinds of landscapes, because contrary to climate, these are things that need to be explored at the scale of local landscapes with very different interdependencies and consequences in different parts of the world. Number 4 is University of Zurich, a project on biodiversity and ecosystem service scenarios across global mountain, island, and delta systems. And finally, and sorry for my pronunciation, Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, Free University of Amsterdam, understanding the risks and opportunities of alternative scenarios for a future friendly to biodiversity and people in Europe. So we have a good representation of Global South, Europe, different types of biomes and ecosystems across these 5 research pieces. In terms of the status, we have launched this initiative in early 23. We are sort of, I'm looking at Juliana and Professor Setele, we're sort of halfway through with some initial insights coming out these days and finalization next year. And so this is a good juncture, this is a good point in time for us to start sharing with you some of our initial findings and reflections based on the work that we have done together and the journey that we've been on together for the past year and a half. So to discuss that, we have 5 panelists, 4 in person and 1 remote panelist. So in the order here, from left to right, we have Professor Joseph Setele. Thank you for joining us. Professor, you're a distinguished biologist and ecologist. You're serving as the head of the Department of Conservation Biology and Socio-Ecological Systems. Oh, I got that right. If it's not right, it's the AI. If it's right, it's me. And you've been contributing significantly to IPBES and IPCC. You're a member of the German Advisory Council on the Environment, amongst many other things. But also, most important, you're a key member of our jury, who was responsible for selecting the projects that we are supporting across the world. Then next we have Juliana Rocha. Sorry, my pronunciation. You're the Technical and Scientific Manager at the Instituto Internacional para a Sustentabilidade and in Brazil. And you've been doing a lot of research in various areas of ecology and conservation biology. And so you will be telling us today about the work that you have been doing as one of the 5 projects that has been funded so far. On the line, and so in the middle, perfect order, we have Oliver Schelske. Oliver, you're the Natural Assets R&D Lead at Swiss Re Institute. You're responsible for integrating biodiversity as a topic into the services of Swiss Re. You represent Swiss Re on the TNFD task force. You've done a lot of work on biodiversity and the cost of biodiversity decline, and you have been coordinating and leading our collaboration thus far. Thank you so much for all the great work. Next we have Ulrike de Koen, who is representing AXA, and Ulrike, you are the Group Chief Comms, Brand and Sustainability Officer for AXA Group. So you'll be telling us about AXA's view on the topic and its perspectives on biodiversity and insurance. And finally, last but not least, Elisa Vacheron, you're the Deputy Leader for the Finance Practice at WWF International. And so you have a long career in finance in the private sector at UNEP-FI and then at WWF. And you will also be sharing your perspective as an international NGO on the opportunity of this kind of research to shape policies and private sector practices. Okay, so with no further ado, I've been talking too much. I'll start to ask some questions to our experts here. So first of all, I'd like to start with you, Professor Setele. And I'd like to get your a little bit of your insights on where we stand concerning science on biodiversity and ecosystem services. How does it compare to, in terms of scenario development, how does it compare to the field of climate scenarios? And what are the key gaps that we need to fill moving forward?
Thank you very much for this very simple question. Well, actually, I would say we have still a long way to go in the scenario world in linked to biodiversity and services. That's why we do all the things we're doing in IPBES, for example, trying to get these things up to date, up to speed. So this is my kind of advertisement for IPBES, involvement of everybody who is here, also for all the ones who are working in this setting that we're talking about now. So I hope you get some more insights from this into our processes. I would say scenarios in the climate context are rather straightforward compared to this much more complex thing in biodiversity. And if you look at the global assessment, which was published 2019, we looked at different futures, let's put it like this, and the only one which in the medium term returned or reversed the decline of biodiversity was the one which included a transformative change into the scenarios, which sounds a bit straightforward, but it's not, it's quite complex. And that's why I think activities like this ones could help in this direction of what does it really mean, how we can improve scenarios to come to a point to be more integrative for all different aspects in order to come closer to the solution of the decline of biodiversity, but also services. So I think there's a big gap here, and it's a great role taken over by you all of here. And I'm just happy to be, let's say, accompanying the process with some insights, not trying to, let's say, translate some of these components maybe back into our IPBES activities. Maybe that's enough for the moment.
So, moving to you, Juliana, maybe you could share a little bit about the research you have done. What is the scope, and also what is the status? Do you have some initial insights you would like to share with us?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, representing one of the 5 groups that are developing the biodiversity and ecosystem service loss scenarios. So what we are doing is to develop a framework that is based on spatial intelligence to support decision-making on the management of disasters, natural disasters. So we are building multiple scenarios of land use and climate change, and we identify some ecosystem services that are crucial to avoid the natural disasters, such as inland flood control, thermal comfort, coastal protection, and then we estimate how these ecosystem services can be impacted by the change predicted by these scenarios. So after that, we are identifying those areas where we can have the higher losses due to deforestation, agricultural expansion, and so on. It depends on the context. We can adapt to any context. And then we identify also those areas that can be more benefited if we implement nature-based solutions. In our case, we are using Rio de Janeiro State as a study case. And there we use these services that I mentioned, inland flood control, thermal comfort, and coastal protection, because we are facing severe problems regarding the climate change. And then we can identify those areas that are priorities to implement these solutions. And we have a special look to areas of high social vulnerability. And we estimate the cost of implementing these solutions, the co-benefits that can be obtained. In our case, we are looking for carbon storage and species conservation, and we can inform decision-making. So this is the whole idea, is like a roadmap to implement the solutions. We already have some results. We saw, for example, that if we restore like 10% of the state native vegetation cover, we can have an improvement in inland flood control that is 4 times better than in the business as usual scenario. So this is very significant for Rio. And especially because now the climate adaptation plan is being discussed to be implemented in the state. So we are having some discussions and we will present these results to the State Environmental Institute. So this is the whole idea.
Maybe at this point I can hop on to Oliver and ask Oliver to tell us a little bit more why we created this collaboration between the private sector, the non-profit sector, and academia, and how you see potential for the kind of research that Juliana was talking about to feed into what you are doing at Swiss Re.
Yes, Adrian, and warm good morning from me. Warm good morning from me to you in Cali. And many thanks for the warm introduction and to the Nature Positive Initiative for giving us that opportunity. Biodiversity is a complex program and it affects all stakeholders. And the beauty with this initiative here is that we have many stakeholders from different areas together, while the scientists actually deliver the background. But why did I initiate it on behalf of C3? But with my team, we developed an ecosystem service index, which addresses 10 important ecosystem services on a square kilometer. And we put that into conjunction with the NCORE database that many of you know, are familiar with, and use it as well. This allows us to provide multi-location nature risk assessments for clients in industry. But such indexes are not forward-looking. And in fact, as Sepp pointed out, the research on geospatial, granular assessment of scenarios, socially shared pathways, this is just to be developed. So consequently, such a multi-stakeholder coalition that we did to donate awards to researchers that will make all the findings publicly available is here a way that found great support of the foundation, Swiss Re Foundation, the board, and all the other donors. And then is the question why? The second part, Adrian, of your question quickly. Basically, and there's a similar for insurance, reinsurance, but also for industry, there are 2 main reasons. As an insurer, we provide financial coverage against natural catastrophes like extreme weather events. Climate change is intensifying these events, and nature loss is just a twin challenge to climate change, while climate change is one of the most important drivers on nature loss. Nature-based solutions, like Juliana pointed out, can support climate change adaptation and well as mitigate. So this is why it's interesting for Swiss Re. Secondly, the production of corporates, as you also pointed out, depends on ecosystem services to various degrees. So at the end, the degradation of these services can address their license, corporate license to operate. And that's then ultimately an issue for the economy.
Thank you, Oliver. Maybe to Ulrike now. Would you like to maybe build on this and share a little bit the AXA perspective on the topic of biodiversity? You know, AXA has been very active, particularly on climate. Now, biodiversity is the next big challenge. Can you share a few thoughts on what you have been doing and what you see as the next steps?
Yeah. Sorry. Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, with pleasure. As you said, for us, working on nature and biodiversity was pretty natural, given our engagement on climate since 2015, and notably the COP21 in Paris. And we very much understood at an early stage, thanks to many of our partners, in particular WWF, with whom we worked for a long time on this, that there was this very strong interconnection, right? As Oliver mentioned, both on the mitigation side, but also on the adaptation side. So we were really keen to understand it better. I would say 3, 4, 5 years later, where are we? I would still be very humble about our level of understanding organizationally of the topic, because as many of you have said, it's a complex one. It's very locally driven, and I think the way we work on it is a little bit the way we have always worked on climate. First, with partners who are smarter than us, really learning from from big players like WWF, working also with the industry. So we love what we're doing with AXA, with the Swiss Re Foundation, funding this research with the AXA Research Fund in terms of trying to understand better the what is at stake in terms of biodiversity loss, but also with with partners that can help us experiment on topics like disclosure. So, for example, we have a partnership that we have signed with BNP Paribas, with Mirova, with other asset managers. We support a data provider, Iceberg Data Lab, to also jointly, mutually, be on this learning curve of better understand how we can use the data. And then the last point I would say, we also have, we're very convinced that disclosing on a voluntary basis, even very experimental data methodologies, is helping the topic, making progress on it. So last year we reported for the first time the corporate biodiversity footprint of some of our investment portfolios. So for those of you who know, the methodology behind it's pretty complex, but it's a very interesting one. We are convinced that we are very early stage, that the data are not, probably not granular enough, the methodology not robust enough. But we have seen on the climate journey how important it is that players such as AXA and others share how they are, what the findings are in using those methodologies to get to some standardization. And of course, this is also why we're very engaged with TNFD. We were one of the early members, founding members actually, and early adopters of the reporting and disclosure methodology. So I would say this is, we work, we know we have to continue learning, spreading the learning, then the understanding within the different business teams, but very convinced that this is an extremely important subject for our industry and for our organization going forward.
Thank you. I think this topic of the metrics and standardization, that's really interesting. Let's get back to that in a minute. Maybe Elisa, before that, would you please share your thoughts here a little bit more on how and why WWF got involved in such an initiative, how you see opportunities to shape notably the practices in the sector and the policies at large to, let's say, curb what was the phrase? Curb the trend on, bend the curve, sorry, bend the curve on nature.
Yeah, it's a good introduction. Thank you very much. So at WWF, we produce a report every 2 years called the Living Planet Report that some of you might have known or read, or at least the executive summary. And it's daunting. We are losing the battle against biodiversity loss. You mentioned, Adrien, that we lost 73% of vertebrates, the global average size of vertebrate population since 1970, which is, absolutely terrifying. And in Latin America, Latin and Central America alone, it's 95%. So basically, we are living in a world where every day some, species are disappearing. And I would quote IPBES with 1 million species at risk of extinction. So it's absolutely necessary to act. So when I come to COPs, I'm always, I come with this number in my luggage, and it's very depressing, to be honest. But I also come with solutions. WWF is very, solution-oriented organization, and we think that we need to change, and we know how to change. So what can we do to bend the curve and to be nature positive by 2030? It's beautiful pavilions, nature positive pavilion today. So we need to transform. We need to transform our systems. We need to transform the way we produce and consume food. That's a no-brainer for many of us. We need to transform the way that we produce and use energy. And we also need to transform the financial system. And it's where we all here need to act. So I think when we talk about transformation of the financial system, it means that we need to really embed nature-related issues into the way financial institutions, but also financial regulators, policymakers, use their decision-making, are making decisions today and are assessing their risks and opportunities. It's absolutely critical. So for financial institutions and for insurers in particular, I think the key point is very much to be able to measure and identify what you need to manage. Because it's very difficult for financial institutions to be able to say, okay, we understand that we have those daunting figures, but how can I translate those 73% into my activities, my own portfolio, my strategic policies? So this is where I think this work in particular, but others as well, are very interesting. It's very much to link science with corporates and operations. So this is absolutely fundamental if we want to succeed. So the tools like the BS development modeling scenario are very useful because they are granular and because they are forward-looking. So as you mentioned already, this is something that is new and very important. I mean, in financial institutions, we are very used to stress tests for idiosyncratic and systemic risks. So we look at interest rates, we look at different, financial data. So it's very important to have some stress testing and data to use for nature-related risk. So I very much welcome this initiative, and I'm very happy that WWF was part of the selection process. I think, it's going to build and be like a stepstone to forward-looking risk analysis.
Thank you, Lisa. Maybe going back to you, Professor, on the metrics, can you maybe share some thoughts on the metrics that we have, the metrics that we need, and what is the kind of research that we need to encourage moving forward to start to have something that is useful for decision making moving forward?
Well, we have some components of matrices which might be useful or might use, but I guess it's still a long way to really have an agreeable set of matrices which you can use. Which means we have to move in this direction. We have to take what we have. That's from my personal opinion, and from this develop it further. We can't wait until everything is perfect because then it's too late to solve the problems. I just want a brief comment on the 1 million species, because it's often used as let's say, a point where people are a bit depressed. But the complete statement is we are about to lose 1 million species in the next decades if we don't counteract. So that's the complete statement, which is quite important because it gives us quite some perspective. And that's why we are also sitting here to develop this in a direction that we avoid this loss of the species. Just to make the quotation complete, it's often too negative. No? It's negative, of course, but there is a perspective in this. So I guess the matrices have to be developed, and I think that's one of the things that is interesting for me, but also, let's say, for natural science part, how this can be jointly done with business and private sector and academia to really end up with something which is first also acceptable scientifically, not perfect, but acceptable, and implementable on the side of the private sector. That's something we are heading for, and I think it's one of the major tasks we are going towards. Also in the context of the things we are doing in IPBES. Sorry to mention this again, we have the business biodiversity assessment will be published or agreed in December, if everything goes well. And from this one, we want to develop these things further also for the second global assessment, where these things should also come in and hopefully play a major role in the entire, let's say, future scenarios we can then offer for the development.
Thank you. Maybe Oliver, would you like to add some points on learnings from our collaboration and maybe some calls for the kind of work that we would like to see happen more of moving forward, and maybe some learnings from what we have done so far of do's and don'ts.
Thanks, Adrian. Maybe the learnings first, indeed. In a way, it reiterates that biodiversity has global drivers, but also local drivers. But it matters so much locally, and it differs locally. But the benefit is that investments that are being taken or will to be taken can also benefit locally and become obvious for the people in the livelihoods, but also for the corporates. Another learning is that there is huge progress, or has been huge progress in science in regard to the modeling, the approach, huge progress in remote sensing. If we look today and compare 10, 15 years ago, the granularity that you can get and that you can apply to derive conclusions about the state of nature, say like that. But that all must be connected. And the learning is also that we have to look at it from a different perspective, and also from a stakeholder perspective. That if scenarios wants to be impactful, and rather to not tell just the story, the purpose is to be impactful, to turn around current trends, then they must involve the local people rooted with scientific foundations and carve out different options. And that we see across the different teams. Those that come in with different modeling approaches, which the donors and the jury we did like very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm conscious at times, this is why I stop.
Sorry?
Conscious at times, this is why I stop.
Sure. So we still have 15 minutes. I don't know if there are questions in the audience. If not, yeah, one question.
Experiment. Thank you. Hello. Hi, I'm Sabrina from Brazil. I'm from UI team, and I'm based in São Paulo. I'm pretty glad to hear your experiment and your study in Rio de Janeiro. What I would like to learn a little more is you mentioned about how the deforestation impacted in flood prevention, and I would like to hear more if you how is the acceptance of this idea in the cities, because like what we've seen is that like the most impacted are in the cities, but we don't save room for reforestations, and how the government is receiving these solutions, because it's a breakdown like towards our old vision of progress that is based on civil and traditional initiative. So I would like to hear more how you're bringing this idea to the decision makers.
Okay, thank you for the question. Yeah, since we are living a very difficult moment, especially in Rio, but in other parts of Brazil, I think many of you may be aware about the events of droughts and precipitation that we have in the south of Brazil. So in Rio, I think we have the opportunity to influence the decision making and inform public policies because it's urgent. So there's no option to not look for this, and the government is losing a lot of money to recover the areas and to assist the populations that are being affected by these disasters, especially these inland flood events. So I think we have good arguments to favor the implementation of nature-based solutions, because we need this, the government needs this to to have better strategies and save money. So I think this is one possible way to influence.
Maybe I can add. I have an add-on question. How do you see transfers of knowledge happening, between your academic work, policy making in Brazil, notably, and corporates, the private sector? Do you see it happening, and how well, not so well?
Yes, in Brazil we have many coalitions where we have space to discuss with academics and the government and companies. So especially when we are talking about restoration, which is a big thematic in Brazil, I think we have a space to discuss. And we, in IAS, we have a good relationship with the government. We are, for example, we are helping them to identify the priority areas to be restored in Brazil. They will present this tomorrow here. And this is, I think we have space to transfer the knowledge. And again, because actually they need these solutions to come from us. So we need to work together to build these solutions.
Grant?
Can you hear me now? There we go, great. Grant Mosley from the Biodiversity Consultancy. So just a quick question to the professor, just to sum up, if you could, where IPBES is in terms of forward-looking scenario development. Just because not being so plugged into the process, it would be useful to understand what was done in 2019 and what's being done now. And then the second question is about the various studies that are being done. It's similar to yours, Adrian, about to what extent is the financial community involved in the development of the conclusions? And the reason why I asked that question is just, we're running out of time. So if there are opportunities to make sure that those insights can plug in to financial models as quickly as possible, then that would only be a useful thing. So yeah, first one about what's the status on forward-looking scenarios in IPBES, and the other one about connection with financial models.
So very briefly, we had in the global assessment, for example, these target-seeking scenarios, and those which are kind of, let's say, just opportunities. So more the kind of set of things, and the ones which are oriented towards targets. This was the state weeks we used there. Now the ongoing work is, for example, the Nature Futures Framework. We have different, let's say, scenarios for nature, nature for people, nature for culture, and what was the last one? For society. So it's this kind of three worlds which are in there. That's something which is developed right now. And hard to say what will be the next step in the global. We're just preparing this one, but that's in preparation. Maybe that's enough, very brief.
Just, if I may really quickly then, but these are normative scenarios, no? They're not exploratory. So you're not saying this will be the direction of travel for nature. You're saying this is an idealized state. So
now we have different ones. So the target-seeking ones are normative. So you have certain targets and see how you can reach this. That's one approach. And the other ones are more, let's say, just look at the spectrum of things you have without any, let's say, prejudice on what you want to have. Such, what are the options? And it depends on the policy side what you really want to have, and then you can see how you can use this kind of different pathways.
And Grant, I'm wondering if it would make sense for maybe Ulrike and Elisa to also react on the involvement of the financial services in that journey.
Maybe on the second part of your question, because I agree. So first, I'd like to say that I absolutely agree with you, Professor. We don't need to have all the data before we get started. And as to your question, what is the financial community doing? And as insurers, for example, it's very clear that biodiversity is a critical risk management tool. That's obvious, and I think we know it. And it's what you said, Oliver, with a lot of the research you're doing. I'd like just to share. Maybe it's a bit controversial, but both on the investment side, how we can invest into biodiversity, but also how insurance can de-risk and work with its clients. It's not a matter of lack of data. Yes, it's not perfect. I don't even know if it's a lack of funding. I keep hearing 200 billion, funding gap for biodiversity protection. We actually have restoration funds that we are ready to put, a couple of $100 million. We don't manage to deploy that fund. So where are the projects? It's not so obvious. I mean, on the risk side, on the risk management side, our risk teams are very excited. They know how to build products that incentivize clients to use natural-based solutions, to use biodiversity screenings. Who is buying those policies? Who is in charge of protecting? So some clients, yes. I mean, in the agricultural world, agri-food, yes, there is. But if you're talking, there was a lot of great examples of parametric insurance to protect coral reefs and restore mangroves. It's actually foundations buying, it's philanthropics that are buying those products. So my question is also, we can put a lot of money, we can develop a lot of products. Who is going to use them? And I think there's also an issue about educating your clients, but also I think in the international community to have a more clear view of who is in charge of protecting nature. I think and who is ready to make the investment. So yes, a couple of economic sectors will have an interest in doing it, but not sufficiently. So I think I would love to see the debate progressing on that between now and the next biodiversity COPs, because if we just keep complaining about the lack of funding, the lack of data, and the lack of understanding, we're not going to really move the needle. So that's a little bit my, in a nutshell, message today.
No, that's very clear. Thank you. Elisa, did you want to add some thoughts on this topic?
Sorry. No, I think we need to have a whole of society approach when it comes to, biodiversity loss and the role of the private sector. And we've seen a lot of new type of collaboration, public-private in particular, and there was an awakening around, the need to improve this collaboration, strengthen it, and to look at global landscapes and how can we make sure that we are all contributing to the same kind of goals. So I think I'm pretty optimistic about these developments, and I know that some regulation will help because at the end of the day, if you're regulated, it's mandatory for you to contribute to a nature positive pathway. Then you will need to find projects to invest in. So it's important, but also there is a lot of voluntary approaches. So TNFD is one in terms of risk management, but there is also, it's just like the start of the journey. And the end of the journey is just like, if you want to be nature positive, contribute to a nature positive pathway, you need to assess your risk, but you also need to, identify new opportunities. And at some point, those big projects of conservation of nature will be attractive for both the public and private sector.
Thank you. One more question?
Hello, can you hear me now? Okay. I'm Tahiri Langrand. I'm with the University of Oxford. So I understand all the arguments for implementing projects on the ground and incorporating ecosystems and financial mechanisms. But I'm wondering if you could please comment on the risks associated with potentially simplifying ecosystem values or the inclusion of them in monetary mechanisms. For example, like what would happen when the value of money changes if ecosystems are based on this value. Just wondering if you could comment on that.
Elisa?
Yeah, I can take this one, try, and complement. So that's what WWF has been doing for years. It's very much to look at the value of nature in terms of risks for the global economy, but also for financial institutions. And I think this, the translation of the value of nature into financial risk is absolutely critical. So we haven't done that alone. So for example, we have been engaging with central banks and financial supervisors through the networks of greening the financial sector system, NGFS, for years on this, what does it mean, to have like a very adverse impact on nature in terms of financial stability. And we proved, they proved with their studies that the global financial system is at risk of collapsing in case of very much adverse natural risks. And we absolutely need to take nature-related risk into account in the way that we are assessing financial institutions globally. So this is very, tangible reports and facts and studies to see that it's a whole of society approach once again. So central banks know that they need to act. And now we are transporting that into, national engagement with central banks and financial supervisors in specific jurisdictions, but also doing this kind of advocacy with financial institutions themselves. So there was a lot of different initiatives like UNEP-FI and others who are doing that, which is like proving that nature-related risks are financial risks, and therefore asking banks, insurers, investors to act and provide specific tools and guidance on what to do. So they absolutely need to work on their risk, ESG risk assessment frameworks to identify, assess, and manage their risks, nature-related risks, with TNFD and other frameworks. And they also need to size new opportunities and support the development of nature-based solutions, as we mentioned, and other nature-positive financial products that really have a positive impact on the ground.
One very last question. Let's try to do this quickly. We'll have to wrap up afterwards.
Okay, thank you. It's a question maybe for Oliver. It's just about fantastic initiative to putting together all of you to fund these projects. I'm very happy that IIS was fortunate to receive this grant. What are the next steps in terms of the partnership? Are you thinking about mainstreaming it in different venues? Are you thinking about having another call next year, or funding the implementation of the results of the projects that you have? I know there's an idea to try to have a session at the World Economic Forum. So if you could let us know about the next steps of your partnership, that would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. Foremost importance is that the 5 teams submit to the peer-reviewed journals, such that the knowledge that they, let's say, build becomes public knowledge. And this was the main intention, such that others can replicate frameworks that were developed, such that it goes into discussion. Then is the fact that majority of the projects have within the project plan a transition implementation component. Like Juliana pointed out, IIS directly has good contact to government of state of Rio de Janeiro, and it's similar for example, for Belize and for the ETH project in Peru. So that's important. Then indeed, the event that we have today is part of the journey that we started to promote and disseminate the findings. And we will see along the way we go, more findings coming, project to close towards mid of next year. Publication we indeed plan to do overarching the findings and then take it from there. But for me yet, representing Swiss Re Foundation is too early to say there will be a next project then coming. So let's see findings first, peer-reviewed first, some dissemination, some promotion. We're very happy to have this session here today with Nature Positive Initiative, and we plan to do more along the way we go.
Thank you, Oliver. So maybe a few words to close. I think we need to wrap up as we can hear the volume going up in the back. So thanks very much to the 5 of you. Thanks for joining us at this early hour. It's been super interesting. Very, very quick wrap up. What I heard from from you is that we need more research. We have the insights at the macro level that biodiversity is super critical to our economy, to our livelihoods, but we need that analysis at a deeper level, at a micro level. It shows us a very strong case when we look at it that nature-based solutions and nature restoration has a positive impact and is the right way to go for our economy. We also know that there's still a lot of research to do, but we don't need more research to know that we need to act. So no need to wait for more data to start to get our act together. I understand also that we have mechanisms, particularly in the insurance sector. We have mechanisms, we have solutions, products that can help. We know how to provide, let's say, nature-positive solutions, but we don't always have the market. So we need clarity of an agreement amongst the different stakeholders on who should play what role and what are the rules of the game. And we need to start to incorporate really nature risks into economic agents' decision making. I know this is a very, very short summary that doesn't do justice to all the rich messages that were shared, but these are some of the key takeaways that I caught. And then Oliver, as you mentioned, this collaboration, this initiative is a work in progress. We will be sharing a lot more at Davos, so around January, about the insights of the 5 different research papers. And we will continue our work well into next year, and we hope that it will convince others to do similar endeavors so that we can accelerate research in this space in collaboration between the private sector and academia. So again, thank you very much to all 5 panelists, and thank you all for joining us today. Have a good day. Goodbye.
Thanks. Bye.
Good morning, everyone. Those who want to harness nature-based solutions, may you please join us so that we can get started. Harnessing nature-based solutions through the transition to sustainable agriculture. That's the exam question. That's what we're going to do together over the next 45 minutes. Please join us. And I can ask everyone in the back to provide a bit of silence so that we can have this conversation. My name is Martin Stuckdey. I am the founder of the Land Banking Group and of Systemic. I've been asked to moderate this conversation, which I happily accepted. At COP16, there is a new moderator trend. I've been in 3 conversations or 3 panels already where the moderator every time asked, what's your favorite animal? I'm not going to ask this question today, but yesterday an Indian minister said something which touched me. He said it's the sparrow. He grew up in an agricultural community and he said, my childhood was full of sparrows, and now he returned and there was not a single one. And that resonated with me. I also live in an agricultural village south of Munich, and it was last year that the barn swallows didn't return. The first time ever, no swallows. And after centuries, millennia, we don't really know. And you could say that sparrows and swallows are very undemanding fellows, and they say something about conditions that are good for us as human beings and that are also good productive conditions for agriculture. And them leaving tells us something where we are. Now, this panel is about showing that there is in fact a world which is not only the choice between 2 very different options. One is optimum around the economic outcomes, and a different option, which is the optimum around the ecological outcomes. But there is in fact emergence and increasing convergence that sustainable agriculture could be that thing that serves both our food, our carbon, and our biodiversity outcomes. Now, having said so, this is what we're going to battle with, and thank you to Global Carbon Foundation, Global Climate Foundation, and Global Biodiversity Network for creating a space for this conversation. And it couldn't be a better cast because we have the voice of industry and food brands, and that is Robert Cameron. So thank you for joining us. You have been in the middle of this conversation for many years. You're also here together with your new CEO, Laurent Fraiche, who can't be here today. And I think it was picked up by many as a signal 7 weeks into his new reign to spend some days at the Biodiversity COP is clearly a signal, and we want to talk about that in a moment. Secondly, we have the voice of the farmers. There's James Tiane. Do I say this properly? From Kenya. He is a senior advisor with the Kenya National Farming Federation, who has been representing the voice of farmers in the COP process and now in the Biodiversity COP. We further have a voice of the land stewards, and Bambi, that's the role that I will give you. Sort of, you have been working with large corporations for many, many years, wrestling with these topics. And then finally, and I give you a little bit the role of the bridge builder. Daniel, you work with Pro Forests in Latin America, and you've been helping a whole lot of global supply chains to ensure that their pulp or their sugar or their cocoa that comes out of forests is leaving positive social and ecological outcomes behind. So let me start with you, Rob. I think, first of all, also sort of putting yourselves a little bit in the shoes now of your colleagues and the new CEO, what's a more comfortable conversation to have? To step in front of your investors and tell you how you do? Or step in front of a biodiversity community and tell them what you do? What's more comfortable?
Yeah, how's that? Yeah, they're good. Good morning, everybody, and thanks for showing up today. That's a really interesting question. I learned many years ago that you have to adapt your conversation depending on who you're speaking to. The short answer to the question is this group is more intimidating. I look around the room and I see a number of former colleagues and people that I know and respect. There's more wisdom up there than there is that I can have, and the colleagues over here as well. So I'm very aware that I sit here having had some experience of these things over a career of 25, 30 years in this space, but I would say this is a more intimidating audience. When it comes to the investors, actually I think there's a really strong case. I'm not sure that we're making it as well as we could do, but there is a really strong case for the work that we do on climate, regenerative agriculture, and in communities based on the idea of resilience. And for me, I think resilience in value chains is and will be a significant source of competitive advantage. And if I was sitting talking with shareholders, I might want to make the moral case, I might want to make the bigger picture case, but actually what they're interested in is, are we protecting value today and tomorrow? And resilience in value chains is an undoubted source of competitive advantage for the future. So that's how I would frame it if you all were sitting here representing the shareholder perspective.
So, and if you allow us, so at least a virtual look into your boardroom, and if you had to say what is really the driver behind that, of course it's all of it because it has so many benefits. But the one driver you would say it's not so much the compliance aspect, it's not so much the customer expectation aspect, it's not so much the average productivity, it's the insurance. You're buying an affordable insurance over your value chain. Is it that?
It is, but it's not quite that simple. So the thing about compliance, to give you an example there, one of the things we talk about a lot now is avoided cost. Now, if you look at the issue of forests, there's a lot of, I get very frustrated in the conversations about deforestation. I think in Nestle we've done a pretty good job on 5 key commodities, more or less deforestation free and have been for some years. Cocoa and coffee, we will get there by 2025. But when I look at the work, we began that work in 2010 and it was expensive then. But if you were to aggregate what we've spent and then put it against what we would now have to spend to play catch up in the light of new regulation, EUDR, etc., this is a really good move that we made, spending that money through the teens and getting ourselves ahead of regulation. So often there is a case to be made about getting ahead of compliance and getting ahead of regulation. But the significant drivers, yes, future resilience. The other significant driver was that the CEO stepped forward and made the big commitment back in 2019 that we would be net zero by 2050. Then the hard work started of doing the roadmap. And then it became crystal clear, 92% of our emissions are scope 3, of which by far the greater part are in agriculture, and that we needed to decarbonize agriculture. Very quickly, then you get into a conversation about regenerative agriculture, and the scale of what we're doing there is just extraordinary. And the beautiful thing about regenerative agricultural practices are that they do definitely help with carbon mitigation, but they're also the practices that support farmer resilience in the light of drought, flood, and the stresses and strains that we see occurring on account of climate change. So there's a mitigation and an adaptation thing going on at the same time within the context of regenerative agricultural practices.
Yeah, but let me before I move on, let me quickly touch on one thing, which is your perennial frustration, which you just uttered. The fact that this seems to be so hard, does it not also have to do something with the fact that we have built our supply chains in a completely different way, in such a way, and in the spirit of full disclosure, I was with McKinsey for 20 years, where we told everyone that we should be as transactional as possible when it comes to our supplies and focus all our energy on the demand side, because we said there's almost infinitely elastic supply all the time, which now turns to be untrue. But your supply chains don't allow you to reach all the way toward where this resilience is being built. So a short answer on that one. Is this a much deeper surgery than you thought?
I think one of the overlooked aspects of Nestlé is that we are often seen as being some kind of some kind of distant company headquartered in Switzerland, only dealing with large traders. We buy directly from some 600,000 farmers around the world. So we have immediate touch points in our value chain with the farmers that are delivering the goods, right? And we are wholly dependent on those farmers for our value chain. So yes, there is a degree to which it's hard through the traders, but the other thing I think is important to say is that whilst, I remember back in my old fair trade days, we used to feel very frustrated about the likes of the Cargills, the Bungers, and so on. But actually some, not all, but some of those big traders are really on this journey with us as well.
That builds a very nice bridge over to you, James. Before I get into the heart of regenerative, sustainable agriculture, those practices, Kenya has been brutally tested in recent years. Long droughts, extreme weather events most recently. I'm spending quite a bit of time in Kenya. When you talk to farmers, they do know what a La Nina and an El Nino is, and they clearly do know what climate change is. How has that changed your conversations and the spirit in the farming community? Can you give us a bit of a sense?
Thank you. Yes, as you rightly said, farmers are now aware of the impact of extreme weather events. That is things like El Nino, La Nina, and the flooding and all that. And because of that, farmers are now starting to embrace practices like conservation agriculture, agroforestry, and other systems that protect the environment. So there's more awareness, and there's more movement towards climate resilient agriculture. It's being embraced presently. There's also more conservation of forests and embracing of agroforestry, because people can now connect the link between environmental degradation and good farming.
And help us a little bit on that one. There's two ways to look at that. In one way, you could say it's such a radical departure from how we started to do agriculture in recent centuries and decades. This is a very complex transition story. Or is it? Are we making it a bit too complicated sometimes? And is there an 80-20 principle? If every Kenyan farmer was just doing three things: shadow trees, cover crops, intercropping, compost. So is there a fairly easy prescription that is also easily adopted that already gets us a fair part of the way?
I think what is being promoted presently is any farming system that integrates with existing land use. So nothing really new in terms of a farming system. What is being promoted is any system that blends well with existing land use. That's what I can say.
And so farmers are sitting on their land and they would rather say, look, we know exactly how to treat it respectfully in a way that feeds our family for generations, but everyone is making it so hard for us, and can you please stop that? Because that's not quite how I would describe the sentiment in every farming community. So some of them are, in fact, I'm from Germany, so there's a very fierce debate, and we should also explore that a bit, where that comes from. So, but the battles that you have to fight over regenerative, sustainable, nature-based solutions, agriculture, then it's not within your farming community. You are essentially saying they can be easily convinced.
Yeah, I think you need to repeat the question. Say the question again.
Is it sort of, are you running into open doors with regenerative farming when it comes to the members of your federation? Are
Yes.
they all pro?
Yeah, there's a lot of positive embracing of the of new farming practices like regenerative agriculture. There's a lot of positive embrace. That's all I can say.
Maybe can I turn to you, because you have also seen a lot, and you've probably also had your frustrations, all of us had. You've worked with an impressive list of international brands on this. And we are sitting here now and we're saying, look, there is, everyone got it, that we need to move towards these more sustainable practices. We didn't get it in the past, but now with changing climate and with more threats and pressures on land, everyone gets it that soil health is probably a good thing to do. And it's now just a question of how to transition towards it, but it's but more or less we have made up our mind. Are we overly romantic with that description?
Good morning, everybody, and thanks for the question. I think we probably are a bit romantic about everybody getting it, because what we've seen in the marketplace is that the incentive structures are not necessarily completely aligned in terms of supporting farmers in this transition. And so much of our work these days are trying to figure out, like James was saying, like if farmers are, they are the stewards of the land. And in order to transition to more sustainable or regenerative agriculture over time, we're asking them to change a behavior. And it might be a behavior that they've done for generations. And any behavior change, as we know, is quite difficult, right? And there's three kind of core things that we have to do to incentivize and motivate behavior change. One is we have to set rules that are clear and fair to everyone. The first thing we have to do, though, is we have to figure out what are the incentives that farmers are looking for to actually make that transition, and that will sustain that transition over time. And then we have to have a sense of accountability. Like, this is the science of behavior change. And so what we have to do then is work with governments, with farmer organizations, and with companies to figure out how do we align programming to provide that type of incentive. And just like some examples of this are like, we've worked on supply chain programs with companies for 20-some years. Like, we were doing nature-based solutions before nature-based solutions was even a term. Because we always felt that in order to conserve the biodiversity and the nature that we depend on as a society, we have to make this viable for the communities and for the people that actually steward the land. And they are dependent on agriculture primarily for their livelihoods. So we have to make this work economically for the farmers. And in just using a market-based approach through supply chains, what we found is, like, yes, we were providing some incentives, but it wasn't sufficient to stop the deforestation and the land conversion that we were seeing over time. It wasn't sufficient to stop the soil degradation and the water pollution that we were seeing over time. And so what we've stepped into now, I know ProForest is doing similar work, is that working at a landscape or jurisdictional level, making sure that we're not just working with companies and with farmers, but we're working with the government agencies as well to think about what do we want these landscapes to look like in the future? What's the action plan that's needed? What are the 3 to 5 transitions that we need to finance in those places? And how do we, layer in the different types of financing mechanisms that are necessary? And so one example of this is in North Sumatra, where we've been working with palm oil producers for over a decade now, in a scenario where palm oil is continuing to erode forests and ecosystems in that place. And so what we've done is we brought together government agencies, producer organizations, large companies to figure out, okay, what do we want this place to look like in the future? Align that programming with government policies around nature conservation, around forest restoration, around smallholder certification. And what we've been able to do in just a few years in one particular district is improve the conservation of over 300,000 hectares, restore over 1,000 hectares, and support that transition to certified smallholder palm oil production, independent smallholders. These are not the plasma smallholders. These are independent producers to Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil certification. And that's led to producer groups receiving $270,000 more per year. Like, that's a significant increase in their income. And if we can layer in carbon payments and nature payments and payment for environmental service programs from the government, we can start to make this economically work for the producers, where we're getting them to a living income, right? And that's the holy grail in terms of trying to get all of these different incentive mechanisms to work together to make that possible.
Why is that so difficult? I mean, in a way, it's so straightforward that there are risk mitigation service providers. They give you all the resilience that you need for your equity story. They give you higher quality of outcomes. They're solving a whole lot of local problems that otherwise would end up with whoever, with the taxpayer. So it's so evident that they are not just a peristatal supplier of biomass, that they are so much more. And in fact, they do that very cheaply, so very affordably, rather. And still, why is it so hard? Is it perhaps still a bit harder than Rob described a moment ago, actually to reach as a Nestle, where you are at a point where you can take advantage of all these good things that the farmers deliver? That it's quite hard after all to reach all the way up to the source, or what is missing? Is it the data question that's being discussed here a lot, that we need more transparency? Is it a cultural thing? So, I mean, at least on paper, you could easily describe how we shifted towards an outcome-based system where we have a much broader perspective on what they deliver.
It's a great question. It is not an easy thing to figure out, but in my mind, it really comes down to farmers are receiving different messages all the time from different actors that they're listening to and that they're influenced by. So you might have, like, yes, the Minister of Environment really wants nature-based solutions in agriculture. Does the Minister of Finance want that? Right? How do you align these different agendas in these government agencies to move that forward? And then how do we get more of the Nestles, right, willing to actually make these bigger commitments to support farmers in that transition? And that's what we really need. We did a back of the envelope analysis of, like, what if we could get the top 70 companies around the world to make nature commitments, right, that sit alongside their climate commitments. So this is additional to their climate commitments. And what we found is that we might be able to influence 80 billion hectares of land, or 80 million hectares of land if we were to do that, and start to close some of that finance gap that we're talking about in this meeting this week and last week as well. So, you know, that could provide maybe like $20 billion or more of revenue, depending on, what types of programming these companies actually decide to do, right? That's the potential of really harnessing the private sector to do this. But of course, we have to match that with the public sector, right? We know that some countries, like Ecuador, have the Socio-Bosque program. It's a payment for environmental service program, right? That pays farmers for the conservation and restoration actions that they're doing on their land. In a lot of places where these programs exist, they're underfinanced, and then the farmers don't necessarily have access to them. There's difficulty accessing them. So what we have to do is we have to build those bridges across these different incentive packages to really make this work. And again, if the Ministry of Finance and the government wants to increase their revenue from these commodities, we also have to realign those policy structures as well.
Thank you. Daniel, let us take that thought and carry and work with that. If it's true that there are land use choices which are just providing so much more long-term productivity as a package, but that you could almost calculate those benefits, that it's a good investment to do that. Are we getting it completely wrong the way we have done it in the past, where every time it was a fairly complex project, these projects were high quality and we celebrated them, but we never saw them to increase and expand in the way as we needed, let alone in a way that is consistent with Montreal or with Paris or even with the SDGs. So do we need to have a fundamentally different approach how we run regenerative value chains?
Yes and no. I think we have to continue with the path that we are right now, which is demonstrating that companies, government, civil society, grassroots organizations, and farmers want to make a change. The problem is that we are full of pilots that are not scaling up, are not reaching scale, are not turning the enabling conditions in some countries. We have some countries where companies are investing on farmers, and that's one part of the solution. But if there are not policies to help them scale that up over time. If there are not loans or a financial system to actually, for example, enabling them to do replanting, wait 2-3 years until the new crop is ready to be sold to the new supply chain, they are not going to get there. So there's a lot of pilots disaggregated. They need to be combined together. There need to be blended finance, not just coming from technical support or a specific supply chain commitment, but also policies. And then there is competition. When you are selling a product to the market, you have environmental, social, sustainability attributes, but you're also competing with others selling the same product. And sometimes price is king, and no matter how much good you are doing, if somebody else is selling the same product, the same soybean at a different price, sometimes companies go for that. And then it brings a more complex question, which is, I may be doing really nice in this country, but this other country have subsidies that allow them to put the same raw material at a much lower price, and therefore, that will be preferred on the procurement side. So, and on the other side is sometimes we see policies from government which actually encourage farmers to completely change their crops over time, every 5 years, and then they are again relearning supply chains, relearning to who to sell, and engaging with aggregators, and that jeopardize the long-term vision of engaging on sustainable farming. And there is the other point, is sustainable farming is not just doing right with the current crops. Sustainable farming is about building resiliency on food system, and that means embracing the question of we need more food, we need more oil in the future, where those lands are going to be. So it's not just that I have my crop right now, it's where do I will put my next plantation? And that conversation needs to engage business, governments, and civil society.
But so the way, and I don't want to oversimplify, you're portraying this is that people can agree on the end state that this is in fact a very attractive food production system that we all want, and that is economically quite attractive. So, but it's just we don't know how to get ourselves through this transition because it's painful in a very complex system with winner and loser dynamics. But I mean, the concept itself is not new. It's called investing. We do it everywhere in the economy. You invest today and you have benefits in the future, and you don't have the benefits immediately. That's why sort of, and these things that provide these benefits are called an asset. And so, and that's what we have created a financial sector for. So to get the good stuff in the future and to pay for it now. So why is it so hard to do this in the context of the agricultural transition? The whole question of bankability, and I'll also want to get you into this conversation in a second.
I think one point is on de-risking and on the side of guarantees. And many of our countries, for example, land tenure is not a done deal. So if you're not the owner with the property title of your land, then you're stuck with banks. You are not a traditional customer. We have in Colombia, where we are right now, a brilliant facility to give loans, but the requirements to get those to a farmer is not easy, because if you miss one document, then you are out. Therefore, family farming, smallholders, sometimes lack access, not because they are not interested, it's just because there is one administrative burden that they cannot overpass. Mexico, demonstrating legal rights over land. Some people say, you know, I've been here for 3 generations, but I don't have a paper that demonstrates that. In some areas, I don't have a paper that demonstrates that I'm a citizen of this country because I never went to an office because the government is not here. Therefore, I'm not able to engage into the traditional financing. So I think, again, mixing what the private sector can do with what a government should be doing in the different countries and putting that together. I know that it's very complex, but sometimes we avoid complexity by, you know, focusing on a private sector solution, focusing on a public sector solution, and what we need is to blend those efforts to achieve scale and multiply the benefits for farmers. At the end, my last thing is on sustainable farming, you know, ripping off the benefits is not just good for nature, but it's good for climate. And sometimes we are debating whether the solution is for climate or for nature. It's the same thing. If we reduce emissions from agriculture, if we increase the removals through sustainable farming practices is good for nature and at the same time is good for climate. And if we get those right, it's good for the people that are farming. And at the end, I think that's at the core. It's good for the people because it's good also for nature and for climate.
But doesn't this make you breathless, Rob? I mean, you need these outcomes. These resilience outcomes, and then you listen to all these complexities out there, and you don't really have the luxury of waiting. How can particularly with your with the muscle and the potency that someone like Nestle breaks through this? How can you break through that?
We do have muscle, no question, but we are still a very, very small part of the overall food system. I completely agree with what you said, with one just slight twist. I think we need to turn it around and say it's good for your livelihood to then deliver on climate and nature. And because we overlook this again and again. Farmers are, as Bambi said, stewards of the land, but they are economic actors. It's about livelihood. And as I've said before, if anybody in this room's got a paycheck at the end of the month, you don't want your paycheck to be reduced by 10 or 15% on the promise of a better paycheck in 3 years' time. Sometimes that's what we're putting in front of farmers, which is why we were willing at Nestle. We've put up 1.2 billion Swiss francs in premiums, technical assistance and support for farmers up to 2025. But the reality, when we invest in nature, that comes out of this year's profit and loss account, which makes it actually rather hard to do because it's costly. And then you end up back to where we started, having difficult conversations with shareholders about why you're investing so much damn money this year, and we have to make the case. So why is it that our infrastructure that we can capitalize for things like factories is not what we're capitalizing when it comes to investments in nature? Now, just one final point on finance. I love this line I heard recently that finance is cowardly. Finance is fearful. I think this is probably very true, and if you look at it through the lens of finance thinking, in the space of regenerative agricultural practices, we are short on data, we're short on finance, we're short on consistent monitoring and evaluation systems, MMRV, we're short on policies and public incentives and subsidies to support this transition, and we are hellishly long on complexity. But if we can address some of those issues that we're short on and reduce the complexity, then I think the finance will start to flow quite freely.
Yeah, I think this is an interesting path to follow, and you know that this is a line of thought that we are also very amenable to. This idea that we need to get capital market recognition for what we do as we inject more and more resilience into our system. And currently we don't. Isn't this an interesting moment in history? I talked to a whole bunch of asset managers some weeks ago. Behind closed doors, they all tell you they get it, that there will be an epochal tsunami of value corrections, of impairments, as they call it, coming towards us, because we haven't priced in any of these risks. Your stock market value, sort of, I think, is being tested for everything, but it's not really tested for how will your cocoa and how will your coffee and how will many other things really perform over time, and how you do plot by plot manage resilience back into the system. So I think this is currently something that's not sufficiently rewarded, which makes it then difficult for the entire industry to be not generous. This is not a question of generosity, but to be strategic in the way they are dealing with the Kenyan farming community. So how to break out of that? How to get these risks priced in so that the investments that you talk about turn attractive?
Well, one of the things we can certainly do is point to examples of success. And if you were to look at some of the stuff we've got, I mean, people often accuse us of not communicating very well, but it's all public domain stuff. The kind of work that we're doing here in Colombia, we have Fomento de Lechero, where we see demonstrably that farmers are reducing their carbon impacts, they're improving biodiversity, and they're becoming more profitable. And if you can demonstrate that, Nature por Niño in Brazil, we see examples there. The Living Soils Initiative in France. There's an area of northern France where the soils were dying and farmers was really, really struggling. And we can show again and again that, that these efforts are actually paying dividends. We see it in coffee. We know that Robusta coffee is going to be a major commodity for us. It is now, and it will be even more so in future, especially as Arabica is more challenged. So how do you address that? Well, if you've got disease-resistant, drought-resistant plants that you can distribute to coffee farmers, and you can introduce things like we were talking earlier on, things like shade cropping, shade trees, intercropping, so black pepper as an additional income stream, we can show farmers are getting additional income streams from all sorts of initiatives. In cocoa, with the Cocoa Income Accelerator, again, it's a huge investment in two ways. One is transparency and traceability. You have to have transparency and traceability, and that's incredibly expensive in a commodity like cocoa. But we're paying farmers directly for the outcomes that we want to see. Those outcomes include regenerative practices. They include sending your kids to school. You get paid a premium if your kids are enrolled in school. You get paid a premium if you are engaged in additional income provided. So it's like, that's why we call it the accelerator. If you start honey, for instance, if you start vegetables, you get an extra premium. And if you do all of the practices, you get a premium on top of that. So that's the kind of investment flow. And we can see it coming through now that we've got high quality cocoa, it's lower carbon, and we've got improvements in communities, and we're addressing some of the social issues that we need to think about, because we cannot see these things in isolation. We have to, rights was another point that came up over here. We've seen that repeatedly in our forest work. Our forest work now, we have this thing called the Forest Positive Strategy. It's all about addressing deforestation through rights. Land rights, right to a decent livelihood, human rights in landscapes. That's how you address deforestation. It's a rights-based approach, and I think the same thinking can be applied when we transition across to regenerative practices.
James, if we were having this conversation now with your constituents, what would they say what they need for Kenyan farmers to be this resilient, reliable, long-term grower, supplier? Is it long-term offtake, so that you have more, that you have longer timelines? Is it payment for ecosystem services? Is it education? Is it or is it governance, community support? So what would be number one on their list?
I think there are two key things that farmers would need. One is capacity development in terms of technical capacity for sustainable practices. Two is finances. Access to capital. One of the challenges that farmers have is access to capital, especially due to loss and damage associated with climate change. So anyway, that farmers...
and if I was going to my bank and say, look, the next 3 years I might be a bit tougher, but afterwards I will be more attractive banking customer for you, what would they tell me? Am I bankable as a farmer?
You would be a bankable as farmer. You would be that. Yeah.
Okay. And this is, of course, probably... I think there's one thing, how does the food industry have to act in this complex space at a moment where they recognize they need something different back from the farmers? They need to completely rethink their relationship. There's of course also another thing that particularly Europe has done, where they said we want to help this transition. We want to know the full transparency over the value chain from everyone, called CSDDD. We don't accept any deforestation, EUDR. We want people to absolutely live up to their claims, CSRD. And so we thought that in a way we are creating the information infrastructure for this better world that we all want. The backlash was massive, partly from the inside, from importers in Europe, but partly also by international farming communities. So how did we get this wrong, Bambi? How do we have to think about doing this in a way that is respectful and that also so that that's just adequate for the kind of problem we were trying to solve here?
I think it comes down to what we were talking about in terms of the complexity. These are complex supply chains. And it was great to see the EU take this initiative and push the timeline, because we do need this transition to happen at a speed and scale that we've never seen in our lives in order to meet the Global Biodiversity Framework targets. They were quite ambitious, right? And a lot of companies put a lot of effort, and already had efforts underway, but put a lot of effort in preparing for the legislation to go into effect. I think there are also just concerns that, like, okay, if we provided you with the documentation, hundreds and hundreds of pages of documentation of where the product is coming from, does the EU have the capacity to review that and to keep shipments flowing in the way that it needs to? I think there's just it's a huge initiative that potentially we underestimated how much capacity it would take to do. Yet it's amazing to see that companies have already started this process, that the EU continues to drive this forward, that the US is thinking about what they can do to support similar initiatives. And I think what we just have to think about too of like, how does this work in the sense that like, how do we make sure that there's no unintended consequences of these policies as well? Because what we don't want to have happen is like, okay, all the deforestation-free commodities go into the EU and everything else goes someplace else. Does that solve the problem? It doesn't solve the problem. It sends one market signal from one market that we don't want this. But what we need is we need the entire market saying we don't want deforestation in our supply chains and supporting farmers to actually protect and restore the natural habitat on their farms and within the landscapes. That's the only way that this is actually going to solve the deforestation issues associated with agriculture. WRI did a study a couple of years ago that said in order to meet the future demand for agriculture by 2050, we might need to clear an area the size of 2 Indias to meet that need. So what we have to do is we have to, of course, half of that solution is going to come from changing consumption patterns and diets. The other half is going to come from exactly what we're talking about here, increasing production on existing lands in a way that is regenerative. And sometimes people think that that is a conflict, right? That we can't do both. A study recently by some of my colleagues at CI looked at how could we increase tree cover on agricultural lands? How much could we do? And do it in a way that doesn't decrease productivity. And I'm going to look at my notes because this is a scientific study, but what they found is by planting almost 800 million trees globally, we could increase tree cover on 2.6 billion hectares of agricultural landscapes worldwide. And sequester and remove 3.3 billion tons of carbon dioxide annually, which is the equivalent of all the cars in the world, the emissions from all the cars in the world. This is the work that needs to happen. This is the work that needs to be invested by the multilateral organizations, the corporations, the governments. We have to finance the work that's going to actually, do the seed collection, do the nursery establishment, do the community engagement with the farmers around where could they plant trees, right? Do the tree distribution. All of that work has to happen now in order to meet that particular potential. But it is possible if we all align around this amazing agenda that we have, and if we have more companies willing to come to the table and make the large-scale investments like Nestle's done.
Daniel, you know the sentiment. These numbers are exciting, and whenever we hear them, then we sit on the edge of our chair and say, why don't we do it? But then sort of we lean back again and see, look, we don't see it to happen at this space, and then there's always something coming in the way. What's your favorite example where something really created these triple, quadruple, whatever win, and that also meets your own test, that it really is something that is growing very, very fast, so in line with the problem we are trying to solve here?
I think Bambi mentioned something very important, that is, we started talking about action within supply chains, and really scaling up, multiplying, mainstreaming sustainable farming requires action beyond supply chains, collaborations. And for example, in Mexico, we have a really, in 5 years working together, Nestle, Cargill, PepsiCo, with the refineries, with the mills, with the producers, having an idea of where can we make effects and driving, our supply chains combine, working with the small farmers, make a change. In 5 years, we've seen 50% more soil carbon through region ag, increases in income in the families, and not just getting more money, because getting more money is, let's say, it's easy, but it's reinvesting in something that really improves their livelihood, which is difficult, because when you get more money in some communities, what is my aspiration? Oh, I want to get a boom boom box. I want to make a bigger TV screen. Is reinvesting as communities in something that they have thought that is good for the communities, and that's not easy. That takes years. Reinvesting in education, reinvesting in access to public infrastructure, access to energy. And we have seen that, and now governments looking at that model and saying, okay, if you are doing that, in this case, the state government, how can I be part of that process? Change in 5 years, it was not easy, and I think it required, in terms of collaborations, the willingness of the companies to say, okay, I'm not going to support this for 1 year or 2 years and see what happens. I'm going to commit to invest for 5 years and then reevaluate and be able to build in resiliency to maybe change my assumptions that I set at the beginning because something changed. And in this case, in Mexico, the COVID appeared. So a lot of communities were closed, a lot of the flux of resources were cut. So for example, it was a big discussion with the brands of repurposing some of the financing to ensure that the communities could have a way of overcoming the pandemic and then regaining access to supply chains. So for me, that's a really, really example of having collaborations, having understanding and adapt, and being quick to adapt from the size of the brands, which sometimes is different when you get a foundation to give you a grant. Once you get a grant, it's a contract, it's really hard to change. But with the brands, it was really easy to discuss and say, okay, we can repurpose those funds, redirect for social impact with the farmers because they need it right now, and then we go back into the production crops. And in 5 years, it also got certified. So for me, that's a really good example of collaborations.
Let's stick with the Mexican example. These collaborations where you have the entire value chain, the producers, the traders, the brands together. Help us understand how is that dynamic really? We don't have a trader here now, and we should always talk to each other, not about each other, but still, let's take advantage of your experience. Is it that we're moving into a world where all these incentives are aligned, where also the traders see, look, in the future, we are not trading commodities, we are trading also the integrity attributes, because otherwise there's no value to a Nestle. And so we are also turning ourselves into a company that is starting to trade with information, and it is starting to improve the sources from which the commodities come from. Is this the dynamic, or is everyone sitting there and said, look, I have slightly different interests than you have?
I think there is an appetite to be open to discuss that. I mean, pre-competitive collaboration requires a lot of conversations, and in this case, setting up the Mexico example that I just mentioned took 2 years of companies sitting together and said, what we agree, what we don't agree, what is my option? I have a forest positive agenda, the other has a PepsiCo positive agenda, and for you is forest, for the other is the livelihood, and coming together of all that, what is the common element that you are really willing to invest together? And I think having those spaces of open discussions without getting confused into liabilities of non-competitive, instruments. I think that's, moving from liability to accountability, I think it's really important to be, I know, Bambi, you could elaborate more, but really pull the private sector into investing and committing over the long term significant resources to scale up these initiatives. I think that big piece of the fear of being thrown into a liability space and more moving freely, pre-competitively into a collaboration and accountability of progress, I think it's really crucial to make it work.
There might well be questions in the audience. Take advantage of such a experienced panel.
Thank you very much. My name is Eloisa Frederking. I am a farmer from Argentina. And I just would like to make a comment because it was very interesting, everything. And I think it's very important what you said about the way we make the conversations so we are all in the same page. And when you speak about the EUDR regulation, I think that's not the way to have a good conversation in the terms we are speaking. Because yesterday there was an example, for example, we were speaking about a very good way of having here in Colombia, we have the same in Argentina, a silvopastoril way of capturing more CDO, and it really is a pity that if the regulation comes on the 23rd of November, we're going to see if they're going to postpone it or no. But if it really comes to the practice, this will be finished. And these are very good practices that they are organized by a very big organizations in together with governments and with private organizations. It's like the three parts of the what we say that we have all to be together or doing these things. And this is just one example. And what I say is that these kind of conversations are not nice, because when somebody imposes another country with a deforestation rule over the country's rule and not respecting what the rule of the country is, and when you really have a rule that is, we are convinced that your country is doing okay, it's not the way of speaking and getting over with this delicate thing that we are all agreed that we have to be all in the same page. Thank you.
No, I think this, thank you very much. I think this is a learning that everyone now has deep in their bones, particularly around EUDR. Let's sort of play this into the panel. What would be a good solution for that? Is it radical transparency, where you just say the market and societies and consumers will make up their own mind, as long as everyone, as you always know, where stuff comes from? Or what's a good way to solve that? Because the problem is not going away. Deforestation, to stay with that example. Anyone?
I'd love to know what you farm. What do you farm?
Wheat, corn, soya, and cattle.
So, do you want to go?
Thank you for that question. I definitely hear your point, because I feel like what it does, what the EU, no deforestation in these supply chains, we won't accept it. It creates this antagonistic relationship, right, between the EU and the countries they're dependent on for these goods. And I think that there's other ways of opening that conversation, right, in terms of like, what would it take for us to transition this agricultural system to no deforestation? How can we help you achieve that? But what happened is they put a rule and said we just won't accept it anymore, without that other side of the conversation coming in. And that destroys trust across communities. And what we have to be able to do, and like what Daniel was saying in terms of these jurisdictional initiatives or landscape approaches, is we're trying to rebuild trust via those initiatives. And that trust building process takes a lot of time, and it takes even more time when the trust has been broken. And so I think I really welcome that comment, because I think so much of this, the success of these initiatives depends on building trust across different types of stakeholders to find innovative solutions and to bring the financing in. And of course, we need the data to show that we are improving things over time, and we can do that. We can do that from a sense of sovereignty and from a sense of trust.
Hold your thought, because everyone will have a short opportunity at we are ending. Is there one really urgent, very short question in the audience?
Hi, Joe Huddart, Nature Metrics. I've really enjoyed the panel and the sort of different stakeholders. But how can we fill these data gaps that you mentioned, Rob? You said that we don't have the data there. And how can we make sure that when we do learn things, it can be disseminated in a way that everyone can gain from it? So we're not all reinventing the wheel every time we're sort of doing some R&D.
Who wants to what would it take to live in a world where we can all agree what the data is that travels with every commodity, that we always know how every plot of land does, so that we know what we are getting?
Two quick things. I think data is all over the place, but there is no common protocol to how to manage it. We see sometimes within supply chain that people grab data, passes data through the supply chain without taking care of what type of data they are moving. Actually, the data that you need to act for deforestation, nature, climate, come from the work on the ground, in the field, with the farmers. And people are not being careful enough on just passing through that data like it's nothing. That data belongs to farmers. That data could imply privacy issues that need to be carefully considered before you just copy and paste into the next client that you have. So for me, it's the data is there. What is the protocol? What are the legal and ethical considerations on how do we move data so that the transparency is taken care of?
Other thoughts?
This is work in progress right now. We started off with this. We had to move quickly. We created a framework, the regenerative agriculture framework in Nestle. Very clear, simple practices, matched against outcomes. That's our model. But we're also now working, we have been working for some time with Sci Platform and getting an industry alignment. At the same time, there's the Regen 10 work, which is much more community, IPLC based. That's a kind of slightly slower process. And over time, the will is there, and it is, I'm convinced it's there, to harmonize all of this, then factor in the advancements in data gathering and technology. And it becomes very, very simple with technologies to measure what's going on farms, aggregate that data. That's where technology can super help us. And final point, interestingly, some of the technology advancements in the pharma sector are now being applied in the agriculture sector. Measurements, technologies, instruments that can be put into the field that were previously being used in the pharma space are also driving things forward quickly. So I think this combination of will with the definitions, with technologies, will help to address the point that was eloquently made over there.
Very quickly, just one or two sentences, everyone. How will we look back in 10 years' time to this conversation? Will we say, look, this was very wobbly in the beginning, but now this is just the way we run value chains, like this is the new standard, the new practice? Or will we see a bifurcation that there's on the one hand the regenerative part, and then there's the other one which is going its own, or in a different way? Where will we find the sparrows in 10 years' time? Dami, do you want to start?
It's a great question. I wish I had my crystal ball and could look back. I mean, I'm always come from a point of optimism and hope, right? And so we have this opportunity to come together as a global community and drive this forward. This is the time to do it. We are running out of time, and that's why the 2030 targets are set for climate, for nature, and we have to meet that target. I mean, our planet and our society depends upon it. And so we don't really have any other option but to just do it. And I was joking around with another colleague of like, what do you want to say in these sessions that you're speaking at? And I'm like, I think we could just put the Nike swoosh sign up and just say, just do it. Just get started, start moving, engage in these sector initiatives as well as the jurisdictional or landscape initiatives. Start to engage and make the change happen that we really need to see.
James, I see you nodding.
Yeah, I just wanted to make my remarks by saying, one, that in any practices that are being promoted, there must be tangible economic benefit for the farmers. Whatever you promote, whether you're promoting agroforestry or any conservation practices, there must be tangible benefit for the farmers, economic benefits. Because at the end of the day, the farmer wants money and not academic rhetoric. You know, you may talk about payment for ecosystem services, but then if there is no real economic benefit, then it's all in vain for the farmers. Two is that any nature-based enterprises should be integrated with the existing land uses. You do not bring alien concepts to a farming community. What you need to bring is anything that blends with the existing land use. And three is that economic empowerment is good for communities. You need to empower them economically. Otherwise, it will all be, science and raw science. There has to be economy and the social aspect of it considered.
It was very clear. Thank you. Very quickly, Daniel.
for the transition to sustainable farming.
So
to
your
be-
10, where are
has
we
to be
10
just
10
and
years?
fair and need collaboration between public and private sector.
Rob?
I'll give you a prediction and a wish. The prediction in 10 years' time is that we will look back and say this was the beginning of the biggest transition in agriculture in over 100 years, because there is no alternative. My wish, and this will help it to happen, and you may be surprised to hear me say this, is that love will be part of this transition. In fact, won't be part of it, it'll be at the core. Love for each other, love for our communities, and love for the planet that we call home, that we start to have proper conversations about love as a motivating force.
Yeah, I like that. So I guess what we're taking away, there's no solution without the farming communities in the middle. And that is, in the end, also not just a question of getting it right and doing it professionally and taking it serious. It's also a question of how we deal with each other respectfully. Thanks a lot.
Okay, hello. Good morning, everyone. Please come and have a seat. This is about creating a currency for nature, the verifiable nature unit. Oh wow, there's even a banner coming in. Okay, I guess we get started. Oh. Welcome everybody, my name is Helge Mahner. I'm the Global Funding Director at African Parks. For those of you who are maybe not familiar with African Parks, we are a large conservation organization that was founded 20 years ago in Africa. We are a specialist in protected area management. We do that with long-term management mandates on behalf of governments and communities. Over the last 20 years, our model has proven quite successful, and today we manage 22 protected areas across 12 countries in Africa. We are very much a boots-on-the-ground organization, 5,500 full-time staff on the ground, a very much local staff. We have an annual budget of $135 million, and we operate and protect nature that is directly affecting 2.5 million people living either within those protected areas or in the direct vicinity of them. So what are we talking about today? And we have going to have a nice panel discussion here, but beforehand I want to set the scene on why we need a currency for nature. This is a nice research that we borrowed from our colleagues at Conservation International that basically overlays two data sets. One is the irrecoverable carbon. So those are those carbon sinks in this world that we won't be able to replace if we lose them. The other is irreplaceable biodiversity, and those are those species and the richness of species in these areas, again, that we cannot really afford to lose. And what this map shows us is that we basically have three remaining nature things left in this world, where both irrecoverable carbon and irreplaceable biodiversity overlay together. Those are the places that are too big to fail. If we lose them as a world, we're not going to be able to recover them. We're neither going to be able to achieve our climate goals, nor will we probably be able to live on this planet anymore. Now, the challenge, of course, comes in that all of these places are located in developing regions of this world. And if these regions apply the same logic as other regions who have developed over the past 50 or 100 years, then the development will come at the expense of that natural capital that is still located in these regions. So the challenge that we have is to find a new way of economic development that does not come at the price of nature, because these regions need to develop, they want to develop, they have the right to develop, and as a global community, we cannot expect that they basically just sit out on it, and therefore we have a need to innovate our economic system to do that. And the key challenge is we don't price nature and the stewardship of nature or intact nature into any type of formal economy at this point. We're looking at nature most of the time as what we call a set-aside model. So you set it aside and you accept there's opportunity cost, but it's not part of the formal economy. And you see very clearly on this image that I'm going to show you here, what's the implication of that is. And this is the region in West Africa. It shows the Sahel. So you have Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Togo, Benin, Nigeria, Cameroon, and then on top Burkina Faso and the other countries. And over the last 30 years, the fact that we haven't basically put a price on nature has led to transformation of land and degradation of that intact nature at an extent that is quite shocking and actually almost irreversible. And it brings impacts around climate change, displacement of people. It also has a huge impact actually in the end of the security situation in these areas, which are very much driven at the core of a lack of natural resources for the people that still live there. And so African Parks has learned over its 20-year history that you need to manage nature. If you don't manage nature, if you don't put a governance system on it, if you don't actively, in some places, restore it or protect it, you will lose it. And this is a shocking picture of one of the national parks that we manage in Malawi, called Liwonde National Park, where you see on the left side the nature that was basically managed, that is maintained, and on the right side, what happens when you don't have any active management for nature, or you're not valuing nature, so nature is being consumed, and to an extent that today these places here don't provide any ecosystem services to the populations anymore. Agriculture is not performing well, there's lack of firewood, and this, it's basically a lot of runoff on water, etc. So what does that picture tell us? On the one hand is we need to maintain what is still intact, because if we maintain it and we manage it, we have a chance to grow it back out into that place on the right. But we also need to add something to the equation to make growing back the green actually a viable proposition for the communities that steer these lands and for the governments that basically also have to invest into it. At African Parks, we've done an analysis which basically looked principally at the core protected areas that still exist across the continent. And we've identified around 160 of those areas, which have a large size, they are still intact, they have a protection status, and they are surrounded by landscapes which also still have potential and have still intact nature, and hence could form together a large landscape. What this map shows you is in a certain way a roadmap for the 30 by 30 in Africa. All of those 160 protected areas here form together around 5% of Africa's land as the core protected areas. The landscapes around it have the potential to actually generate 20%, so in total 25% to the equation of the 30%. But one of the things that we need to take into account here is that the protected area is actually just 5% of the equation, and the 20% that's added is in the shared space where we need to find a new economic model to make actually nature a viable form of land use. Now, you've all probably been in a session where we talked about the large funding gap for nature. Today we have around 130 billion annually that is spent on biodiversity globally. We need an additional 200 billion in order to reach the target of the 30 by 30 and provide the funding that is required in order to manage and effectively conserve intact nature and restore that has been degraded. Now, that funding is actually not that big if you think about it, and it probably has to come from numerous sources of funding. Some new sources of funding, and that is most likely has to come from the private sector, but also some existing sources of funding. And so we look at what are the key opportunities to increase and to get to that 200 billion. And there we have identified around 3 key areas. The first one is actually dialing up what we already have, which is the main source of funding today for nature, which is philanthropic and overseas development assistance, especially in Africa. And that pot of funding should be growing up as well. And one of the key bottlenecks that we believe is there is currently the lack of accountability, of transparency for impact of a lot of these fundings. And we believe that if we can add an outcomes-based funding mechanism for nature to that, that would unlock quite a lot of new funding for that. The second is obviously the private sector, and there's multiple areas that could apply here. One could be companies that start stepping up and saying, we want to commit to contribute to the 30 by 30. How are we going to do that? How can we do it in a way that doesn't basically open us up for claims of pointing the finger at us for greenwashing? There's obviously a very functioning carbon market, which has its flaws and needs to be repaired. It has its position. There's an emerging potential biodiversity credit market. There may be a nature market. All of these things are very important in order to bring in and to incentivize companies and give them the tools to actually invest into nature. And the last element is around how do we bring in investors and development banks into nature funding. And there, the most probably immediate opportunities lie in nature-related bonds and conservation bonds that can either be privately issued or actually issued by sovereigns who say, we're linking basically some of the interest rates that we want to pay to investors to us achieving a number of outcomes in line with our commitments for the 30 by 30. What all of these elements have in common is that they need a mechanism, a reliable mechanism for outcomes-based transactions. And this is where African Parks basically thinks we can add a real value to this field and to this needed progress by providing a mechanism or piloting and developing a mechanism that can be scaled in those regions in Africa in which we operate, which tend to be often very complex regions, and also supporting that such a mechanism can be piloted in the landscapes around protected areas with communities that become stewards of nature, or already are stewards of nature, and then basically could make it a viable form of income. The verifiable nature unit, and we try to keep it as simple as possible, is actually 1 square kilometer of nature that is transitioned from one year to the next, either in its intact or in an improved state. And we measure this by basically 2 main outcomes. The first one is habitat intactness, which is basically very easily with new technology now to be measured remotely with remote sensing, Earth observation, machine learning, and can be done quite reliably. And we are partnering with the land banking group as a technology provider who is innovating in exactly that form of MRV. The second are basically indicator species, and that is a proxy to measure the ecosystem functionality in those spaces. And obviously that's a very fast evolving space where technology will also bring quite a lot of innovations and allow basically increasing the reliability. We don't want to wait for that. There's an established way of doing it today through basically tracking a number of indicator species, doing that very rigorously, statistically relevant across the landscape, and having that verified by a third party so that you basically have at the end a quite authentic nature claim that you can make. Now, we've basically done a proof of concept earlier last year where we've issued the first 711 VNUs for a wildlife reserve that we're managing in Malawi called Majeti. We've conducted some initial transactions on that, so some philanthropists have purchased these VNUs already. We are planning to do now 3 additional pilots in much larger systems in Congo, in DRC, and in Chad. These are incredibly important biodiversity areas They also have important landscapes surrounding them with people living in it. They have a huge climate contribution in terms of the carbon that they are storing. And we hope that the plan is to basically do these transactions in 2024 and 2025 and 2026 at a scale that makes that type of model really tested to its limits and creates a scalable mechanism that is also creating somewhat confidence among all those other actors that need to step up in terms of financing, that those outcomes-based solutions are possible. Now, we're not claiming that we found the solution. These are pilots. So in that sense, we are learning. We want to contribute this to the field. So whoever, as a conservation organization or anyone who's stewarding nature, is interested in adopting this model, we are happy to share our methodology and bring you on board so that you basically can help us also improve the system. Today, what we want to do is we want to talk about some of the use cases for this. And for that purpose, I have a really interesting panel here and would like to invite first and foremost Ilka Herbinger, who is a Deputy Director of the Legacy Landscapes Fund. The LLF is an innovative financing vehicle linking funding from the German, Norwegian and French government with philanthropic donations to provide long-term funding for our protected areas. Wherever you want, and maybe Ilka, what we can do is we just... Great. The second person, sorry about that. The second person is Onia Massier. Onia is African Parks Community Development Director. Thank you, Onia, or come in the middle. Then I would like to invite Sherry Muysen, who is a director with BlackRock. Sherry is responsible for multi-asset strategies and solutions, and she has recently co-authored research on natural capital through the investor lens. Thank you, Sherry. And then Vian Sharif. Vian is the founder and CEO of Nature Alpha, and is working with investors to basically help them better assess the risks related to natural capital. And then lastly, Martin Stuchtey, who is the founder and CEO of the Land Banking Group. Martin is also a geologist and an economics professor and many, many other things, but thanks for joining us. The first question I wanted to ask is to Ilka. Ilka, you are stewarding funding from some of the large institutional funders, government funders into biodiversity. How could the VNU as an outcomes-based funding mechanism for nature change how governments channel funding into conservation, and how could that potentially increase their willingness to fund?
Yeah, thank you very much. Maybe for the ones who don't know Legacy Landscapes Fund, we are a conservation trust fund, and we work with private, meaning corporate, philanthropic, and public funds to support large landscapes, ideally in perpetuity. So we have a minimum funding scale of 15 years, but ideally 50 plus years, which for us is eternity. And for us, outcome, all these donors, of course, that we work with, they want to know where they invest to, especially if they commit for such a long term. So for us, a verifiable nature unit would be an opportunity to have a traceable, a transparent, and a concept-proof impact measurement that could allow the donors to really get interested in funding for long term. Legacy Landscape, normally we provide 1 million per legacy landscape per site per year. And of course, that is not sufficient for running on protected areas of the scale that we work with. So the verifiable nature units could, first of all, diversify the income streams, but it could also allow in a landscape, for example, if this would be also issued to local and indigenous communities that partly live inside or around and have territories around, that they also have a mechanism to really have an income stream and showcase that they are also protecting their environment. So for us, it could be several-fold. It could be diversifying the income streams. It could be used for us and the donors as a lean and efficient mechanism to say, that's what we do, that's our impact we have, and therefore we could attract more private, corporate, public funding. I think that would be very important. The one thing I think for example, public donors, as you know, they have quite difficult reporting mechanisms. So for them, for example, also the social aspect of nature would also be important. So for me, the one thing I could say is I would think that bringing in the social impacts of nature conservation would be important to also showcase what the impact is on indigenous and local communities. And that might be a recommendation to, although it's all about making things less complicated, I think on the long run would be nice to have that included into the measurement.
Thank you, Ilka. Well, that's then very timely because my next question is to Ania. Ania, the lion's share of conservation and restoration impact for the 30 by 30 has to take place at shared spaces. How could the VNU change how organizations like AP will engage and partner with local communities in the wider landscape? And what are key building blocks for this to be achieved?
Thanks, Helga. I think maybe a good starting point is really to talk about how African Parks engages with communities. Because when we talk about shared spaces, we are really talking about the land that is around the protected areas, particularly those protected areas where communities do not reside inside the park. That is land that belongs to the community and where they are actually depending on natural resources for their livelihoods. So in order to then enroll them as partners in conservation, in order to get them to contribute to conservation and restoration, we need to be thinking about how do we create an economy that enables them also to develop. So it is in those shared spaces that we need to find a mechanism such as the VNU that enables communities to not only set aside land for conservation or to sustainably use the resources in the landscape, but to do so in a way where they are able to still earn an income, where they're still getting some incentive, some compensation for any of the opportunity costs or even the real costs that they incur as a result of living next to protected areas. So that, I think, is where the VNU is actually quite a valuable tool and a valuable mechanism. However, in order for it to work, we almost have to start from understanding, first of all, the question of land rights. Because particularly when we talk in Africa, where as part of the legacy of colonization, there are a lot of communities that do not have legal rights to their land, or where those rights are not recognized. So part of making sure that a mechanism such as the VNU is able to function is to enable communities to claim and to protect their land rights in order for them to then benefit from those resources on that land. The next step is to set up inclusive governance structures. And often when it comes to setting up governance, the biggest barrier we face is building capacity. How do we enable the communities to govern their own resources? How do we help them to build up their capacity to be able to credibly take ownership and to take leadership of the processes, whether it's conservation, whether it's restoration, whether it's sustainable use of those resources in a way that is then acceptable and is sustainable. And then after governance, the next phase is really around how do we integrate the activities across the landscape. So one of the things that African Parks leads is land use planning. So land use planning around the parks, around the broader landscape in which we have parks under management is a critical integration mechanism because it not only brings in the community, it brings in other actors and other stakeholders in the landscape so that development activities are integrated and are respecting the sensitive ecosystems that we mostly operate in. So those would be, for me, the three elements. Clarity on land rights, clarity on functional governance systems, and land use plans that are actually integrating activity across the landscapes. If you have those building blocks in place, then the VNU can then actually make sure that you're creating a vehicle for an economy that is nature positive.
Thanks, Ania. Jerry, to you. You are working for the largest asset manager in the world, and you are highly involved in better understanding how investors can engage in nature conservation and restoration. We are all aware that only a small portion of natural capital and natural capital risk is currently priced into the market. Given the intact nature is often far away from corporate value chains, where do you see the most immediate opportunities for increasing nature funding from the investor world?
No, thanks so much, and it's great to be part of this panel today. And I think it's exactly what you're pointing out, like how can we move from seeing nature just purely as a risk, but also as an opportunity on how private capital can also be mobilized there. And some of the conversations that we've also had with asset owners and with other investors have very much been, how can we move away from just looking at transition physical risks in my investment portfolio to also around a case for investing in nature directly. And in many ways, that is a paradigm shift that is required. We have to think about nature no longer from an extraction perspective, but also from that conservation and restoration perspective. And that also means that that investment opportunity set could look fundamentally different from what we are looking at in most investment portfolios to date. And some of the things that we are looking at are how do you address nature not purely as a business risk, but also from a systemic risk perspective. And this is bringing it back to what is the theory of change required in order to bring nature closer also to that investment part. And what do we need to do? Where do we need to invest in order to make nature restoration part of that thesis? And in our study, we looked at various things. So on the one hand, it's what are ecosystem services and aspects already being priced by markets? What are things that we expect to be priced in very soon? So this is an investment opportunity in the first place, also from a conventional perspective. But the second thing that we're looking at as well is if you look at a variety of asset classes, where can you really make a difference in investing? So we have identified 4 different areas where investors can deploy capital. And those are around themes on investing in business models that take the pressure of nature. So think about efficiency investments across a variety of sectors. It is circular practices, circular economy, waste management, making that embedded, moving from a linear to a circular economy and bolstering those practices. And these are things and opportunities that we see across the capital stack. So that is quite interesting already from how we can look at that thesis more widely. But restoration is also a third one that is a big component of it. And we are seeing aspects that investors can deploy capital there right now. And this is through a large green bond market. There are a couple of green bonds that already look specifically at biodiversity use of proceeds. This is something that we're seeing as an immediate opportunity that can already be used to deploy capital. And then the last one that's also quite exciting is around harnessing nature. So this is thinking about new technologies that can take the pressure of nature, but also replace existing materials. But I would like to spend maybe a bit more time on that green bond market, and especially also on where we see that mechanisms and concepts like the verified nature units can really play a part. It's about making sure that there is a unit how we can start thinking about nature and how it can be put on the balance sheet. And one of the things that we're particularly interested in is, should we think about nature as something that is purely a risk or something that needs to have a revenue stream associated with it? Or can a nature investment also act as a diversifier or a mitigator for the rest of an investment in a company. So rather than it being a direct revenue stream, it is something that can propel the rest of the investments that that company is engaging in.
Thank you so much. Vian, to you, you basically work with investors and you basically give them information on natural capital risk. What information are investors looking at today? What are they purchasing, and how could a mechanism like the VNU add value for investors?
Is that better? Yes. Everyone, thank you. And thank you so much for including me in this panel as well, Helga and African Parks. So, I mean, the first thing I'd say is thank God they are buying something. We started making nature data in 2021, and that was off the back of thinking that if you look at the entire spectrum of data that was being consumed by asset management, it comprised environmental factors, water, and aspects of carbon footprint and so on. There was the societal piece, and then there was the governance piece. But there was this big hole for nature. Because many of us have been on this journey for several years, we care deeply about nature, and suddenly ESG data was a thing and people were buying it. We thought, okay, well, let's make some nature data so that we can fill this big hole and help investors understand that there could be some systemic and physical and other governance risks associated with companies if they're investing in them with regard to this multidimensional thing we called nature. And I just wanted 2 seconds on where we were, even in 2022, this time in the previous COP. Really, it was these things were thought. There were no frameworks that had really landed. We had some EU taxonomy-related disclosures that were in place. We had Article 29 that investors had to think about in France. But really, if I think about where we are today, we are fundamentally down the path of adoption. And so I'll just give you 3 themes about what investors are asking or what we're seeing investors do today in this space. So the first thing is awareness. I don't think we could have had that conversation that you just had, Cherry, or maybe you could have put out that paper that you put out 2 years ago. It just wouldn't have been a conversation anyone would have had. And now we have one of the biggest asset managers in the world talking about this theme. It's real. And capacity building within the investment community is happening day by day at global level. So that's good. The second thing is the technology that we needed to be able to scale this data wasn't where it needed to be until really today. In 2022 at the last COP, had any of us heard of ChatGPT? Today, it's a $150 billion cap company. And all of that technology is helping us do what we need to do today, which is get the best data we can from satellite imagery, from geographic imagery, from language imagery, from corporate governance data, from large language models that help us understand what companies are actually doing, where they're doing it. And that's unprecedented. And the final thing I'll say is acceleration. So we started out 2024 with 3 clients. Now we have 15 putting money on the table to understand how they can think about nature in their investments. And that's why I think the stage is set. Some of those are the largest global asset managers in the world. It's not small assets under management. This is tens of trillions of dollars worth of assets under management thinking about how they can mainstream nature into their investment decision-making, all of which had to happen before we could get to a place where the sorts of mechanisms that the VNU represent are now becoming tangible, desirable. It may take a few months for us to get to the stage where adoption is at scale, but the stage is set. And one of the most listened to and most awaited discussions in the whole of COP is around the credit and nature unit market. That's what people want to know about. So the time is really now.
Thank you, Vian. And that was actually a nice pivot to my question for Martin. Martin, a lot of discussions around biodiversity credits, nature credits here at the COP. you're obviously in the weeds with us in developing the VNU. What's the difference between the VNU and a biodiversity credits, and how it is complementary, and how do you see it play a role in the various different nature markets that are emerging?
Look, if anything is true that we are saying to each other at this conference, then we have to realize that this is a much bigger challenge. It's about really redefining our human and also our economic relationship to nature. And B, it's about raising funds in that order of magnitude that you just showed. And if you think about it, there are two fundamental market designs that are available, and we have to ask ourselves which one is consistent with the exam question that we're trying to solve here. One is we could consider it as a compensation market, and they are good, and we need them, but let's also consider what they have been created for back then in Kyoto. This was almost creating a positive to a negative. You've done harm here, and then you needed to neutralize it somewhere else. And that's why you had to frame it and ring fence it through concepts like additionality, etc., to make sure it's a real positive to a real negative, because it's the only way that carbon has a value, because you don't need it. It doesn't have an intrinsic value, at least in the way we run our economy currently. Is that a good description for what nature is? I don't think it isn't. I think nature is critical infrastructure that we need to run our value chains, our economies, and our societies. That turns it into an asset. And I've been thinking about this a lot. Sort of one of my dirty little secrets, I was a senior partner at McKinsey where I was running the infrastructure practice, where we were sitting with asset managers all the time, and the discussions, they were so different from the discussions that we're having here around nature. Although, isn't it now that we have somehow trespassed these thresholds of regenerative capacity? Nature is an infrastructure, this deserves to be reinvestable, and it is through that it is an asset. It is something that we invest into now to have benefits in the future. That's the definition of an asset, and in order to do that, we need to create a different quality of contract, and that's what the VNU is trying to do. So it is not just a way to compensate. You can also do that, by the way. But nature is serving so many different benefits that we need, and that different beneficiaries in the economy need. Some of them, these demands are within value chains, some of them are beyond value chains, some of them are local, some of them are global, some of them are equivalent, some are non-equivalents. So all of these are legitimate demands to nature: ecosystem services, a store of value, resilience, risk mitigation services. And for that we need a generic financial infrastructure. And in a way you could think of the VNU as a very early proto-version of that, of these railways that we need to build for the trains of the nature-based economy to run on. And here, what's really happening here, nature capital is measured, so you always know whether it's there, or whether it's accruing, or whether it's decreasing. And on the back of that, you are able to create contracts with someone who is in need of it. And then these contracts, however, they are a legal right that you hold, so that you can use it for different purposes in the economy to prove claims, as in carbon markets, yes, but also to demonstrate that this is a source of future resilience or income to my company. And so it's a much more universal currency than a biodiversity credit. Let's not get into a controversy over whether whether only one of these are right. Of course, there need to be biodiversity markets, credit markets, but I don't think it would be naive at best to think that this is the market design, or that this is the category of demand that carries us to the 200 billion, which then has to turn into 1 trillion, and which in the end has to turn in a regular asset class where we want to make allocations because it's doing all the good things to our investment proposition.
Thank you. I want to ask a question more to the group, and that is, we're obviously seeing momentum a lot around natural capital investments, and all of the different funders are stepping up. But what are the exact incentives that we need to set in order for this step up to really happening? Because at this point, what we're seeing a lot is lots of talk, lots of commitments. How can we accelerate even further? And if we can think about both, in terms of what needs to happen, like infrastructures like the VNU, but also, for example, from the government side, what are the policy frameworks that need to be put in place in order to increase or incentivize all of these different funders to step up, and in particular, since we are from African parks, increase funding into Africa and nature into Africa. Anyone wants to?
Very quickly. First of all, I think there is value in these things already. Even today, there's latent demand that we are not properly picking up. I mean, you have these airy conversations where lots and lots of asset managers are sitting there, and at least secretly they are conceding that there is this massive wave of impairment risks coming towards this economy, which is all not yet priced in. And so in a normal economy, you would now be reaching out, where are these affordable sources of risk mitigation? And nature is, of course, by far the best one. And so if we were making it easier for them to engage and to do this in a way that feels a bit more like an asset investment, I think we could already mobilize a lot that is latently there. Not enough to solve the big problem, but it would be significantly bigger than some of the nature markets that we are looking at right now. But then I think the next step that then will happen is that we are recognizing also as governments that these are things we don't get around. We have to invest into this adaptation. We have to invest also, we have to keep our Montreal or hopefully soon Cali promises, and governments will find out that they can't shoulder that themselves, so they have to seek private leverage. There are some countries who already start doing that, Singapore, others, where you get a tax credit if you hold these VNU type assets. And I think it will be, governments will find out that providing these incentives is a wonderfully leveraged model in order to crowd in much more capital into things, but in the end we need to take care of anyway.
Okay, so I think from a community perspective, the key thing, particularly for governments, is to be able to say, how do we fulfill the global commitments that have been made, whether it's the 30 by 30 or whether they have put that into the MBSAP, whatever commitments have been made, how do we fulfill those while at the same time meeting our obligations to sustain development for our people? And so being able to structure mechanisms such as the VNU with a very clear benefit, with a very clear socioeconomic impact for communities, particularly a lot of the marginalized communities that tend to live around protected areas, who actually are the ones who are incurring quite a lot of the opportunity costs of conservation and of setting aside land for conservation. So I think that is going to be quite a critical element, and it will also be important for funders, because funders are also asking the question, how does this investment that I am making, even if it's good for my organization, if it's good for my company, but what does it say about our corporate social responsibility? What does it say about our impact on indigenous people and local communities? So I think that social aspect is becoming quite a critical success factor in terms of being able to pitch such mechanisms both to governments as well as to other funders.
Just a couple of things to add. So there is obviously this delicate balance between what a policymaker can do and how the private sector will react. We know also that there are timeframes involved. So the political cycle, what do I do now in terms of me as a government and my popularity in 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, and how do I think long term? These are challenges that our political system faces, or the one we know anyway. I don't think adoption over the past couple of years would have happened without the regulatory landscape evolving. So I do think that regulation has certainly driven something. Maybe that's disclosure and standardization, maybe, but that's a start. But then secondly, fundamentally, and some of the work that we've all been doing together, some of the people around this panel, over the past year in service to the VNU, has been to try and understand what does make this useful for investors. And the reality is, if I'm an investor, for whatever reason, it might be because I'm managing funds on behalf of a pension scheme, or it might be because I want to support my family into the future and pay my child's university fees. I want to invest $10 today and know that in 5, 10, 20 years' time, I have $100. I have to make a return. That means I have to then think about structures with regard to insurance policies for how I can mitigate any kind of lag. So I do think nature is this massive systemic risk, but I don't think investors are looking at nature as a risk mitigator. I think they're looking at insurance as a risk mitigator and how we can shape a VNU into a structure that is actually investable, that's going to work on a sovereign level, going to work on an investor and private level. And that's the work we're doing today. And if governments can see that work, even if it's at the pilot level, which can then scale, then I think we have a chance of success.
And I think one important point is just simply we need more speed. We see that we have planned 2030. We are today in 2024. We have not reached to a successful amount the goals we have set ourselves. So I think all the funding institutions are just simply too slow. To set up a project-based approach takes 2 years, then until the funding flows takes another 2 years, then you already have to report because the next year you have to apply for another project-based approach. So I think if we create units that don't need this whole process of setting up projects and then implementing them and then reporting on them and then monitoring them, we sometimes monitor things that have been sort of in the past, they're like 6 years old. So I think we really need to gain speed, and I think a verifiable nature unit, which takes off this project activity-based reporting, could be a method of funneling and protecting nature on a much better scale and speed.
I hope that this one's working. Yeah, perfect, it's working. So yeah, just to add a couple of our views on that as well. So I think we covered the part around pricing. We've talked about insurance and also how we can see nature as a form of insurance of that. And the scaling aspect is what we're hearing a lot as well. Like how can we scale these type of investments, these type of projects? And I think the VNU solution in that is interesting in its simplicity, that you take a lot of that complexity out of that picture. So that's definitely interesting. And I think also one thing that we need to look at is how we can incentivize and reward companies that are making these investments if they're not necessarily for an immediate financial return. And there are examples where we're already looking at companies also from a good governance perspective. So also from a factor investing perspective, we're looking already at companies that have better governance structures over than others. We've actually seen evidence. There's academic literature, practitioner literature, and also demonstrate that companies with better governance, that they tend to outperform their peers. So I also see that as from a nature lens, that could also be a very interesting part, to see that companies that do take this into account and do take these kind of potentially, that we could say also risk mitigation steps, that they also are more interesting to investors and that they are rewarded for doing those activities.
Great, thank you very much. I would like to open it up to you here, if there are any questions. No.
Thank you, fascinating panel. Congratulations on this idea that we need to get out of this project by project approach because we don't have time. So wholehearted congratulations to you, this idea. I have one question that's already kind of hinted by a few comments, previous comments, but who is really discovering or the price or that is monetary value of this VNU? That then, because I understand it's a very comprehensive set of values, that how they can find the right price on that. Then the last question is that then how we could be sure, investor could be sure that then the revenue source, how they will be, money will be returned to their, that then for the future, that then the investment in the future. So these are two questions I really would like to put to the panel. But again, congratulations. It's really a great idea that then hope that VNU works.
Thank you. You were asking about the pricing of the VNU as the first question. The price discovery. I think, I mean, in this pilot stage, the way we see it is that nature needs to be managed, And so the first initial price is the cost of that management. If it's in a protected area, it's the financial auditing of that cost. Over time, we would hope, obviously, that there's going to be a preference for different areas in the world. You have descriptors which describe where is that VNU located. Is it a protected area? Is it a farmland? Is it a shared space, a community conservancy? What kind of status does it have? What are socioeconomic linkages in it? And that should then define what would be the value for that purchaser of that VNU of the income being, the impact being achieved.
You know, that it may be easy to put some kind of value on the as an academic or research results, but my question is how the investors can find the right price on that unit. So,
yeah, I would ask that question to the investors.
I would like to hear more from those investors.
No, I can definitely have a first stab at that question. I think indeed the way that we've approached that in our study is looking at the specific ecosystem services, and we used a variety of methods, including also using NLP models to understand how many times companies are already reporting or in the news on these particular stories. So we've seen, for instance, that water is something that is already quite priced in, but there are other parts that are inherently more difficult to measure, that are not necessarily being priced or mentioned by companies yet. And we are fully aware that this is, of course, also an imperfect way, because it's also, companies are talking about this, this is also the momentum that we're generating. But that's also what markets are paying attention to. So we've definitely seen that there is a divergence between those kind of ecosystem services. And that's what we feel that is going to change very soon, also with the additional reporting that is going to be required also for companies, but also the overall asset owner community that is going to be far more focused on this, that there is going to be more demand for companies to be transparent about these things. So for sure that we're going to see differentiation amongst companies for that.
The only thing I'd add is that, exactly as Cherry's saying, there are a variety of methods for how investors could think about pricing nature-related considerations into the investment. And I'm sure they will evolve over time. And each asset manager, I have a friend who says, each asset manager is a snowflake because each asset manager has its own way of thinking about these things. But in the case of the VNU, what's so interesting about this is nature is location specific. So if we have a unit which is location specific, how does that translate into something that, as you say, it may be worth $2,000 today, but maybe in the future, it might be worth much more than that because of its scarcity or because of its desirability or because it has a different market value which is dissociated from the price of its actual management. And I don't know if that question is answered yet. And I think partly the pilots are here to help us understand whether that future is real. I think it could be real, given all the structures and the technology we have today. And given the increasing understanding of investors that, yes, nature is, it has substance and they want to buy into it. And if we can shape it appropriately, I think that absolutely will have value way beyond the price that we see today.
It's working? Okay. Thanks a lot for this presentation. I have a question perhaps more for Africa Parks, but perhaps for everyone in the panel. Are you aware about the work made by the Observatory of Sahel and Sahara about called ENCA for Africa Ecosystem Natural Capital Accounting? They have made an assessment of the evolution of natural capital for the whole Africa at the level of landscapes. So for Africa, they have something like 200,000 patch. And if you are not aware, it's now published under the website UN Lab 2.0 Biodiversity by the UNDP. So if you need some more information, and they have presented during the last COP in Montreal, in a side event, some assessments about how some parks in Africa are managed since 20 years, and what are the consequences for big mammals, for example. So if you're not aware about that, I can give you the information, but you can also see the database now on this platform developed by UNDP.
Fantastic, thank you. Yeah, we'd love to look at that. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, I was wondering how you're going to ensure that VNUs aren't abused the way by companies, the way carbon offset markets have been abused as a way of getting out of just decarbonising. And I work for a company that doesn't use offsets.
Yeah, I can maybe try to give it a first crack, and then happy to have others join this. I think first and foremost, the idea is to create a mechanism that has a number of principles. First is outcomes-based. So one of the challenges within the carbon market is the counterfactual, where models basically create sort of a certain value that then is not represented in reality. Those things are needed. I'm not saying they're not needed, but they are a flaw. And by looking at outcomes, there is a solution of always having a measurable kind of counterpart in nature to refer to. The second is kind of full transparency. Everything, and this is what the land banking group provides, is a platform where you can look exactly at the data sets, and then you can tell your story around it, whether it's around improvement or whether it's around maintenance. So I guess those are the two key elements that we believe will make a difference, because at the end of the day, it's also a bit within the companies, and the public scrutiny will get around that to understand, are they telling authentic stories? Are they actually really making a contribution to nature, or are they offsetting something and using that as an excuse to continue polluting? Yeah, you can.
Yeah, maybe on that question, there's the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. They have just issued 5 recommendations. And one of them is, for example, that biodiversity credits should not be used for offsetting. And they have a number of other very interesting around equitable access to market, around including indigenous and local rights holders. So I think if these schemes also could align to a few principles that are really then used and are not doing the carbon market, exactly what you said in the beginning, Helge, right? You do harm and then you restore it. I mean, this should not be the aim of the verifiable nature unit. It should really be used to maintain, invest, and improve nature, and not do harm and then offset it or repair it again. So I think if all these mechanisms align through to a few principles, and I think that advisory group has done great work, I think that would help.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really interesting. And well, as you pointed out, I think correctly, is a main point would be like mobilizing private capital. And whether it's the more systemic risk approach we heard about, or the infrastructure approach, in the end, I was always thinking myself, or questioning myself, how do we motivate in the end the private actors? Because in the end, it's basically the concept of the tragedy of the commons. So I will invest somewhere in nature, but if nobody else will invest, I will be the only one, and that would not have any impact. So I think this is kind of the, let's say, a knot in my head, which so far isn't solved. And I would be very happy to hear about your perspective on that.
Look, okay.
Lovely, thank you. Thank you for excellent comments. I'm Helena Soimakallio, coming from Finland. I'm the Executive Director of Sustainable Growth in Technology Industry. So particularly thank you for mentioning technology as a part of the solution, not always the part of the problem. A bit of a commercial break. Actually, our Ministry of Climate and Nature announced last Friday an initiative and pilot of creating a framework for voluntary biodiversity markets in Finland. Pretty much the same ideas which have been here around But my question is, since there's an urgent need to have these frameworks and systems, how do we make them compatible? I mean, when we think about the climate and bringing together all these problems and challenges and also the solutions, so we should have some kind of standardized approach. So is there any processes going on to standardize these different topics?
Okay, thank you. Maybe we start with the first question, so tragedy of the commons, and then the alignment of standards.
I don't mind starting with one comment on the tragedy of the commons. I do actually think we're beyond should we invest in nature anymore, because I think we're seeing assets being allocated to what's being called a natural capital asset class. Maybe it's not fully formed. I mean, it isn't fully formed, but nor were climate-related funds 10 years ago. But we're seeing assets flow into those funds at 10 times the rate that they did into climate-related funds at the same stage of growth. So I think something's happening, just to give you some comfort. Might hand over to my colleagues for...
I think here's what you have to believe in, that we come out of a world where which traditionally was called private goods and public goods, or in double materiality, dependencies and impacts, and that there's a wall between them, and that you need that you have a private investment incentive for things that you own, and you don't have one for things that you don't own. That's tragedy of that's Coase theorem. Now, I don't think that this really holds in the full world anymore, because these are fluid. The wall was falling down. So in the past, you only invested into what you own. Then you started to invest into what you need, so the river upstream or the cooling function of the forest. You are prepared to put money into it, even if it's a non-rivalrous or it's a non-rivalrous investment, but you simply need it, so you do it. And then, and sort of we have lots of these moments, sort of one of the conversation also in the African parks context, then you find out, look, it's not just the piece of cotton land that belongs to me, it's also the farms around it, and then it's sort of, it's Sukuma, it's basically where, if it wasn't the national park over there, we wouldn't have rain, and all of a sudden, so you are drawing concentric circles into something that was called an impact in the past. So the moment we prove that there can be trusted transactions even within the inner circles, then we have created the infrastructure that makes it much easier to legislate and to bring incentives to go further and further. In the end, we will be living in a world, like it or not, where in order to operate, we need a certain inventory of attribution rights or access rights to nature, and we do that because it simply it brings ecosystem service benefits, it brings resilience benefits, adaptation benefits, license to operate benefits, or it's a store of value where we simply think there's an intrinsic value appreciation opportunity. And then the more that flywheel starts spinning, the more governments will feel, first of all, the more market fantasy will come into it, and the more government will feel incentivized. That's what you have to believe in, to think sort of this is how we are building this good infrastructure, this financial infrastructure. One point that's very, sort of just one sentence, which you applied, currently, this is very innocent, because this is just trusted infrastructure, trusted currency in your language, to have a better quality of a bilateral agreement between a provider of ecosystem or a provider of natural capital and someone who needs it. This is not secondary markets, trading, etc., all of that. But of course, if we really want to pull in significant institutional money in the future, then there needs to be needs to happen. We happen to think that with modern technology and with modern rules that we can agree on, this can be done that avoids some of the mistakes that we've seen in carbon markets, that most of the value creation was in the center of the economy and not on the fringes with the originators. I think there's ways to actually build the originators' right into every one of these assets so that they always benefit from every transaction that takes place. This is a very important conversation to have, because the really interesting thing here is it's an opportunity to bring the land stewards to where they belong, into the heart of the economy, because currently they're outside the economy and marginalized, and other people make the money. And that can't happen here, but my optimistic belief is it can be designed into that infrastructure that we're discussing here.
Thank you. Maybe just one last point on the standards and the convergence of of different standards. I think, yes, it is needed. Where do we fit in right now? I think that what we believe the major contribution is of this mechanism is the field testing. And that's what we bring to the table. And that's not sufficiently happening at this stage. There's a lot of discussion around what are the different standards, and that needs to happen. But you want to make sure that there is also that feedback from the ground of actually saying, is this applicable? And when we go back to that initial map that I showed you, it's fantastic. And, you know, to have a standard that works in Finland or in the UK, I doubt that that one is applicable to Central African Republic or, I mean, that's what we need to test. But we need to make sure we test it, because otherwise that convergence will lead to something that will not generate the impact that we need.
Just one last thing on frameworks. There's the launch of these principles tomorrow by the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. Credit markets are not, I think they're a life's work. They're an extraordinarily deep area of interest. But like you, I am also frustrated by seeing several frameworks come into the mix. Which one does one pick? I think the idea of the IAPB framework and standards was to be that intergovernmental agreement around what they could be. Whether it ends up being that or not, I think we'll have to see.
Okay, we have to wrap up. Happy to continue discussions just outside here. Thank you very much for joining our panel. Thank you for being here, and yeah, happy to connect right now. Thank you.
So good afternoon, everybody. Could you all find your seat, please, in this beautiful discussion of this afternoon on how to implement your nature strategy and how to use the GRI 101 biodiversity standard in that? I will make a small round to the back just to get some other people in. Be shy, don't be shy, come in. We have a beautiful session here. We start in 3 minutes. It's 12 o'clock, so we're going to start. So welcome everybody. This afternoon we have actually a double session, both in English and in Spanish, on what's happening on the floor. So how are you going to execute your nature strategy and how to do that? And what are the challenges and how you can use the GRI standards in that? So we did some pilot work. We published the GRI 101 standard earlier this year. It basically embraces, from a reporting perspective, the entire global biodiversity framework in relation to Target 15. And we want to take you along with the first experiences from organizations in the world with working on this, also with the challenges in the changing landscape, and also in the Spanish in the region over here, how to do that. We do that from different perspectives. And before we go into that, we are going to give you a little bit more detail and also a stock take of biodiversity reporting. So as GRI, for 27 years we created transparency. We helped organizations to be transparent and to implement their own nature strategy. Why? To be competitive, to be a front runner, to have a competitive advantage, but also to create a level playing field in the world. And that's why since then, the very first standard 27 years ago, the biodiversity disclosure was already in there. And since then, thousands of companies are reporting against the disclosures in our standards. But it's now time to go a little bit deeper, and I'm very honored that I can introduce our CEO, our interim CEO, to give you some first high-level briefing words and introduction words. So Christina, may I introduce you?
Thank you, Harold. Thank you all for joining us today. And I'm really glad to see that the business world and society at large is waking up to understand that we're part of biodiversity and it's not removed from human activity and from the economy. And more we're incorporating understanding our impacts in biodiversity and the benefits of biodiversity into our business activities. GRI, as Harold said, released our new biodiversity standard early this year, and it will go into effect in 2026. We have already translated it into 10 languages, including Spanish, of course. So Colombians here, you can already read it in Spanish as well. And we have a course in our GRI Academy on how to report on biodiversity and how to use our standard, but also how to understand impacts on biodiversity. And we have translated this course into Spanish, and we're releasing it during this biodiversity COP. And as you know, GRI is the most widely adopted set of standards for organizational reporting. 14,000 companies around the world use GRI standards every year. 80 of the 100 largest banks. And aside from that, there are numerous data users of the information that is produced using our standards. It helps guide decisions of investors, of consumers. It helps journalists also, and it's a good driver also of staff attraction and staff retention to showcase how companies are performing on social and environmental matters and the governance around them. Our biodiversity standard, and Elodie Shen is here, who led the development of our biodiversity standard. It involved a very sophisticated and robust technical group. It was developed around 2 years, I think, and you had companies like Rio Tinto, L'Occitane, DSM, but also IUCN, Rainforest Alliance, BirdLife, so very important nonprofits in the environmental conservation space. And I'm seeing FSC here. Wish you had participated in that development. And also the World Bank and others. So the great beauty of GRI is that we're multi-stakeholder. We respond to the needs of obviously investors, but society at large. And we don't develop the standards. We facilitate the development of the standards. We have those expert groups develop the standards, and we have the Global Sustainability Standards Board determine what good looks like, what the great quality of a standard is. They determine which standards we're going to be developing at a given set of time, and they also, review the quality of the standard until they feel they're ready to be released, and we have the due process oversight committee also to make sure that we follow that process, and that's why we have such good quality. But as you know, reporters, we don't just use one set of standards or one framework, we use a number of them, and that's why GRI is continuously in conversations and alignment with other standard setters. We have mapped our different data points with TNFD, we have a collaboration with ISSB, with EFRAG and ESRS, and with many other frameworks and standard setters. And hopefully the world will continue to embrace reporting on biodiversity, because as you know, we can't have a thriving economy if we don't have a thriving nature and a thriving society. So thank you all for joining us today, and back to you, Harold.
Thank you very much, Christina. And so this brings us to the more practical, I would say, really to the real stuff. And it was really beautiful that here in the region we did an exercise with several companies, and especially in the Spanish session after this, we'll also go deeper into that. But he also worked together with PwC here in the region to see, hey, what's the stock take? What's happening here? So to put this a little bit in perspective, and to give some more detail, in-depth detail, Dan from PwC will take us along and to set the scene. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Harold, and thanks for the opportunity to present this work that we have done. So if we could just go to the slides, like any good consultant, we've got a slide deck to show you. Oh, we have a control. Yeah, that's me. So I'm actually a partner with PwC Canada. I'm also representing PwC on the TNFD. So I was involved in the development of the TNFD framework, focusing a lot on the data and the measurement. We actually were involved in the consultation of GRI 101. So PwC supported that process as well. So quite familiar with the GRI 101 standard. And as an accounting firm, we love standards. This is our sort of bread and butter. But I think that the important thing that we try to focus on is the standards are there to help establish trust in the market and to provide the information that stakeholders need. But what's more important, I would argue, is that they're also there to help the organization understand where they need to focus to really develop that transformation in their organization. So that's the sort of perspective that we take. So I wasn't actually involved in the development of this analysis, so I can't take credit for it. It was my colleagues in PwC Colombia, Margarita Casas, but she's unfortunately not here today. She had to leave the country for another meeting. So I'm going to present this on her behalf. So we worked together with GRI, with NUAM and ourselves, and the objective of this this analysis was to, as Harold said, to take a stock take on corporate reporting in the region, just to understand where companies are right now in terms of the maturity of their reporting on biodiversity and alignment with the current GRI 101 standard. So I think these stats are all very familiar to everybody. I would say this first one is probably one of the most misquoted stats. It's not 50% of the world's GDP depends on biodiversity. It's 100%, but it's actually 50% that is materially dependent on biodiversity, meaning that there's half of our global economic activity is threatened when, if these ecosystem services start to break down. But I think it's really important to understand that actually all of our economy is underpinned by nature and biodiversity. We also know that that systems are in decline, species are in decline. I think everybody here is very much aware of those statistics, which are scary. But we do have the GBF and Target 15, which is there to hold the private sector to account and to encourage reporting. So the GRI standard, when I looked at it initially, I was like, oh, this is great. It aligns so well with the TNFD framework. And I mean, that was partly by design. I think a lot of us were concerned about this alphabet soup of ESG and all of the different standards. And in the last 2 years, I would argue that there's been this great alignment between all of the different reporting frameworks, including GRI and TNFD and the IFRS standards as well with ISSB. So I was very pleased to see how well it has been aligned. And the TNFD and GRI recently published an interoperability framework as well to indicate exactly how the two frameworks align. So one thing which is important to note, that if you are a GRI reporter, you're also going to be preparing a report that's very much aligned with TNFD as well. So it's an important point there. Currently, GRI is a voluntary report, or reporting under GRI is voluntary. There will be, I guess the GRI 101 standard was introduced in earlier this year. So what we had done is looked at the corporate reports from a number of companies in the region, not expecting that they would all be fully in alignment or conformance with the GRI 101 standard because it had just been released. But it was, as Harold said, a stock take to see where is corporate reporting at this point in time. So what do we do? And we used an analytical approach that is not unique to PwC. We used AI tools to essentially read the reports of a number of different organizations. I think there was about 30 of them, and we assessed them against the requirements of the GRI, and you can see the dimensions there that we looked at, and some additional complementary dimensions. And a point that I wanted to make here is that we're not the only ones that are doing this type of assessment of corporate reporting, right? The data providers, the providers of information that financial institutions are engaging with to better understand their risk profile across their portfolios, they're using a similar approach. They're essentially profiling public disclosure reports using these AI tools and assessing them. So it's becoming more and more common, and it's actually a very good use case for AI. It's very good at reading through these reports and determining how well they align with these specific criteria. But of course, you always have to have the human in the loop, and so our team was there to interpret those results and then provide the scores for each of these different dimensions. So we looked at 75 companies, 18 in Colombia, 26 in Peru, and 31 in Chile. And you can see the distribution by sector there. So we looked across sectors, from technology, utilities, financial services, consumer markets, industry, and services, energy, and life sciences. And you can see, perhaps the sectoral distribution reflects the region as well, but a lot of industrials and services, consumer markets, and energy in the region. So, unfortunately, all of the key points here at the bottom of the slide, but I'll read them out to you. So as I said before, these were not companies that had specifically indicated that they are reporting to GRI 101. This is just the current state of their reporting right now. 88% of companies are in the region are actually mentioning biodiversity in their report, which is positive. When we looked at maturity, and we assessed according to this maturity scale, 66% of the companies were assessed at essentially a basic or initial level of reporting maturity to GRI. 33% are at an intermediate level, but only 1% of them were seen to be at an advanced level or more fully conforming with that standard. In terms of the distribution across the different countries in the region, the intermediate level was more seen in Colombia, initial in Chile, and basic was in Peru. So these are some of the key highlights there. When you get into the actual dimensions that we looked at, so I'll read these to you because the text is quite small, but you can see in pink there we have Colombia, yellow in Peru, and orange in Chile. And the criteria, the materiality dimension is there shown on the y-axis. And so 3 would be that intermediate level of assessment. So in terms of where companies are doing well right now, in terms of policies to halt and reverse biodiversity loss, those kinds of commitments, how they're talking about their management of biodiversity, their risk assessments, identification of biodiversity impacts. Probably one of the more key ones is number 5 there, which is actually locating their business interface with nature. This is a key thing that I would say is new to 101 and also something that's being required in GRI. You're seeing it in the CSRD, ESRS standards as well. So actually not too bad. And then, change to the state of biodiversity. So really getting into understanding what is the trend over time in terms of state of nature. We're here in the Nature Positive Initiative. That's a key initiative right now, is to really get to understanding that state of nature and how you can assess that over time. We also looked at these additional criteria, which are maybe a bit above and beyond the 101 standard, but the integration between biodiversity and climate change. So this is something that is really being encouraged to start thinking about the two, the climate-nature nexus. You can't really separate the two. And I think one of the things that TNFD really tried to promote was the idea that you can integrate your climate risk reporting with your nature-related reporting as well. And so, because of the alignment with the TNFD, GRI makes that relatively straightforward as well. Indications around innovation, so talking about what companies are doing to transform and to find innovative ways to manage biodiversity risk. Understanding the economic impact. So this is something that, when you think about materiality, you think about how an organization impacts nature, what their dependencies are. GRI, obviously, as you probably all know, takes that impact perspective. So looking at the effects that the company has on the environment and society. What the IFRS standards do, and also in Europe, there's also this financial impact perspective. So what are the effects of nature loss on your business? So the financial effects. I would argue that you can't get to understanding of the financial effects on the business without first understanding what the impacts of the business are on the environment and society. So this is a critical requirement that has to be done as part of that materiality assessment, regardless if you're taking an impact perspective or the double materiality approach as well. So again, the GRI approach allows companies to look at their impacts on the environment as well and provides that sort of pretext for the financial effects. But we did look at that, and so you can see there under which one is that? That's the number 12 metric there. Only at about 2 in terms of maturity. So that's probably an area where we'll probably start to see, or hopefully we'll see more organizations in the region start to try to get to that financial effects. And then lastly, social and cultural impact. So I think that's been a theme that I've definitely picked up on here at COP16 is people at the center of nature and nature action. This is something that was a key theme at COP28 as well around the climate agenda, and it's certainly something that is becoming more and more relevant here. You can't understand your business's interface with nature and how you're going to manage those risks without actually thinking about the indigenous people, the local communities, how your business is interfacing with people. So we also looked at that, and you can see it's relatively immature in terms of the reporting. And this gives you a bit of a sectoral perspective, right? So, I think the energy sector probably is, in terms of their alignment and their maturity, is probably the most, I guess, best performing, if you want to call it that, in terms of the different sectors. The life sciences, maybe more so in Chile. I mean, it's a bit across the map here, but probably energy, industrials, utilities. These are highly regulated industries, so they would have already be complying with environmental regulations and are able to leverage those frameworks to help support them in their reporting. So, in summary then, what are some of the things, the key learnings here, and maybe some of the key messages that we're trying to impart on industry in the region? First is you have to take this first step towards voluntary reporting. This is, we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good when it comes to nature. I think everybody has to understand that we have to move on this quickly. So even if you're not at a point where you're able to fully conform with these standards, at least getting a start on them and starting to incorporate them into your sustainability reporting is really critical. I would also add to that most organizations probably are doing a lot more than what they realize with respect to these frameworks. And often, the first thing we'll do with a company when we're helping them with their reporting is take a bit of a stock take. So look, do they have an environmental management system in place? What are the regulatory requirements that they have in place? What are, looking at their various policies and frameworks and management systems and saying, well, look, this actually aligns with these requirements here, these align with this requirements here. And so often, and that might also be reflected in the relative maturity that we were seeing. These companies might actually be doing a lot more than they actually are getting credit for. They're just not perhaps aligning with the requirements of the standards and presenting that information in a way that the stakeholders, the users of that information can access it. So I would take these results with a bit of a grain of salt, because that may be the case in a lot of cases. And I see that all the time when working with companies. They've got all these initiatives that are going on, but they don't always bubble up into the report, and they're not being talked about. So that's a key thing, is take stock of what you're doing and think about how all these different initiatives do align with these standards. Probably I would argue the most valuable aspect of going through a GRI reporting exercise, developing a sustainability report, is the materiality assessment. You have to know what are the material issues and narrow down that focus. It's, especially with nature and biodiversity, an extremely complex and broad topic, and it can be quite overwhelming to start thinking about nature from a corporate perspective. So going through the materiality assessment and figuring out what those material issues are and understanding the impact pathway, how your business activities are potentially impacting nature, impacting local communities, understanding what that means in terms of risks to the business, whether it's transitional risks or reputational risks or potentially even the physical risks. That then allows you to start building strategy around these key issues. And as I said at the beginning, I don't think we should be reporting for the sake of the reporting. I think the most important thing is using the reporting and leveraging it to drive strategy and transformation in a business. This third point here is key. The companies that are doing this well, there's one common theme, right? There's the tone from the top. It's the executive, it's the board. They're driving this. They're providing the sufficient resources to the business to allow them to effectively report and develop strategy. And as I said before, location. That's the key when it comes to nature. It's really understanding where in your direct operations, but also your value chain. And for companies in the region here, this is so critical because often they are relatively high up in the value chain for a lot of other organizations. And more these organizations, that may be in other countries, are having to better understand their value chains, where the risk is in their value chain. And they cannot do that if they don't know where their suppliers are sourcing from or where their business activities are. So, that is probably one of the key recommendations is to start making that information available. And then obviously tracking over time. So a lot of the metrics that come out of these assessments, when you look at them in absolute terms, they're very hard to interpret. But folks like us or the financial institutions that are reading these reports, what they're actually looking for are the trends over time. Are they moving the needle on some of these issues, right? So the relative change over time of these metrics is really critical. So once companies start getting into the cycle of reporting and they start reporting year over year, those historical trends, that's where the real information is in these reports. And so, making sure that there is that monitoring over time. And really getting to the interoperability. And I said at the very beginning that the alignment now across all these standards is making it relatively straightforward for organizations to meet all of these different reporting requirements, right? And it's not just the reporting standards, but it's the certification standards, the industry standards, whether it's in forestry, mining, etc. There's an alignment happening where there's a recognition that companies shouldn't be reporting across a multitude of metrics and indicators. There should be a common set, and so that alignment is starting to happen. So that gives you a bit of an overview of the current state in terms of maturity for the region, in terms of alignment with GRI. I would say that take these results with a bit of a grain of salt. This is what's currently being disclosed, but not necessarily what's actually being done within these organizations. Now that the 101 standard is in play, we would expect next year with the standard out there that there will be better alignment, and I would love to see this study updated next year. See if we could actually detect that change over time. So I'll stop there and pass it back to Harold. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dan. And please stay. And this is some of the documents. There are more, of course, but there's a lot out there to be used. Now, thank you for the stock take. I think this is very good to go a little bit more deep in what we actually do and why we do it. So basically, what GRI does is creating a language, standardized language worldwide to become transparent and to go through this analysis. No more, no less, but it's extremely important because then you have a level playing field. Then you can use this to inform in your organization and take everybody along, but also outside of your organization with all your stakeholders. So now it's time to have some discussion and further insights from different perspectives. So Stephanie, may I ask you to come to the podium? She's the nature lead from Schneider Electric. Thank you. And if you that side is maybe better. I don't know. You can choose, or the other side. Bosco, please come also from WBA, and he will give us a perspective. Stephanie will give us a perspective from an early adapter of a nature strategy, and why we did it and how they did that. Bosco will take us along in the global perspective, what they find in their benchmark, and what are the takes on that. And we have Anna from FSC, and it was a little bit already said by Dan. So we often don't know what we know. So he can give some beautiful examples of how forest management and data you collect there over the last 20 years or 30 years, what you actually already doing a lot and have this information which you can use in your reporting. So thank you all. Great to have you here. Great panel. So Stephanie, because you're a company reflected to this or basically infected by this and doing a lot in this, many years ago you started with your nature strategy. And can you take us along why you did it and how you used GRI standards and other tools in that?
Hi, everyone. Well, this one is loud. Hi, everyone. So yes, I'm Stephanie from Schneider Electric. I used to say for the COP16 that we are not an energy producer. We are distributing electricity through wires and switches and etc. to make it short. So indeed, as Harold was saying, we have developed, Schneider developed the first biodiversity strategy back in 2021, together with a strategic cycle of the company. So it was before the adoption of the Global Biodiversity Framework of Kunming, Montreal. And the trigger of having a biodiversity strategy for Schneider was really because they decided to say, okay, climate, that's obvious. We are working with the energy sector mainly, a lot of energy efficiency, but what is actually our footprint on biodiversity? And so back in 2020, Schneider Electric worked with the Global Biodiversity Score assessment from the CDC Biodiversity, just to understand, okay, what is our footprint? What are the pressures and where in the value chain? So through that exercise, actually, Schneider's realized that, wow, we are also contributing to other drivers on pressure on biodiversity. Climate change being one, an obvious one, but land use as well, because we do use metals from mining industries. Water, definitely on water, in our operation, in the upstream, in the downstream. And the other one is resource exploitation. As you know, metals, they are not renewable material. So when you extract, you extract. So Schneider is really looking into circularity to avoid this expansion of resource consumption. So that has been the trigger. And therefore, the strategy was really focusing in terms of what can we do to complete the climate strategy. And so the first thing, as you can imagine, as every company, you start in your own operation and doing restoration. And that restoration idea came really with the GRI 304 at that time, where Schneider used the IBET tool to understand, okay, what is the proximity we have with key biodiversity area, and therefore what should be our responsibility in terms of trying to already start restoring places where we have operational activity. So that has been the trigger of having a restoration target, more in terms of number of actions, not yet about contributing to 30% of restoration. But that was really a start. And then the thinking was circularity. If we work well on circularity, then you could benefit to your biodiversity strategy through the resource optimization. A lot of unsustainable materials also has been done in terms of recycled content, so it's together with circularity. And we are also working with key suppliers of metals and plastics to have sustainable certification. And packaging, definitely FSC is on top of our radar in terms of tools to mitigate. So really an approach to due diligence, because we cannot be, we are not a forest owner, and we'll be far from being it. So we have to trust on existing credible systems, and FSC is one, and to go towards this transparency bit. GRI has been a huge lever for us internally to drive biodiversity in the reporting exercise of the company. And it allowed to give light on that topic. We are not necessarily able to report on all the indicators of the GRI, but starting by doing it really helps to give light and to start and have, therefore, what you were sharing, the top management commitment and actions started to happen. And then we come to the monitoring piece, and hopefully with the 101 and the EU CSRD, we'll be able to demonstrate that.
Thank you, Stephanie, and yeah, it's good to hear, and indeed, it's also good to hear that you used the strategy really to take the next steps as an organization, even without the 30 by 30 of the biodiversity frameworks. It's actually good. What is interesting to make this step a little bit to the other listed companies and big companies in the world, and WBA, World Benchmark Alliance, they did a first nature benchmark with, I think, 800 companies. So that's interesting, Bosco. Can you tell us a little? Can you take us along and tell a little bit about the methodology and also the top 3, top 4 findings, and how it relates maybe to Schneider? It would be interesting, of course.
So my name is Bosco Yiso. I'm the Nature Benchmark Research Lead. WBA, the World Benchmarking Alliance, we assess 2,000 of the world's most impactful companies, and these are generally companies that have enormous revenues, really big impact on the ground, both in developing countries and developed countries, with value chains spanning across multiple countries. and the nature benchmark, which is one of the 7 big benchmarks that WBA has, just published the assessment of 816 companies that were benchmarked from 2022 to 2024. The findings can all be found freely on our website, along with our methodologies, our data sets. Everything WBA produces is free. And we originally developed the methodology in 2021. At the time, we had 3 online consultations, along with a written feedback process, in which 100 organizations and stakeholders provided feedback, including dozens of companies, financial institutions, NGOs, academic institutions. And as we've just published this benchmark covering 800 companies, we've taken this opportunity to sort of incorporate the learnings of the past 3 years, to streamline the methodology, input all of the latest updates from GRI to TNFD, SBTN. And rather than do a big open public consultation as we did last time, given that it was a revision, this time we've done more of a targeted expert consultation. And so we've had interviews with more than 12 sort of specialist organizations, including GRI, PRI, TNFD, UNDP, WWF, to update the methodology, which again can be found on our website. The key findings that we found across these last 3 years, looking at 800 companies in more than 12 industries, are, I mean, the results are honestly quite disappointing, if not entirely surprising. We find very limited disclosure on environmental impacts and dependencies. So we find that only 5% of the companies we look at disclose, at the very least, and this is going back to what Daniel was saying, that they might have this information internally, but they don't share it publicly, disclose their impacts on nature. And less than 1% are transparently disclosing their dependencies. We find on a topic that's increasingly important, on water stewardship, that urgent action is needed, quite frankly. By some estimates, water demand is expected to exceed supply by 40% in 2030, according to the UN. And while we see some action on water use, that is where companies are disclosing how much they're using, consuming, 30% of companies are disclosing water use reductions, or at the very least, they're disclosing the water that they're taking from water-stressed areas, which is the first step in sort of mitigating those impacts. Where we see very little action is on water pollution. In fact, only 15% of companies have been disclosing water pollutants, and only 4% of these 800 companies have targets to reduce their water pollution. And as we know, it's not only about water use, but what the quality of the water that's left to be used is. We were talking about how central people are to conservation, and when it comes to Indigenous people's rights, we find that overwhelmingly companies are disregarding Indigenous people's rights. As we all know, IPLCs are often living in critical ecosystems with threatened species. They have critical ecological knowledge and management systems, and yet they manage 40% of terrestrial protected areas. However, less than 13% of companies have a strong commitment to respect Indigenous people's rights. And so here, I think one of the key findings is we really need to encourage companies to step up and put in place mechanisms whereby they can obtain free, prior, and informed consent in a much more systematic manner. One of the main challenges WBA faces as a benchmarking institution is knowing how to separate greenwashing from legitimate claims. And an area where we've found this to be particularly challenging is on plastic. So we find that although 43% of companies say they're implementing programs to reduce plastic, or individual product lines maybe are reducing their plastic use, they're really failing to back that up with data. So only 19% of companies have quantitative plastic data, and only 7% have time-bound targets to reduce plastic pollution. And so with some estimates saying 80% of ocean pollution being plastic, I think that's another key area where companies really need to step up their game. And finally, we find, and Daniel mentioned this, that we find very strong evidence when we run statistical analysis on our results that strong leadership trickles down and leads directly to much stronger sustainability scores across the board. one of the few good statistics I'll present today is we find that 66% of companies are assigning oversight to their boards for their sustainability strategy. However, the counter side is only 2% of companies provide evidence that their board has expertise on sustainability topics, including biodiversity and climate change. So I think a key ask for companies is to make sure that they start very strategically integrating this expertise at the board level, if not directly with experts or people that have degrees or prior experience with sustainability, to at the very least make expert groups available to the board for consultation. I think I'll leave it there, Harold. Thank you.
We come back to you, so that's good. So because then at least we see some common things here, factors where we can say, hey, well, how could we help organizations just to lower the bar to start with it? I think Dan addressed it, also Stephanie addressed it from a company by just starting, and of course you need the knowledge. You actually say we see this on a global scale. We talk a lot, but basically a very little group of organizations really has a strategy or really is starting with the actions. So what could you do? So I enjoyed earlier this week a session we had with FSC on how organizations already very long in forest management basically found out that they could use the information they have, the data they have. Basically what Daniel was saying, they just could use it and in a positive way, in a competitive way, in an innovative way in their organization to make progress and to align to target setting and reporting. So, could you take us along in that, Anna? Can you tell a little bit about FSC and how this works and how this could help them organizations to lower the bar to start the materiality analysis and assessment and also reporting the outcome?
Sure. So first of all, thank you very much for the GRI team to invite me into this panel. It's really great to hear people championing FSC already and the work we do. So that's great. So FSC International is a forest stewardship council, and our mission is around forest stewardship. So activating forest stewardship. We believe that forests are stay standing when they are stewarded well. And that means through active management in particular. So basically that we work to develop standards around forest management, and then we have supply chain traceability standards as well. We were born in '94 and we grew up in the era of globalization. So very much our work has been based in consumer markets and the global trade markets around working towards certifying forests that are managed well, and then see how that flows through a consumer group. And probably most of you hopefully will know the brand, the Tree Tick logo that you find on tissue boxes, on wood, on paper, packaging. So that has kind of very much kind of a flows in a standard way towards retailers, consumers who can then make claims around how they're sourcing responsible wood fiber for the products they use. The great thing is, so what we're now seeing is that FSC can be connected with other markets, not just the consumer market. We have a great framework. We have forest management, and the data that forest stewards collect on the ground is great. And I won't go into too much of that because I know in the next session, Juan Ancieta is also here from Arauco, which is a member company of ours, and they've been using our more recent, one of the tools that we provided, our verified impact tool, as a way to feed data and to gather data and then to feed it into the GRI 101, which they were a pilot of. So I know he's not here at the moment; he's somewhere else, but he'll be around in a bit. But what I'm basically trying to say is we're trying to pivot in a way to serve new markets. So we're doing some work internally to look at which other benchmarks there are and how we can use that data and how we can. I would say we're not really keen to lower the bar, as you stated. I think you mean the same thing, but it's just what we're looking to do is to provide a ladder to forest companies in particular, already a stepping stone, kind of the step ladder, first few steps to get to the high ladder, to the high benchmarks around data reporting and transparency. And transparency is really important. And we're facing some of the same issues as we've grown up in the last 10 years in particular, FSC has really had a burst of area under certification, but in particular, the traceability and the kind of B2B standard that we've had has been growing phenomenally. So the demand side has been growing, and the supply side has been growing steadily, but the demand side has outstripped it, which basically there is value in FSC. There's a value in and holding an FSC chain of custody certificate, as we call it. And we're starting to see people trying to get the certificate quickly, get the certificate easily, and we're starting to see fraudulent claims on the market. And that's something that we're trying to address more and more proactively. We started a bit reactively. We're now moving to a much more proactive way of doing it. That's also our role in making sure that the forest industry remains transparent and that we aren't used as a cover in some ways as well. So we're doing what we can to become more transparent, share data out there, make it not just about sharing data. Most of our data is out there, but it's not necessarily accessible, sitting on PDFs, reports, etc. So it doesn't really feed and interoperate with other systems out there. So that's where we are at the moment, kind of looking at that. We're also kind of in this move to digitize the work we do. So we're looking at kind of digital interoperability as well as standards interoperability. So we're looking at interoperability in both of those ways to serve the forest steward community in particular, and yeah, for them to showcase the good work that they're doing under FSC standards as well, and to showcase that into the world and leverage that data to get more investment. If they're yielding less from forests for consumer goods, we want them to be able to be compensated with other markets, other financial markets for that. And now we're seeing this data market. Is that gonna? Can they charge for that? Can they? So we're looking at all these kind of things around that as well as looking at the sponsorship models, and which is at the kind of start for us around looking into that biodiversity credits market as well. Can we use that way to bring in other finance models to keep to diversify how they finance the way their operations in an FSC way to keep forests standing?
Thank you, Anna. It's again, beautiful example. Unfortunately, I don't speak Spanish, otherwise I would have listened, but I heard a little bit the scoop in English earlier this week. So we looked at local, really, I would say, specific sector-specific examples on how to do this. And I think also the holistic perspective from, if you look at it, that's why we always try this GRI, make sure that organizations have the instruments of the holistic perspective, using the standards for due diligence for indigenous people and the indicators there. So if you all combine this in your strategy, because it's not only about the nature strategy, not only about the climate strategy, you have your sustainability strategy. So I think that's where organizations struggle. Would you say that too, Stephanie? Is that what are your biggest struggle at this moment?
Yeah, so indeed, I mean, when you only focus your strategy with a reporting lens, then you will siloed the topics. And that's the risk, because your leadership, the short-term, let's say, visibility that they have on the sustainability strategy that their team is handling is reporting, and therefore it's siloed. So I would say, one struggle would be, okay, how can we make sure that actually, what I would say is that nature should be the umbrella, and under you have climate, you have biodiversity, water, pollution, and social. Because as we were saying, and as well, one of the opening remarks of the Business Biodiversity Forum in the Sierra Nevada room was collaboration and human being part of nature. And I think this is a bit what, in our corporate world, when we want to engage with our leadership, this is what we are missing. I'm not saying that we will resolve it now, but that would be the struggle in terms of siloed. One other struggle is, again, because reporting has a high visibility. I mean, you're using it for the benchmarking, and you know that leaders love to be benchmarked and to be compared between each other and one another. And therefore, a lot of emphasis in terms of means and resources are put on reporting. And But then you have that switch in balance with implementing and acting. And also because within the reporting framework, the notion of impact measurement or change of states that you are introducing with the GRI 0101 was not necessarily there before that and will take time to be measured and seen. And therefore, the leaders may not understand the importance of acting and implementing so that they can respond to that disclosure requirement, which is also in the ESRS E4, if material to your business, when and if material to your business. So that's for me are the challenges that reporting exercise are creating, unfortunately, within a corporation. That's the reality. I mean, transparency is key. I would just add one thing that I really think is important, because you were really much emphasizing on the location needs, the location specific, when we talk about biodiversity and whether it's location based. And therefore is traceability. Can our suppliers share where they do have operation? And that is still a struggle. And I really, as a practitioner, I really do not understand why is there so much secrecy about that. Why can we not? I mean, okay, it's blended origin. Fine, but just say it and share it. I mean, I'm not looking at segregation either. So, yeah.
Dan, what is your opinion on this?
This is a very interesting topic, and some of the clients that I've working on understanding where risk is in their value chain, they know the origin, they know the areas where they're sourcing from, but their suppliers aren't always giving them the specific locations because they deem it commercially sensitive information. But what happens is they're forced to assume say the deforestation in the region associated with that particular industry without having information about where their particular suppliers are sourcing from. So it's a bit of a catch-22, right? Without providing that information, then their customers have to assume and take responsibility for the impacts that are occurring in those locations. So I think over time we'll start to see that there is an incentive for suppliers to begin to be more transparent with their location information, so that they're not being judged at the industry average, that they are actually able to take credit for the management systems, the initiatives that they're taking to better manage their impact on nature. So it may not be commonly known that that's how they're being assessed right now, but that is typically how companies are forced to look at these impacts in their supply chain in the absence of location. So.
Would you like to add something? Yeah.
Yeah. I always think we look at transparency as, very much from I would say, more balanced towards a risk perspective rather than the opportunity perspective. Like, there's a risk of being transparent, right? And there's that fear of stepping in and leading in and being transparent. And I always think we should really start focusing on what is the opportunities that transparency also brings. And that's the sharing the data, and not just the data, but the stories behind that data and the relationships you create with that data through your supply chain. Our supply chains have become so complex that not many people know each other along the supply chain now. And it's only when we meet people to people and get a chance to see our footprint in the supply chain, from one end of the supply chain to another. We got some great stories how just by changing the mindset of working with the rubber industry, for instance, the rubber industry has a great way of just kind of historically of using kind of intermediaries and forcing price down with smallholders and collecting smallholder rubber and collecting it and then selling it on, and they're the ones that make them off profits, and the smallholders get very little for that. And we know a story that someone who changed that model decided to basically switch out of that, do the same thing but call it under an FSC group scheme, bring smallholders together under a cooperative model and be more transparent with their end buyer and the stories that they've created. And actually that end buyer now is happy to pay more because they see the outcomes for smallholders. And actually that makes them feel good in a much better way than just getting the green FSC tick logo. They're actually got the tick logo to give them assurance, but then they've got the story behind it, and that story behind it, also the feelings behind it. I'm helping this group of smallholders by putting their kids through school, like, all this kind of stuff, and that's the opportunity that transparency can also bring about, I think.
And I think it very nicely feeds into what you were saying. Really, it's more. You want to preserve the world, the planet, simply because otherwise there is no. You cannot work as a company, and it's almost your duty to do it. Yeah. And that was how the initiative started.
Yeah, data hits here, right? Stories hit here, the heart, and it's the heart that's going to make us move.
Great. What other things could we take along, or for instance, or questions we could put in the benchmark if we think about this? How can we help to climb that ladder? Is GRI or as benchmark, just to get the fear away and go to the heart? Any other thoughts on that, then?
My worry is that with the focus on reporting and with the compliance mechanisms that are coming in play, that there is this sort of almost feeling of burden around having to comply with the reporting and the sense that, well, we're just reporting for the sake of reporting, right? And not actually looking for the story in the numbers and actually understanding and telling that story. So I think what's really critical for organizations like World Benchmarking Alliance and others is to really start to illustrate how this information is actually being used, right? Both within corporates to drive strategy, but also by the stakeholders that are evaluating these companies. So it becomes clear that this, what is the purpose behind this disclosure and this reporting? It's really to bring forward those impacts that are being created so that people can communicate and understand and talk about them. And there's also other aspects, but I think it's really getting beyond just this kind of view of reporting for the sake of reporting. Like, what is the real value in this information, and how is it going to help tell the story?
That's great. And I'm really happy that you all say this. And before I come to you, Bosco, but because what we try to do with our pilots and what we're doing now is basically trying to create business cases, 1-pager, 2-pager, just to give this story in the heart. Very good examples from companies all over the world, small holders, big companies, on how you could do this. We are going to build a database, or at least as much as possible business cases, which can help you on the way, just to learn from others, like other companies, how they do it. And maybe it's a nice thing also to take along in a benchmark on how are people using the information, or why are they being transparent. So not only look at CSRD or other things, because then we always come directly into the reporting. Yeah. And it's not only about financial reporting, there is much more in the world. It's impact. What is your impact as an organization in the outer world? That's what we all try to solve here in the negotiation. So what is your takeaway from?
Yeah, no, absolutely. In WBA, one of our sort of central tenets that one of our missions is to increase corporate accountability. And in that sense, I think when companies hear about accountability, their first reactions generally say, not here, this sounds scary. But that's because corporate accountability has two sides. There's definitely the stick, and companies that are reporting according to standards, it becomes very clear when they're laggards, and that allows stakeholders to hold them into account. But it's also a way for companies to position themselves as leaders, to show how year on year they're improving, to show these success stories on the ground, to access markets or finance that previously they couldn't. And so I think as soon as increasingly companies are being asked to report on impacts, dependencies, but it's the risks and then opportunities bit that can really catalyze some change internally. I was speaking to a sustainability officer the other day, and she was saying how as soon as she put numbers behind the opportunities, it became a lot easier for her to get the board to pay attention and to free up funds to then carry out those impactful measures. So I think that it's not just a disclosure exercise, it's an information gathering exercise that allows companies to then leverage that and carry out the sustainability impact that they need.
Last round maybe with takeaways, so start with Dan.
I would say that one of those key messages I think that we had in the report is you got to get started now, right? And I would say larger corporations, larger financial institutions are they've been doing this for a while now, but the the big challenge is going to be mobilizing the small and medium-sized businesses and trying to get them engaged in starting to go through the exercise of looking at a materiality and assessment. And one of the things I think, and this actually came up in Dubai at COP28 when we were meeting with the different standard setters, including FSC, and it's these industry standards and certifications, I think, that are the key to unlocking that information for the small and medium-sized businesses, right? So it's not just about the certification and the due diligence, but also the potential to unlock the data and the information that then can flow up through that value chain. So that would be my set.
I want to do a last round, but they're looking at me, so I think it's a very nice conclusion, Dan. I would like to thank the panel very much, Dan, Stephanie, Bosco, and Anna. I hope you also enjoy it and have some new insights which you take along. For me, the insight was at least we can also do much more together with WA I already knew, and also with you already knew. So, but that's at least my takeaway, to bring the stories from the heart. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Y ahora en esta sala se habla español. Sean todos bienvenidos. Mi nombre es Andrea Pradilla y yo soy la directora para América Latina del Global Reporting Initiative. Y en este momento quiero invitarlos a sentarse. Bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Por la siguiente hora vamos a estar hablando en español acerca de cómo la transparencia corporativa ayuda a proteger la biodiversidad. Uno de nuestros principales propósitos durante la COP16 es poderles traer experiencias prácticas. Nosotros desde GRI presentamos el estándar GRIS 101 en enero de este año, pero para ser completamente franca, como todos ustedes, también estamos aprendiendo de biodiversidad. Entonces es un poco lo que nos trae acá. Y para darnos la bienvenida a este evento, quiero invitar al escenario a nuestra CEO, Cristina Hill White, que es además mexicana, latina, y que me enorgullece mucho presentarla el día de hoy. Cris, bienvenida.
Gracias, Andrea. Bueno, un gusto estar aquí, un gusto estar en Colombia, que es un país al que le tengo muchísimo cariño. Es como la sexta o séptima vez que vengo a Colombia, segunda vez a Cali. Y es un placer además trabajar con el equipo de Latinoamérica de GRI, liderado aquí por Andrea Pradilla. Pues Yo digo que el tema de la biodiversidad por fin está cobrando la justa dimensión que debe de cobrar cuando hablamos de reportar, cuando hablamos de transparencia corporativa y transparencia organizacional. Toda actividad humana ocurre dentro de la biosfera. Los impactos económicos tienen, o nuestra actividad económica tiene impactos en la biodiversidad y viceversa. Y yo que vengo de muchos años de trabajar, antes de haber trabajado en sostenibilidad corporativa y en GRI, trabajé mucho tiempo en conservación de ecosistemas, pues sabemos el valor que tienen los servicios ecosistémicos, a veces cuantificados, a veces no, y también sabemos los impactos que puede tener la actividad humana en diferentes elementos de la biodiversidad. Entonces me encanta tener este público hoy. Como saben, GRI publicó su nuevo estándar de biodiversidad a inicios de este año. Va a entrar en efecto en 2026, pero ya tenemos algunos early adopters, algunos pioneros que han puesto a sus empresas a pensar en cómo adoptar esta jerarquía de la mitigación, en cómo ir mapeando los puntos específicos de impactos, hacer esos polígonos, a ver la lista del IUCN, ver cómo los puntos de cumplir con nuestro estándar tienen que ver también con TNFD, con el Global Biodiversity Framework, con cómo alcanzar la meta 15, etcétera. Entonces, me encanta ver esas primeras empresas, como tenemos aquí a Arauco, a Microsoft, a ISA y a muchos otros, Nutresa, a muchos otros que pues se colocaron así como ejemplo y que nos van a ayudar a llevar a todas esas otras empresas que poco a poco irán adoptando ese estándar a tener mejores prácticas en transparencia corporativa. Y recordemos que esto no es nada más reportar, sino es una jornada de impacto, de aumentar los impactos positivos y disminuir los impactos negativos. Y la transparencia corporativa o el reporte de sostenibilidad debe ser algo que detone valor para las empresas y para la sociedad. Entonces, encantada de escuchar hoy a Andrea y a los panelistas en su jornada de la transparencia en biodiversidad.
Gracias, Cristina. Con este comienzo y este contexto, en este momento quisiera invitar a Carlos Barrios, gerente senior de sostenibilidad y relación con inversionistas de Nuance Exchange, que es la holding de la Bolsa de Valores de Colombia, Bolsa de Valores de Lima y Bolsa de Valores de Santiago, para que nos dé su panorama del estado de avance de las compañías emisoras del mercado de valores en Colombia, Perú y Chile en cuanto a acciones frente a diversidad. Carlos, bienvenido.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, muchas gracias por la invitación, Andrés. Muchas gracias por la invitación. ¿Quieres préstame? Pues bueno, la idea es mostrarle cuál es el estado de avance. Aquí tenemos una buena foto del resultado de lo que hicimos con el GRI y con PwC. También contarles que desde hace muchos años tenemos alianza con GRI, trabajando de la mano en la promoción de los estándares de revelación de sostenibilidad en nuestros mercados. Pero bueno, ¿por qué empezamos a hablar de biodiversidad? Y básicamente este estudio lo que nos va a mostrar es que las empresas, antes de esta COP, ya vienen trabajando los temas de biodiversidad. No estamos arrancando de cero. Tenemos información que alrededor del 50% del PIB mundial está basado o depende de la biodiversidad y de pronto el número se queda corto. Puede llegar a ser el 100%. Y que también el 75% de la superficie terrestre ha sido alterada. El estándar, pues principalmente lo que trae, que salió este año, es cómo las empresas pueden empezar a reportar los temas de impacto en la biodiversidad. El reporte, como salió este año, pues aún en la medición que hicimos, pues no, las empresas no lo tienen implementado claramente, porque se basó en la información de reporte de cierre de 2023. Pero la idea con el estándar es cómo ayudamos o cómo las empresas pueden empezar a reportar de manera más transparente, tener mayor información detallada sobre sus impactos en biodiversidad y cómo revelar esa posible afectación en temas de pérdida sobre biodiversidad y aplicar temas de mitigación y poderlos explicar bien al público inversionista sobre todo. La metodología, como mencioné, que se trabajó con PwC, utilizó una herramienta de inteligencia artificial donde se revisaron la incorporación de las dimensiones del estándar, estas 13 dimensiones, y se hizo el análisis sobre 75 empresas de los mercados que administra NUAM. Es decir, 18 empresas de Colombia, 26 de Perú y 31 de Chile. Y la participación de empresas de energía, de industria y servicio y consumo masivo, que fueron las más representativas en el estudio. Sin embargo, hay más sectores como agroindustria, servicios financieros, tecnología. Y los resultados tenemos un resultado muy positivo, porque el 88% de las empresas están ya mencionando biodiversidad en sus reportes. Yo creo que esa es la buena noticia. Y el nivel de madurez también, pues muestra el trabajo que se ha venido adelantando por parte de las empresas desde que comenzaron en nuestro mercado, desde que comenzaron a reportar sostenibilidad. Entonces ya la biodiversidad entró a ser parte de esa medición de impactos. No estoy diciendo que ya las empresas que medimos lo hacen muy bien y que ya es suficiente, no. Es el comienzo de empezar a reportar mejor. Pero reportar no solo por reportar, sino deben gestionarlo, deben suministrar esta información para que los consuman los inversionistas y que los inversionistas también aprendan a incorporar todos los riesgos en temas de biodiversidad en sus decisiones de inversión. Aquí estamos teniendo casi que un déjà vu cuando empezamos el tema de cambio climático, y aún las empresas lo están masticando, como lo mencioné ayer en un panel, y los inversionistas. Ahora tenemos este gran reto con el tema de biodiversidad, mencionando que el 66% de las empresas se encuentra en un nivel básico inicial en reporte, pero la tercera parte de las empresas ya están en un nivel intermedio en los temas de biodiversidad. Y un 1% pues ya se destaca muchísimo más en ese nivel de madurez de reporte. También parte de los resultados es que de las empresas, Colombia tiene la mayoría de las empresas en estado intermedio, Chile en estado inicial y Perú en nivel básico. Y ahora entrando en detalle, vemos que de las 13 dimensiones analizadas, las empresas en Colombia se encuentran en un nivel intermedio. Ahora, la mayoría de las empresas de Chile y Perú están en un nivel inicial. Entonces, de nuevo, el resultado es que no estamos partiendo de cero. Ya el tema de biodiversidad hace parte de la conversación en las empresas, en la gestión de sus impactos y sus riesgos en biodiversidad. También a nivel de sector y por país, pues el sector que mejor lo está haciendo es el sector de energía, que es donde se concentra en los 3 países. El sector de energía está en nivel intermedio. Sigue el sector tecnológico, que también está en un nivel intermedio, y el resto de industrias están en su mayoría en nivel inicial. Acá toca mencionar también la agroindustria, tiene un nivel bajo, más retos ahí tenemos. Y acá también pues, la hoja de ruta es que debemos empezar a ayudar a las empresas en su reporte. Y es iniciar el reporting, lanzarse. De nuevo, es un déjà vu. Lo mismo sucedió cuando buscamos a las empresas para que empezaran a reportar todos sus temas de sostenibilidad, sus riesgos ASG. No sabían hace 8 o 9 años cuando iniciamos esto con Andrea en Colombia, nos preguntaban para qué hacemos esto, por qué el reporte. Luego vino el cambio climático y ahora estamos con los temas de diversidad. Entonces, la invitación para las empresas, empezar a reportar de manera voluntaria. Todavía no tenemos regulación en ninguno de nuestros 3 países que obligue a las empresas, pero como buena práctica y para tener en cuenta también que estos riesgos y estos impactos, las empresas en nuestros 3 países deben aprender también a gestionarlos y reportarlos. Un ejercicio importante y que ya vemos dentro de las empresas de nuestros 3 mercados es el ejercicio de doble materialidad. Entonces, si el ejercicio de doble materialidad, que mide también los impactos financieros, pues ya no, ese sí nos llegó ya casi por regulación. En Chile, por ejemplo, la regulación ya le está pidiendo a las empresas listadas reportar IFRS S1 y S2, reportar ese impacto financiero. Y en Colombia también tenemos la base de SASB, de TCFD, también por regulación. Entonces, un buen ejercicio corporativo es tener esa medición de doble materialidad, y acá seguramente en ese ejercicio, o revisar su ejercicio de doble materialidad, los que ya la tienen, revisar si el tema de diversidad entra dentro de la materialidad. Y si no entra, o si no está considerado, es revisar por qué no está. Porque de pronto a veces las empresas no son conscientes de cuál es el impacto que tienen sobre la diversidad. Y estamos todos aprendiendo. Otra vez, insisto en el déjà vu, clima. No, a mí no me toca el tema de clima, no tengo nada que ver con el clima, y resulta que el cambio climático sí tiene muchos impactos y ya están plenamente identificados y las empresas ya están entendiendo, los inversionistas ya están entendiendo. Creo que lo mismo va a pasar, o está pasando más bien, con biodiversidad, pero creo que nos toca acelerar el proceso de aprendizaje respecto al tema de clima. Clima creo que nos demoramos un poquito más entendiéndolo, pero con lo que estamos viviendo en este momento yo creo que nos toca acelerar ese proceso de aprendizaje y de reporte. El tema de nuevo de incluir dentro del top management de las empresas, ser conscientes de estos impactos y riesgos. De nuevo, seguramente los impactos no son malos, porque también hay impactos positivos. Revisar si de pronto nuestra gestión está creando, generando también impactos positivos, no solo los negativos. Hacer un buen ejercicio de identificación de los mismos y monitorear todos estos temas de diversidad. El reto es seguir aprendiendo y sacarlo y reportarlo. Y el tema de reportarlo no es solo el reporte per se, sino este reporte tiene que tener consumidores, los grupos de interés, los inversionistas. Y es importante también crear esas capacidades para que los inversionistas y demás grupos de interés entiendan cuáles son esos posibles impactos que las empresas tengan en biodiversidad. De nuevo, la invitación y el approach que tenemos desde NUA es que creemos que este tipo de reportes deben iniciar de manera voluntaria. Y la invitación es para nuestros emisores es seguir reportando desde lo que ya existe, desde lo que ya han progresado, porque de nuevo los emisores de los 3 países ya vienen reportando sus riesgos y sus impactos de ASG, los temas de cambio climático, y ahora invitarlos de manera voluntaria a empezar a reportar mejor y con mayor información los temas de biodiversidad. Muchas gracias. Aquí pueden encontrar, descargar el reporte y el estándar, obviamente. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Carlos, por tu presentación. La intención de las tres organizaciones que se unieron para hacer este estudio posible era precisamente poder llegar con algo de información de cómo estaba el mercado, un poco la foto antes del boom de la COP16 y de la biodiversidad, ver dónde estábamos y hay noticias alentadoras y hay tareas pendientes también. Y para discutir un poco esos retos empresariales de la vida práctica, de reportar y gestionar temas de biodiversidad, quiero invitar a nuestros 4 panelistas. Hoy tenemos un panel de lujo. Quiero empezar con María Paula Duque, líder de sostenibilidad de Microsoft para América Latina. María Paula, bienvenida. Quiero invitar a Carlos Mario Caro, gerente general de ISA Intercolombia. Carlos Mario, bienvenidos. Siéntense donde ustedes quieran. Juan Ancieta, gerente de Bosques y Sustentabilidad de Forestal Arauco desde Chile. María Pía está por acá. Y María Pía García, vicepresidente de Sostenibilidad, de Riesgos y de un montón de cosas. El cargo de María Pía es bien interesante porque tiene riesgos, sostenibilidad, HSQ, en fin. Este panel de lujo, la idea es que nos lleve por las experiencias que han tenido en la vida práctica en términos de reportar temas de sostenibilidad. Creo que tú no tienes micrófono, por acá. Y en ese orden de ideas, y si nos queda tiempo, también los voy a invitar a que ustedes hagan preguntas a este panel. María Paula, voy a empezar contigo. Buena parte, digamos que de los retos que tiene la gestión de temas nuevos en sostenibilidad es un poco esas fatigas que a veces se observan dentro de los equipos y la dificultad a veces de contar con datos, y es un tema que tú y yo hemos abordado en otros escenarios y en el que creo que estamos todos en una cruzada de ver cómo nos hacemos la vida más fácil para podernos ir a innovar y a mitigar impactos. Y quiero conocer un poco cómo estás viendo tú ese apalancamiento en tecnología para que podamos llevar esta gestión de datos y de reporte que es necesaria y fundamental, pero que la hagamos lo más eficiente posible.
Gracias, Andrea. Yo siempre que hablamos de estos temas digo, volvamos un paso atrás, porque antes de reportar hay que saber sobre qué vamos a reportar. Y ahora que estamos en el mundo de inteligencia artificial, grábense una frase: si entra basura, sale basura. Si el dato está mal, la información final va a estar mal. Y hay que tomarse el tiempo de devolverse y organizar esos datos. Hay empresas que dicen, no puedo reportar porque no tengo datos. Y entonces uno se sienta y le hace el mapeo de los datos, y sí tienen datos. Lo que pasa es que no saben dónde están, qué tan bien están, de qué año son, quién es el dueño de ese dato, si está en tiempo real o no. Pero el primer paso para esa transparencia es poner la casa en orden y poner los datos en orden, ojalá en un solo sitio, el que quieran, pero tengan su data organizada. Si necesitan una frase para que les crean, lo que yo le digo a los de sostenibilidad, usted va y le dice al de tecnología, si organizamos los datos que se necesita para reportar sostenibilidad, organizamos los datos de toda la organización, porque la sostenibilidad está cross en todas las áreas, y los que hemos hecho reportes sabemos que necesitamos de datos de toda la operación. Si eso lo organizan para sostenibilidad, dejaron organizada la casa en materia de datos.
Gracias, María Paula. María Pía, en ese orden de ideas, tú estás en una industria, que es la industria minera, que pues tiene impactos, digamos que significativos en temas de biodiversidad. ¿Cómo has utilizado tú los procesos de estandarización con estándares GRI para precisamente organizar información, organizar la casa y poder avanzar en esa gestión de sostenibilidad?
Gracias por la invitación y bueno, es una pregunta importante. Nosotros en minería, yo trabajo en minería en Perú, somos conscientes del impacto que tiene la minería en la biodiversidad. Ningún proyecto minero existe sin hacer un análisis profundo de la biodiversidad en la que se embarca el proyecto minero y se vuelve parte ya de nuestro core de negocio. Nosotros hemos integrado a nivel corporativo el GRI junto con el TFND, como una práctica de reporte para usar un lenguaje común que nos permita identificar oportunidades, tanto en nuestra reportabilidad como en otras industrias. Nos permite un poco hablar el mismo lenguaje, poder compararnos, poder aprender lo que están haciendo en industrias como han visto hace un momento, como la eléctrica, que nos llevan un poco la delantera. Y creo que nosotros estamos un poco en lo que decía María Paz. Tenemos los datos, tenemos la información, nos falta justamente integrar en ese lenguaje común de reportabilidad que nos ofrece el GRI.
Excelente. Quisiera ir ahora a la industria forestal, Juan, y preguntarte un poco cómo ha sido esa experiencia para ti, porque digamos que en grandes áreas forestales el tema de biodiversidad está sí o sí, pero cómo ha sido converger el mundo del impacto con el mundo de la estandarización para, de hecho, detonar cultura de sostenibilidad dentro de la organización.
Sí, gracias por tenerme acá. Como dicen los colombianos, qué pena con usted, que antes de contestar la pregunta, voy a decir algo que dije en un panel hace unos días atrás, que estábamos invitados por The Capital Coalition a hablar sobre temas de capital natural, y ahí lo que mencioné fue que tenemos que dejar sí o sí de hablar de que el 50% de la naturaleza está relacionada con el PIB, es el 100%. Esto es un compromiso que asumí yo de una persona bien importante en BlackRock, que en la semana del Climate Week en Nueva York dijo esto y dijo, quiero partir una revolución con esto. Es muy bonito decir que el 50%, ya sé que la frase está muy pegada y parten todas las presentaciones así, pero tenemos que, yo creo que partir con el 100%. Bueno, dicho eso, en el caso de la industria forestal esto es muy evidente porque trabajamos con activos biológicos, entonces la naturaleza y la biodiversidad está en los bosques de donde nosotros trabajamos con las plantaciones. Y frente a tu pregunta, yo creo que es bastante evidente de que esa materialidad, ¿no es cierto?, que funciona muy directa en el caso nuestro, ha sido parte siempre de la reportabilidad inicial que hemos tenido y que lo único que hacen estos estándares nuevos es presionarnos, y qué bueno que sea así, para tener mayor ambición, mayor detalle de información y poder cumplir con la expectativa de nuestras partes interesadas, de nosotros mismos, de poder tener un impacto positivo en la naturaleza. Así que yo creo que lo voy a dejar hasta ahí, pero eso contesta yo creo que al menos una parte importante de la pregunta.
100% del PIB depende de la biodiversidad. Ya nos vamos con eso y vamos ayudándole al propósito acá de Juan. Y digamos que sumado a esto que nos estás planteando de esto tiene que ir hacia los grupos de interés. Quiero ir contigo, Carlos Mario, porque una de las cosas que uno más le oye a los equipos de sostenibilidad es: yo hago un montón de trabajo en este reporte, y me corregirán los que están acá y son dolientes de esto, pero a veces no sube a la junta, a veces esto no va al consejo directivo, pero yo sé que en ISA el proceso ha sido diferente. ¿Cómo esa información que genera el equipo y que gestionan todo el año y que llevan gestionando mucho tiempo, efectivamente está subiendo al equipo directivo, a la junta directiva, que, valga decirlo, he tenido la oportunidad de hablar con la junta varias veces, para efectivamente incidir en la toma de decisiones estratégicas y en esos ejercicios del deber fiduciario de ustedes como administradores?
Muchas gracias, Andrea. Muy buenas tardes a todas y todos. Sí, nosotros desde ISA y desde ISA Intercolombia vemos este reporte como fundamental para lo que nosotros hacemos. Nosotros, ¿qué somos? Somos una empresa de transmisión de energía. Nosotros en el país, aquí en Colombia, en Intercolombia, tenemos 12.000 kilómetros, pasamos por 400 municipios, influimos en toda la diversidad que existe en el ecosistema. Entonces, para nosotros es importante ser y parecer. Entonces, no es solamente el reporte, sino que nosotros ni siquiera deben de decirnos si tenemos reporte o no. O sea, para nosotros es una obligación tenerla, porque se imaginan nosotros cómo afectamos el ecosistema si no trabajáramos para eso. O sea, en todas las juntas, en la junta de nosotros de Intercolombia, siempre tenemos una parte donde hablamos de los indicadores. Nosotros estamos comprometidos para hacer net zero en el 2050. Entonces, para llegar ahí, tenemos que tomar las decisiones hoy para que en el futuro repercutan positivamente sobre todo lo que influimos. Antiguamente, cuando se construyó una línea de transmisión, pues se entraba un bulldozer y se entraba por todo sin importar lo que afectara. Pero ya no, ya eso ha cambiado mucho. Ya nosotros, esas compensaciones que existen hoy, bióticas, hay unas que son por ley, por la obligación, pero nosotros queremos ir más allá, porque nosotros queremos es influir positivamente y estamos aprendiendo mucho. Todavía nos falta, claro, pero desde ese reporte se guía la visión de la empresa, las metas de la empresa, el propósito superior de la empresa, que es conexiones que inspiran. ¿Qué inspiramos? Todo el ecosistema por el cual estamos influyendo. Entonces, es súper importante para nosotros estar siempre con el reporte actualizado y trabajar sobre él en toda la estrategia de la empresa.
Es además un deber fiduciario de los administradores. Entonces me encanta oírtelo poner en esos términos y que sea otro de esos grandes mensajes sumados a el dato y todos los demás que hemos venido dando, y es en las empresas tenemos que empezar a llevar los temas de biodiversidad y de clima y de naturaleza a nivel de junta directiva, no como un tema cosmético, sino como un tema de la estrategia y un deber fiduciario cuando uno se sienta en una junta directiva. María Paula, tú decías ahorita, si lo que entra en inteligencia artificial generativa es malo, lo que sale también va a ser malo. Un poco quisiera explorar y que nos cuentes cómo crees tú que han influido los estándares y los marcos en ayudar un poco a organizar esa generación de información, y que también aproveches para contarnos un poquito de lo que están haciendo ustedes en materia de generación de datos y accountability, poco basado en estos marcos, pero llevándolos con tecnología a otros lugares.
Yo aquí traje el último paper que publicamos sobre naturaleza y sostenibilidad. Tengo poquitas copias, pero tiene un QR donde lo pueden bajar. Está en inglés, está en español. Traje 4. Creo que quedan 4 después de 3 días de COP. Pero yo lo que pasa es que creo que el estándar es el paso 1 para poder hablar sobre estos temas. Lo que uno se enfrenta en conversaciones empresariales es, por un lado, las empresas diciendo, no doy abasto para tantos estándares, no me pongan más estándares, no me hagan más métricas. Ahora, si uno tiene los datos organizados, puede producir muchos estándares porque el dato se va a jalar bien y voy a poder reportarle a mucha gente, pero no va a poder hablar con sus pares, ni va a poder compararse, ni va a poder tener benchmark. Entonces, el estándar es como llegar aquí y decir, el idioma de la COP va a ser inglés y en ese hablamos todos, porque si no es una torre de Babel. Y lo más grave es que no vamos a poder saber si vamos bien o mal. En estos 3 días, tal vez la conversación más recurrente que hemos tenido nosotros es trazabilidad de la información. Es cómo vamos a poder decir lo que estamos haciendo y hacerle seguimiento. Si yo tomo un estándar y lo cambio al año siguiente y lo cambio al siguiente, nunca voy a poder medir qué hice, porque siempre estoy construyendo una línea base y no estoy dejando claro dónde empecé y a dónde voy. Entonces yo creo que tenemos como mundo sostenible la obligación de dejar de hacer tantos estándares y saber usar bien el estándar que escojamos. Nosotros en la COP26 nos unimos a una organización que se llama The Carbon Call, que buscaba reducir el número de estándares. Hemos fracasado exitosamente, claramente, porque la cifra de estándares desde hace 12 años es que hemos creado 1.250 estándares de sostenibilidad entre países, región y mundo. Eso no nos permite tener claridad de dónde estamos y a dónde vamos a dar. Entonces, yo creo que hay que decir, cojo un estándar, me apego a ese estándar, lo voy a usar por un tiempo, voy a aprender de ese estándar y voy a estar dispuesto a hacerle pequeños cambios, pero siempre midiendo la evolución de dónde voy. Ahora, ¿sobre qué estamos haciendo? Pues es difícil resumirlo, pero les digo, el principio es transparencia. Si ustedes entran a la página nuestra de reportes, van a encontrar en qué nos ha ido bien y en qué nos ha ido mal, porque parte de la transparencia corporativa busca ayudar a otras empresas a evitar que pierdan dinero, que gasten tiempo haciendo cosas que no son exitosas. Entonces, por ejemplo, tenemos un paper sobre compra de bonos de carbono. ¿En qué nos fue bien? ¿En qué nos ve mal? ¿Qué debemos mejorar? ¿Para qué ocultar eso si más bien compartiéndolo entre todos podemos mejorar? Estamos en este minuto en simultánea en The Nature House, como ha pasado todo en esta COP allá en directo. Están firmando el acuerdo entre Colombia, Perú y Brasil del proyecto Guacamaya. El proyecto Guacamaya es una intención de compartir información de calidad del Amazonas, donde hay información acústica, información de cámaras trampa y información de deforestación para construir la torre de control ambiental del Amazonas. Entonces, Brasil, Perú y Colombia van a compartir la información y los científicos van a poder entrar y en tiempo real ver especies, migración, desaparición, escuchar los ruidos de la selva, no solo animales, sino también, por ejemplo, si el río está interrumpido, si hay maquinaria, si están talando, si están cortando. Y ese tipo de compartición de información es lo que hace que esos proyectos sean exitosos y permitan resultados de corto plazo.
Poco se articula con lo que Carlos decía hace un momento de la necesidad de integrar este tema de biodiversidad en los reportes desde lo que ya hemos construido y no pretender que estamos comenzando un poco de ceros. Y te oía y pensaba que en estos 27 años una de las grandes tareas del GRI ha sido acompañar a todo aquel que se le ocurre hacer un estándar nuevo, que por favor no, que construya sobre lo que al Estado, que puede usar nuestros estándares para que hagamos un solo ejercicio de reporte, porque contrario a lo que se pueden imaginar, nosotros no queremos que su vida sea reportar todo el año. Nosotros queremos que nuestros estándares detonen cambios y estamos convencidos de que allá podemos llegar. Y en ese orden de ideas, María Pía, yo quería preguntarte algo. Una de las cosas, digamos, que a veces se pierden en las discusiones ambientales es el componente social. Y estamos en la región más desigual del mundo. Sumémosle a lo del 100% del PIB. América Latina es la región más desigual del mundo. Ustedes, digamos que en su actividad, ¿cómo hacen ese ejercicio de identificación de impactos de biodiversidad con ojos de comunidad? Porque el estándar de alguna manera te lleva a que sí o sí tienes que mirar la comunidad y no puedes mirar biodiversidad aislado del resto. ¿Cómo ha sido ese proceso y qué nos puedes compartir?
Claro que sí, Andrea. En el Perú, la socialización de todo lo que es tu evaluación de la naturaleza, por ley tiene que ser compartido y colaborativo con la comunidad y entender su conocimiento ancestral. Creo que muchas veces subestimamos el conocimiento ancestral de las comunidades y cómo eso nos puede ayudar a identificar de forma temprana riesgos y oportunidades para hacer mejor nuestro trabajo. Y cada localidad, cada sección, cada región, cada altitud es diferente. Entonces, la ley te obliga, pero ahí viene un poco la responsabilidad corporativa de cómo lo haces o cómo lo maximizas. La ley me dice, tiene que haber un taller con un cierto número de personas, pero nosotros decimos, la población está distribuida. No voy a hacer un taller en un lugar y movilizar a todas estas personas. Lo que hacemos es, nosotros vamos con carpas itinerantes para poder llegar a muchas más personas y recoger mucha más información. Llegamos a lugares donde probablemente no hay energía eléctrica todavía, pero hay cómo llevar un grupo electrógeno, poner un PowerPoint, hablar en el idioma local, en el idioma nativo, para que ellos puedan entender de qué se trata. Y esa es una parte donde a veces también tenemos que trabajar mucho en cómo traducir las cosas que nosotros establecemos en estos estándares, evaluaciones de riesgos, términos técnicos y científicos de la naturaleza que son importantes, a términos que las comunidades puedan entender. Entonces, el marco de GRI también no solo te pide acercarte a las comunidades, sino te pide hacer esto de manera continua. Entonces, establecer estos canales ya de forma voluntaria, continua. La naturaleza es un sistema dinámico y por ende nosotros tenemos que seguir haciendo estas validaciones constantes de si las mitigaciones o la maximización de oportunidades que se estableció al inicio continúa o hay que ir ajustándolas para poder adaptarnos a la realidad del momento.
Volviendo un poco a ti, Juan, y teniendo en cuenta esto de la necesidad de bajar, ¿no?, a la comunidad a ver qué está sucediendo un poco en la operación de ustedes, digamos que se encuentran mucho con áreas que están particularmente amenazadas en términos de biodiversidad. Y retomando un poco lo que decía María Paula de la necesidad de tener datos, ustedes tienen datos y cómo están haciendo ese uso de datos que ya recopilan según este inglés de la sostenibilidad, que son los estándares GRI y digamos que los estándares más establecidos, pero también los otros que se han ido sumando para darle acentos a este inglés de sostenibilidad que es el GRI. ¿Cómo haces tú para utilizar esos datos para precisamente gestionar lo que realmente pasa en el terreno? Porque lo decían en el panel anterior, en biodiversidad es como en real estate, location, location, location. O sea, todo va al territorio y a la ubicación donde ocurre el impacto.
Sí. Mira, para contestar esa pregunta, yo creo que dos ideas que mencionaron acá, bien de pasada, pero creo que son muy importantes. Uno, el tema del propósito de las empresas. Creo que es clave tener desde un inicio un propósito que tenga que ver con estos temas, porque permite alinear a la organización, permite que todos estemos mirando materialmente en las operaciones y en la gente dedicada un poco más a la sostenibilidad estos temas. Y lo otro, la colaboración. Este ejemplo que tú cuentas de lo que están haciendo ahí entre los países es clave. Y para contestar tu pregunta, creo que pensando en lo concreto que hacemos en Arauco, nosotros desde el propósito tenemos una empresa de investigación que creamos cuando creamos la empresa, digamos, forestal. Al mismo tiempo creamos una empresa dentro de la empresa forestal que se dedica a los temas de investigación y desde un inicio tuvo una línea de trabajo ligada a los temas de naturaleza y biodiversidad. Entonces tenemos mucha data, como tú dices, que es real, que está en terreno, pero que no sirve de nada si no somos capaces de compartirla con otras empresas o con otros integrantes dentro de los territorios en donde nosotros tenemos actividad. Y recién estábamos en el Pabellón de Chile recién estábamos en el Pabellón de Chile contando una de las iniciativas de monitoreo que tenemos de especies en peligro, ¿cierto? Porque el estándar va a pedir en el assessment que hay que hacer material, ¿cierto? Ver las especies, UCN, etc. Estábamos viendo el caso de Huemul y cómo Arauco ha llevado un programa de más de cerca de 20 años ya de monitoreo de esa especie, pero en conjunto con la CONAF, que es la Corporación Nacional Forestal, en conjunto con un competidor directo nuestro que es MPC, que es una empresa que es un poco más chica que nosotros, pero que igualmente compite con nosotros, pero que en esto es muy colaboradora. O sea, en esto tenemos que trabajar juntos porque la biodiversidad ocurre en los territorios, no ocurre solamente en mi campo, en mi superficie. Esto ocurre en todos lados. Entonces, la colaboración es fundamental y yo creo que la forma de verlo así es la única forma para poder, al final, saber realmente lo que está pasando, comprometerse a tomar acciones y luego monitorear si es que tus acciones van en la línea correcta de la conservación de especies, del agua, de la biodiversidad, del carbono, lo que tú quieras en el fondo garantizar como sostenible en el futuro.
Los oigo un poco y ni siquiera es como que la colaboración fuera la mejor manera, sino pareciera ser la única manera de avanzar en temas de biodiversidad. Carlos Mario, yo quiero volver a la discusión que estábamos teniendo de los directorios y es, siempre que uno sube a un directorio con temas de sostenibilidad se encuentra diversidad de reacciones y a veces puede que la sostenibilidad no sea el tema que mejor entiendan, a veces hay sesgos de no, esto es filantropía, no gracias, esto de pronto es un temita de la fundación, nosotros hacemos una fiesta de Navidad muy linda, si se rieron es porque se identifican, pero digamos que normalmente los equipos de sostenibilidad llegan con mucha pasión a los directorios, ¿no? Y además hablamos con todas las siglas del caso, haciéndolo supremamente complejo para el director entender esto. Y un poco lo que hemos identificado desde GRI es que hay una necesidad de generarle capacidades a los directorios y a los directores y las directoras, pues porque generacionalmente no necesariamente recibieron esta capacidad cuando se formaron. Y yo sé que ustedes están haciendo bastante trabajo alrededor de formar capacidades a nivel directivo para poder no gestionar, sino direccionar estrategias de sostenibilidad. Y quisiera que nos cuentes un poco de eso y cómo se apalancan precisamente en los estándares para poder llevar esto a la acción.
Claro, lo que dices es interesante. Y yo quedo contento. Por ejemplo, acabo de venir estuvimos en un taller con unos niños. Yo tenía un equipo de 7 y la mayor tenía 7 años, una niña. Y les preguntábamos sobre la diversidad, la biodiversidad, todo eso. Y ellos en la cabeza ya tenían en la mente cuáles eran los problemas y la solución. O sea, no vamos a cazar animales, debemos de no talar los árboles. O sea, si de esa edad ya están así, uno en esa edad no pensaba tanto así. O sea, eso es un cambio de chip. Es que el problema es que los términos de sostenibilidad los han llevado como a términos que solamente habla una parte de la empresa. Eso es horrible, ¿no? Nosotros no hacemos eso en ICE Intercolombia. Aquí está nuestra directora de Sostenibilidad y Comunicaciones, Ana, que ella habla con todo el mundo. O sea, todos tenemos que tener los términos de sostenibilidad en nuestro interior, en nuestro corazón. O sea, teníamos un reporte que era el reporte de sostenibilidad y el financiero. No, eso ya lo unimos en uno solo. Ya todo eso lo capacitamos porque vamos a una junta y le decimos, no, tenemos que hacer compensaciones bióticas. ¿Y eso qué es? No, nos encargamos de explicarles en un taller qué es compensaciones bióticas, por qué lo debemos hacer. El mundo ha cambiado mucho y va a cambiar. Vean, en el mundo más o menos hoy existen 80 millones de kilómetros en líneas de transmisión y distribución que hemos creado desde 1970 hasta ahora, o sea, en 44 años. De aquí al 2050 van a ser 200 millones, o sea, vamos a multiplicar las líneas de transmisión y distribución por 2.5, con una complejidad 5 veces mayor y en mitad de los años. Y no vamos a ir a talar todos los árboles para hacer esto. Entonces, tenemos que cuidar la biodiversidad del planeta. Entonces, tenemos que idearnos con tecnologías, con nuevas formas de transmitir cómo vamos a impactar no negativamente, positivamente el ecosistema. O sea, es un gran compromiso. Y por eso es que tenemos que capacitar a los miembros de junta, a todos los equipos, o sea, que todos tengamos en la mente que la empresa no crece sosteniblemente desde la EBITDA ni desde la parte financiera, y no desde la parte sostenible. Esto tiene que ser una necesidad, una obligación. Y por eso es que lo hacemos siempre pensando es cómo impactar es positivamente y qué nos vamos a idear desde la innovación para poder tener un mundo mejor. Entonces, eso lo tenemos que tener acá y acá para poder que sea una realidad.
Yo les comparto que en el GRI hicimos una encuesta que se llama Direccionando las Sostenibilidades del Directorio en América Latina e entrevistamos 500 miembros de directorios en América Latina y nos encontramos con que si bien ha habido mejoras y hay más conciencia, como bien lo dices, el tema de capacidad para formar una opinión y poderle de alguna manera controvertir una estrategia a la administración todavía no está presente en los directorios y hay que trabajarla. Sin embargo, tip para los que son miembros de directorio, ese reporte anual que sale es responsabilidad de los miembros del directorio. Entonces, quiero invitar a María Paula, porque sé que es un tema que tú también has explorado, además es un tema, y para los que no están familiarizados, que el estándar pregunta. Nosotros preguntamos, ¿quién en su directorio es el que sabe de sostenibilidad? Yo no sé cómo están haciendo hoy los equipos para contestar esa pregunta, pero los estándares GRI sí empujan a esa transparencia, haciendo preguntas que puede que no tengamos todavía resueltas, pero que sabemos que tenemos que resolver. ¿Cómo lo ves tú, María?
Yo estoy en 3 juntas directivas.
Mírela, doliente.
Y yo me puse el sombrero de la de sostenibilidad en la junta. O sea, no dejé que me nombraran, sino que dije, yo me encargo de ESG. Pero con la siguiente visuales, no es hablar de reporter, no es hablar, o sea, me da pena, pero si uno llega a una junta a decir es que el TNFD más el CSRD más el CDP más el DCP más tal, o sea, desengancha la junta. La conversación no es el nombre, el estándar, la técnica, la conversación es eso cómo se engancha con su estrategia de negocio. Y el primer paso para eso es dejar que el tema de sostenibilidad deje de ser de los de sostenibilidad. El tema de sostenibilidad tiene que estar en todo lo que haga la empresa. Yo siempre me devuelvo a 1987, definición de la Comisión Brundtland. Entonces, cuando me dicen, es que es un tema de moda, yo digo, ¿1987 te parece muy de moda? O sea, 1987. Y ya definíamos la sostenibilidad como hacer el bien hoy sin comprometer a las generaciones futuras, la definición más sencilla de todas. Pero la situación es tan grave. LinkedIn corrió un reporte muy interesante sobre cuántas ofertas de empleo se publican que requieran un skill green, un skill sostenible. Creció 24% la oferta de puestos de personas que sepan de temas sostenibles de un año a otro, del 22 al 23. Sin embargo, solo el 12% de las hojas de vida que estamos en LinkedIn tenemos un skill verde o hablamos de sostenibilidad. O sea que tenemos una brecha, no a nivel de junta, porque es que uno no logra que a la junta llegue gente, sino arranca por preparar desde abajo hasta en las universidades. ¿Cuántas carreras incluyen en su currículum temas de sostenibilidad? No, hay una carrera que se llama sostenibilidad o negocios sostenibles o finanzas sostenibles, pero a los abogados no les dan sostenibilidad. Entonces, hay un gap de temas de sostenibilidad muy importante que termina pegando en los directorios porque no llegamos educados o porque no necesariamente sabemos del tema. Y ahí el skill es comunicación, no es expertise técnico, es la habilidad de influenciar y movilizar al directorio para apoyar esas iniciativas verdes y para ser capaz de venderlas asociadas a la estrategia de la empresa.
Ya oyeron. A mejorar esos skills de comunicación para los que están internamente en los corporativos y digamos que retomando, y gracias María por esa lección porque es doliente de 3 directorios y me imagino que lo que tendrás son anécdotas para compartir. ¿Cómo estás haciendo tú, María Pía, para que esas lecciones que están quedando en materia de biodiversidad y un poco también las reflexiones que teníamos hace un momento de esta COP no pasen derecho? Y ese es un llamado del GRI para nosotros muy importante. Esto no es venir a un evento por venir a un evento. Acá vinimos a transformar. Nosotros creemos que el proceso de reporte es un generador de cultura empresarial extraordinario. ¿Cómo ves tú, María Pía? ¿Cómo vas a hacer con todos estos aprendizajes que te estás llevando para lo que sí, en biodiversidad?
Sí, buenísimo. Justo venía de la charla de Paul Polman y él decía que lo que tenemos que hacer es pasar a la acción. Ya es momento de pasar a la acción. Y eso es un poco me preguntaban qué reflexión me llevo de esa. Y Juan acá nos decía, lo importante de las compañías es el propósito, ¿no? Y me resonó mucho porque el propósito de Anglo American es reimaginar la minería para mejorar la vida de las personas. Y acá Carlos nos decía, no se trata de parecer, sino de ser. Entonces, en Anglo American lo que hemos hecho es, realmente hemos analizado nuestras lecciones aprendidas de las cosas que hicimos bien, como dijo María Paula, y las cosas que hicimos mal para no repetirlas. Una de ellas es este buen levantamiento de información inicial, robusta, continua, que te permite un poco hacer un análisis real de riesgos y oportunidades. Lo que les mencioné hace un momento, la colaboración con las comunidades, que es importantísima, y el monitoreo y la adaptación continua, ¿no? Les decía, eso no es hago un reporte una vez y ya me quedo tranquilo, check, cumplimos y seguimos para adelante, sino esto es dinámico, continuo, y los negocios siguen creciendo. La capacitación y sensibilización es justamente lo que ha dicho María Paula ahorita, cómo adaptamos nuestro lenguaje para el público correcto, para movilizarlo y conseguir su soporte, ya sea de una junta directiva que nos apruebe algún financiamiento, que nos dé el visto bueno para proceder, o de una comunidad para generar confianza donde podamos empezar a trabajar con ellos. Luego, la transparencia y la rendición de cuentas, y acá entra el tema de la reportabilidad. La reportabilidad es un compromiso de rendir cuentas públicamente sobre lo que estás haciendo en sustentabilidad, cómo te está yendo, dónde tienes que mejorar, etc. Y lo más importante, la lección más bonita que me llevo de lo que hemos hecho en Quellaveco, allá en Perú, en la mina de cobre, es la innovación y la tecnología, que no la podemos dejar de lado. Hace un momento nos presentaron al inicio el reporte y nos dijeron que habían corrido algunas mejoras del estándar con inteligencia artificial. Está ya aquí, ¿no? La innovación y tecnología. Y nosotros en Quellaveco lo que hicimos fue, teníamos que hacer un plan de regeneración, de revegetación, plantar ciertas hectáreas, y decidimos apostar por una especie que se encontraba en peligro, que son las queñas o queñuales. Y lo que hemos hecho ha sido construir un vivero autónomo que se maneja automáticamente en función al clima, al sol, cómo está el viento, etcétera, y nos ha permitido hacer una siembra interesante, muy importante, para poder regenerar esta especie en la región. Eso le suena conocido, mucha gente lo ha hecho, pero quizás la parte de reimaginar la minería para mejorar la vida de las personas es que lo hicimos colaborativo. Todas las personas de la empresa, nuestros contratistas, para que se den una idea, en la época de construcción llegamos a tener 20.000 personas trabajando para nosotros, y lo que hicimos es, todos fuimos parte, las comunidades, las instituciones educativas, las instituciones de gobierno, todos tuvieron la oportunidad de sembrar una de estas plantas, y hoy recuerdan que dejaron su huella verde en Quellaveco.
María, gracias. Juan, una pregunta similar para ti, y bueno, imaginemos que ya están todos los marcos, todos los estándares, que ya están los datos, ¿no? ¿Qué sigue en implementación para ustedes? Y le sumo a esto, para ir cerrando, ¿tú qué te llevas de COP de vuelta a Chile y por qué esta COP no pasó derecho y va a transformar nuestra región?
Me tocó la pregunta más fácil, la mía.
Pero esta va para todos, de alguna manera.
Sí.
A todos se las voy a poner
yo
de
creo,
cierre,
mira,
que no se vamos.
yo creo que la sostenibilidad es algo que se está corriendo permanentemente. Y me gusta verlo así también, porque de alguna manera, aunque tuviéramos toda la data, aunque tuviéramos todos los problemas resueltos que vemos hoy, van a haber nuevos problemas, van a haber nuevos desafíos, van a haber instancias en donde vamos a tener que sacar lo mejor de nosotros, lo mejor del ser humano para cuidar el planeta y cuidarnos a nosotros mismos. Por lo tanto, ¿qué viene? Viene mucho más en el camino de la sostenibilidad hacia adelante. O sea, esto es un tema que no se va a terminar nunca, que requiere cada vez más de las skills de las que estábamos hablando. Es un mundo para los que estamos acá. O sea, si ha llegado tanta gente acá es porque tenemos interés, queremos mejorar, y esa mejora nos tiene que llevar a ser más sostenibles en el tiempo. Lo que me llevo de la COP hasta el minuto, porque no hemos terminado, ¿cierto?, es esta tremenda energía que siento en cada uno de los eventos en donde he estado, participando como panelista, escuchando también, aprendiendo. Creo que hay una muy buena onda entre negocios, ONG, gente que quiere un planeta mejor, y eso muchas veces, a veces no se da. ¿Ah? Y creo que acá en la COP hay una, quizás es porque es en Colombia y Colombia es maravilloso y su gente también, pero hay una atmósfera que se respira que permite creer en un futuro mejor, en un futuro más sostenible y en un futuro donde la naturaleza recupere el lugar que nunca debió haber perdido.
Gracias, Juan. Carlos, estos últimos 25 años o desde el 87, como lo quieras ver tú, la sostenibilidad en lo empresarial se jugó en el campo de la voluntariedad, ¿verdad? Éramos todo voluntario, lo que las empresas hacen más allá de la ley. Y en los últimos 4 años estamos ante un tsunami de regulación. Y esto cambió. Y pasamos de jugar fútbol los domingos porque nos gustaba, jugar fútbol con VAR y con juez, pero no podemos jugar fútbol porque llegó un VAR y llegó un juez. Nosotros jugamos al fútbol porque sabemos que nos hace más competitivos y tenemos una responsabilidad como empresas de dejar esto mejor que como lo encontramos. ¿Cómo están ustedes navegando esto en la estrategia de expansión? El saber que ahora es obligatorio, que ya no es voluntario, y ustedes, digamos que con los impactos que tienen, ¿cómo se está manejando esa estrategia de expansión? Y le sumo de cierre, la ñapa, ¿qué te llevas de COP?
Claro, no, es un equilibrio. O sea, como hablábamos de la junta directiva nuestra, por ejemplo, es muy diversa. Entonces, si uno en la junta directiva tiene, hay una vicepresidenta de sostenibilidad, de talento, este es vicepresidente de talento, este es vicepresidente de operaciones, o sea, como es tan diversa la junta, desde ahí se define una estrategia pensando siempre en las afectaciones que tenemos en términos de biodiversidad en lo que hacemos. Entonces, es muy importante pensar uno como empresa. Por ejemplo, si nosotros como Intercolombia no existiéramos en Colombia, sería igual. O sea, si es igual, pues entonces ¿para qué existimos? ¿Cierto? Entonces, lo ideal es no, lo ideal es que uno haga la diferencia. Si nosotros no existiéramos, sí sería un problema para el país. Entonces, eso nos hace pensar de una manera diferenciada. Por eso estos reportes que estamos haciendo nos sirven de base para que lo principal, ¿cuáles son nuestros grupos de interés? Nosotros quisiéramos que no fuera solamente un reporte, sino que los mismos grupos de interés los calificaran, nos dijeran, venga, ustedes ya están haciendo lo que están escribiendo ahí. O sea, es importante esas evaluaciones, no dejarlas en un papel, sino siempre pensarlas, como les dije, en la expansión, en todo lo que hacemos, siempre pensar cómo estamos influenciando positivamente el ecosistema. Ahora, ¿qué me llevo de esta COP? Me llevo muchas cosas. Lo primero es que es en Colombia, para nosotros es un orgullo en Colombia hacer un hito de estos tan importante. Segundo, que haya diálogo. O sea, mientras haya diálogo, hay esperanza. Porque como hemos hablado aquí y lo hemos dicho todos, esto es cuestión de trabajar en todos. O sea, no es una responsabilidad del gobierno, no es responsabilidad de una ONG, de una empresa, no. Es responsabilidad de cada una de las personas que estamos aquí. Al menos si nos llevamos cada uno algo motivacional para hablarle a otro sobre la COP y sobre lo que puede hacer positivamente la biodiversidad, ya es una ganancia. Entonces, todo eso son aprendizajes porque siempre estamos pensando en tener un mundo, todos tenemos en la cabeza un mundo mejor. Entonces, hay que llegar a la acción y hacerlo.
Gracias, Carlos Mario. El enemigo de la buena conversación siempre será el tiempo. María Paula, yo voy a cerrar contigo. Yo no puedo tenerte acá sentada sin preguntarte. El estándar GRI 101 los va a mandar a mirar sus cadenas de abastecimiento, sí o sí, y de eso hemos hablado no tanto en esta COP. Entonces vamos preparándonos. ¿Tú cómo crees que eso se apalanca en tecnología? Y quiero que lo miremos acá. Y quiero también preguntarte qué te llevas de COP y contigo cerramos.
Bueno, cadenas de abastecimiento. Si no medimos eso, no medimos nada, por lo menos en el caso nuestro. El 97% de las emisiones de Microsoft son alcance 3. Si nosotros no medimos la cadena de abastecimiento, es lo mismo que echarnos un cuento de que vamos divinamente. No. Segundo, con tecnología, se puede mandar la encuesta más fácil, se puede convocar a los proveedores, se puede hacer trazabilidad, tener respuesta en tiempo real y empezar a medir. No le tengan miedo a la cadena de abastecimiento y es nuestra obligación como empresas entrenarlos, habilitarlos. Nosotros este año vamos a tener por primera vez un summit virtual de todos los proveedores de Microsoft enseñándoles temas de biodiversidad, temas de sostenibilidad. Yo me llevo a la COP tareas, no me llevo reflexiones. Y la primera tarea creo que es cómo continuamos la conversación de aquí a Brasil el año entrante, porque lo que no nos puede pasar como región es que hablamos en Cali, se cortó, van ahorita la de cambio climático y llegamos a Brasil y allá nadie habló de esto. Tenemos la obligación como región de hacer 120 pre-COPs climáticas para jalar la conversación país por país, convenciendo a la gente, jalando un movimiento y llegando a Brasil con una propuesta concreta de integrar esto en lo que queremos lograr en cambio climático.
María Paula, Carlos Mario, Juan, María Pía, gracias a los cuatro. Les pido que me acompañen con un aplauso para ellos y a ustedes gracias por su compañía.
Hello. Hola. Hello. Hi. Hi in the front. Hi in the back. Now, who's been to a session in this room before? Hands up. Okay, that's great. You may notice there are two things about this room. Number one is it gets really noisy in the back. So Nadine, where's Nadine? Nadine McCormick from WBCSD. She hasn't realized we've started. Because she's the best. Nadine, you're here. Okay, Nadine, you're coming on at the end of the session with me. In the meantime, can you please work your magic with these people with your shushing? Yes? Okay, now we're going to all experience Nadine's magic. Are you ready? Go, Nadine. You can do it. Nadine, you can use whatever magic you want. We're going to see if it works. Everyone listen carefully. Shh. Hooray, well done. Applause for Nadine. Now, the second thing in this room is excuse me, everyone at the back, we're going to send Nadine again. Watch out. She's amazing. She's coming. She's not. The second thing is the air conditioning, right? And so I've sort of started to lose my voice. I apologize for that. My name is Eva Zabi. I lead Business for Nature. It's my absolute pleasure to moderate today's session. We're going to be looking at strategies and the It's Now for Nature campaign. I'm joined here by a fantastic panel. And oh, look, that's great. This is the mentee, right, Ana? Spanish. ¿Puedo escuchar en español? You can use that code if you want to listen in Spanish. It's being live streamed. There's just a couple of housekeeping I wanted to know. Who in this room represents business or finance? Okay. In the CBD, it's amazing. That's great. You're in the right place. The CBD system, not all of you will have a badge that says business on the bottom, and that's because as private sector, you can't automatically register to come. So you will have been registered through another organization. The problem with that is that anyone who looks at your badge may think that you're trying to hide that you represent business or finance. And we're happy to be here and we want to contribute to the conversation and the implementation of the GBF. So to counter that, not counter it, but to try and help be transparent, we have these little stickers for your badge. So if you haven't got a sticker like this, please go to Lizzie Ellie, who's our business engagement lead at the end, and make sure you get these stickers on your badge so we're proactively saying we represent business and finance. Thank you. All right, so the next slide, please. Who knows Business for Nature? Excellent. Next slide, please. We collectively worked with our partners and many others to develop a global campaign called It's Now for Nature, which really aims to scale and speed up and accelerate the action. It's centered around companies having a strategy for nature. We have a nature strategy handbook that's only 12 pages. It's available in multiple languages. If you go to nowfornature.org, you'll get it all. And what's really cool about it is that it lists the key questions you should be asking yourself in your executive committees at the board level. And we know companies that have literally cut and pasted it, just like, okay, are we asking ourselves the right questions? And then it goes to the resources you can leverage. And it's not just, redirected to a very lengthy methodology. It says, look at page 26, paragraph this, to help you answer this question. So it helps you cut through, but it builds on all the existing resources that are available. We're really excited because about a year ago we launched this and the campaign. And to be honest, we didn't really know if companies would be willing to develop, publish, and then submit their nature strategies to It's Now for Nature. And we now have 26 on the platform. That number, great. Thanks, Nadine. Thanks. That number keeps on growing. None of the strategies are perfect, sorry. But they are, it's true, but they are demonstrating that these companies are already taking action and they will inspire others to learn. There are 4 criteria, minimum criteria, to be able to be featured. So our team review the strategies that are submitted. We make sure that the strategy is based on a materiality assessment of impacts and dependencies, that the strategy includes smart targets and actions based on those impacts and dependencies, and that there is a governance in place for the delivery of the strategy. So if you can demonstrate that, then your strategy will also feature, and we invite all of you to please submit. I should add, it was a collaborative effort. This whole campaign is going to run to 2030. We want to see an exponential increase of the number of strategies on nowfornature.org until 2030. And it's also very smart because you'll know that in the negotiations here at COP16, governments need to have to publish their own national biodiversity strategies and action plans. And we know that so far only a third of the countries have submitted them, but they're all working on them. And so there's a really nice parallel here, is that these strategies and plans have to connect and be ambitious enough to reach the targets of the GBF and a nature-positive economy. We also had support from PwC as a technical partner, I should add, in developing this. And now it's really exciting today because we know we want to help companies on this journey and get as many companies as possible to develop their strategies, most importantly, to then take action. And so we're launching a It's Now for Nature accelerator program. Yes, another accelerator program. We tried to think of another word, but we realized actually that's what it was. There are lots of accelerator programs around. And the way we do this is with our partners, creating cohorts of companies to then be brought along and helped with developing their strategy. Nadine, please, thank you. Perfect. So as Nadine works her magic, it's also, I think it makes it really awkward for the people out there, right? If it's actually really silent here. Yeah. Right, thank you. So we have 4 fantastic companies represented here. We have Annie Wahulanen, something like that? No? You taught me like 5 times, but Annie from Tetra Pak. Yes, welcome, Annie. We have Veronica de la Cerda from CNPC. Sí, porque puedo hacer en español también si tú quieres. Very good. Thomas Viegas from Aviva, and Tim Christopherson from Salesforce. And we're going to kick off with some little quick-fire TED-style 3-minute pitches from Annie and then Tim, if I'm not mistaken. No, not Tim. Is it you? Help me. And Veronica. Okay, yeah, I'm on it. And then I'll ask them some questions about why and how they have progressed with their strategy. So now we're going to have 3 minutes. Annie, you want to come up first? Yes? Have I missed anything, Anna? No? Great. So please stand up so everyone can really see you. And let's hear about your experience at Tetra Pak. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. And it's a pleasure to be with you all today. So indeed, I work at Tetra Pak, which is a global packaging and food processing solutions company. And we just quite recently launched our nature strategy called the Tetra Pak Approach to Nature, which was then submitted to the It's Now for Nature campaign. And actually, all of this journey kind of started 3 years ago when I was pitching that need to develop a nature strategy to our management. And luckily, that was successful, hence we're here today. But I was just wondering, what would be some of the things, if I could speak to myself 3 years ago, what would be some of the learnings I would share? And few things come to mind. So first of all is, so we talked about the assessment of the materiality assessment of the impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities. And all of you probably know by now that that's a really key foundation for a nature strategy. And us as well, we spent quite a lot of time on that. We use different methodologies, both internal and external data. But if any of you, and probably many of you have already worked on these kinds of assessment, you will probably have found that you don't quite have all the data you would ideally like to have. It's difficult, right? And similarly, methodologies are also still developing. They're not perfect yet. And so it's really important to understand that this really is also an iterative process. It's something that you have to keep going and you have to keep improving as time goes. But you have enough to be able to move to action. And really action is the one thing that we need to move now. So 2030 is just around the corner. So do not despair. Do not get frustrated if you can't be perfect, but move to action. Move to setting those targets and actions. And okay, so you've got your assessment. Great. What else do you need? Well, for us, it was really key to look at what, as Tetra Pak, we're already doing to assess those impacts and dependencies, risks, and opportunities. And of course, we were already doing quite a lot, but it wasn't maybe. It was sometimes a bit siloed, not really directly connected to our nature impacts. So that's where we really started looking at the gaps as well and see what new targets and actions we should set. And then, of course, who's actually going to implement this strategy? So that was quite key to consider. And we really started engaging with different areas of our business in this process. And for example, working with our procurement function to really figure out that our targets and actions need to be realistic, implementable, and that these people are really on board in the actual implementation of this strategy. And this is a really key part of the process, because if you shortcut this, you're going to have problems when you move into the implementation stage of it. And so then maybe that moves me to my third kind of lesson learned, which is related to the implementation. So now, of course, we have the strategy. So well done, mission accomplished, right? Not quite, unfortunately. It's really just the start of the journey. So now we're really moving to the hard work of the implementation. And now the focus really moves in some ways away from us and to those people in the company who are actually going to be implementing the strategy. And they, of course, can't do this alone. They're going to need a lot of support. They're going to need capacity development. And we'll need to make sure that implementation of the strategy really becomes part of their regular work, and they're also monitoring the progress as they go along. So that's a really key part. So the third lesson I would tell myself is you really need to, you're the one who can show the way for the company if you're developing this kind of strategy. But there's a whole bunch of other people you need to bring along with you to in this journey. So do start engaging those people early. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Annie, for sharing that. And I'm sure if you were sharing that internally at Tetra Pak, you get everyone to work with you on that journey. So well done. And I love that, just be confident enough with the data so that you can get on with the action. Veronica, thank you. So please come up and share your story at CMPC2 in a little TED style.
Not TED style, but so only women here at the first part of this session, and very courageous, right? I'm Veronica. I'm the VP of Sustainability of CMPC. CMPC is a forest sector company. We're an integrated company, so we own forest, and we produce timber, pulp and paper, packaging, and tissue products. We're based in Chile. We have forests in Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. I'm from Chile, and I'm going to speak in English because you asked me to, but it's okay. So I'll do my best to express myself in English, but in CMPC, since we're a forest company, nature was some sort of obvious, right? We work along with nature. So understanding how can we actually produce, be a productive company, but be in harmony or in peace with nature was something very important. In CMPC, we have a sustainability inside our corporate strategy that said we created and implemented a strategy inside of that only focus on nature. It's nature, conservation, and biodiversity. It's, as Eva said, not a perfect strategy. But it's an ongoing process. So one of the things that happened to us, we started this process 3 years ago. No real clear frameworks, validated frameworks. So we launched it 2 years after, and probably 5 months later, it was obsolete in a sense that we didn't use the proper framework and there were no dependencies analysis. So we need to complement it. And that's one lesson, right? These are not things that are static, precisely because all of these agendas are all moving very fast, and we're gaining each year or each month more data, more methodologies, more knowledge, and it's important to be very up to date to what is going on. So not because we did it 2 years ago by a certain framework, it means that it has to be like that for the entire time. So that's one lesson. And we work with you guys in order to actually work that out in terms of updating it. So very good. And then just to finish, during the implementation of the actions that were raised through this strategy, and this is very aligned with what you were saying, we had to engage the entire company, of course. For us, all of the forest part of the company, say not necessarily as much as the industrial part, but yes, the forest company. And for us, it was very interesting because this is a subject that for forest people is very engaging. And it's something that a lot of people working in our company felt very related to. So it actually ended up being something to gather like the teams, culture-wise, in sense of we're all moving to a different scope. Let me just say something that I should have said in the beginning. But so we own more than 1 million hectares of land, and 30% of the land is being protected. And probably that was before the strategy. That's because we are FSC certified. That's because we're in Brazil, and the law demands you to actually set aside a part of your land. So not necessarily something that was, oh, we're doing this because we're super good. No, this is like because compliance. But that was not enough, and that's why we also incorporated more conservation things into our strategy. So one thing is to have 30% of our land protected, then what if we were to do something there to increase the potential impact that that land is actually generating? So that is also incorporated in the strategy. How can we create more, can we connect more areas? How can we work with others on a landscape approach? And probably that is the part that we are most, let's say, engaged in implementing now. So if there are people there in Brazil, in Argentina, in Chile, that own lands, that is close to us, let's talk and create a big corridor and create more impact through all of these lands.
Fantastic, thank you. Please keep the mic, Veronica. Yeah, because now we'll sit down. We're gonna, I was very inspired, and I'm sure others, by your story there, and that collaboration at the end is fantastic. I should say that there are no perfect strategies on It's Now for Nature, because there is no such thing as a perfect strategy. And the whole point is, can you have a fit for purpose strategy that is flexible and make sure that you're having the most possible positive impact? And it needs to be flexible, and we need to get comfortable with that, don't we? And it is quite tricky, but business are typically good at dealing with uncertainty and still being able to progress. So this code, which a number of you are putting up here, this is a Menti code. We're going to be capturing, we'll have a couple of rounds of questions with these amazing panelists, and then we'd love to get questions from you in the room and also online. So I want to first ask about why developing, why companies should develop a strategy, and then we'll go on to the how a bit. But maybe continue with you, Veronica, because everyone has your CMPC story in mind. We're thinking about why should companies develop a strategy, and for CMPC in particular, how did it help you with building resilience in your business?
Yeah, great question. And I think that in general, a sustainability lens, so understanding climate, all of your material issues, right, brings resilience by itself. So just by understanding those issues and working on them, I think that one of its purposes is precisely to create resilience to your business, of course, complementing it with creating a positive impact for these agendas, right? So just the fact that you're focusing on this is the fact that you're identifying risks that you were not identifying before, and then, of course, trying to implement initiatives, projects to mitigate that risk. And that, of course, is part of resilience. But, for example, we are in the south of Brazil, and probably this is a more climate thing, but there were like huge floodings at the, say, March probably of this year, April, I don't remember. And it was incredible how the entire city was flooded and all of our facilities were flooded. And this is something that is happening. So, of course, you cannot build a fortress around your company, right? You need to, of course, create solutions that are compatible to the surroundings. And the fact that there were forests in that area also generated some positive mitigation for the area, even though the disaster was awful anyhow, that has to be said. But I mean, it's important. It's a risk analysis, but also it's harmonizing where you are to your surrounding.
Yeah. Wow, amazing. Just thinking about what would have happened, how much worse without the forest. So thanks. So building a strategy can help with business resilience. Coming to you, Tim, and there's no product placement here at all. I'll give everyone my postal address if you want to send. No. Tim, good that we were talking just about, Veronica was talking about climate impacts, but how can, why would a company develop a strategy and then link it also to maybe help its climate ambition?
So we launched our Nature Positive strategy last year, and from the beginning, we linked it very closely to our climate action plan and now to our new climate transition plan. For us, those nature and climate are interlinked. It's not just the next big thing that gives you another whiplash. It's interlinked with climate. So building a nature strategy in that way makes it much easier and more logical for the board and for the leadership in the company. Our strategy has three parts. One is we want to lead global nature restoration at scale. We want to, of course, address our own footprint. And then we also want to empower our customers. Salesforce has about 200,000 customers, probably many of you here in the room. And much of this is also a data challenge. So when we think about tools like AI that can help you overcome some of these, I don't know how many of you have filled out a CDP biodiversity or water questionnaire. It's mind-numbing stuff, right? So that is a good task for AI. And this is one of the things we provide, and that will be in the future possible with Net Zero Cloud. And the other thing I want to say is when you think about AI as the next revolution in data management, we heard about that AI consumes a lot of energy, but that's often because we use it wrong. Coming back to the climate impact, when you use AI to measure your nature footprint, don't DIY, don't do it yourself, don't build your own LLMs or AI, because that consumes a lot of energy.
What's LLM?
Sorry, large language models. Artificial intelligence is a bit like we just discovered air travel, and now everybody rushes home and builds their own plane to fly 3 blocks to the post office. That's why it consumes a lot of energy. So when you make that link between
yes, we want to use AI for good, for our nature reporting, for our nature investments, but we're concerned about the energy input. There are ways to really limit that. Sorry, that was going a bit beyond your question.
No. Thanks. Fascinating. Thanks. I'll come back to you, Annie. And just building on your story that you were telling about getting everyone on board, why should a company develop a strategy, and how can it help mainstream nature by having a strategy within your business?
Thank you. So I think a couple of days there was an event here that had the title of "Every Job is a Nature Job," and I thought that title, that message, really resonated with me, because I do believe that nature considerations should really be present in most of corporate functions. So some time ago, I spoke with a colleague who works in one of our factories, and it's pretty clear that they didn't really understand what nature, like how does nature relate to their job. For many people, nature is just something that's kind of out there somewhere in a protected area far away, but it's not really relevant to what they do in a company. So this is really the work that we have to undertake for those of us who work on nature. So capacity development is also a big part of this. We've been doing this a lot with my other colleague who works at Tetra Pak. It's really important to make visible how does the work of different people relate to nature, how does nature impact their work, how does their work impact nature. And I think nature strategy is a really good tool, particularly for this. If it's done well, I think it can allow the people across the company to see themselves in it and see what role they can play in its implementation. And of course, this kind of mainstreaming of nature is really going to be absolutely necessary for us to deliver in our ambition. It really needs to go beyond the sustainability teams. But not only this, I think if we really manage the company, the different people in the company, that they understand the issues of nature loss and potential solutions to it, I think we can even go beyond our strategy. I think we can start identifying innovations, new business opportunities that can really help to transform the current business models which will be necessary for us to meet our targets.
Thanks. That's really inspiring too. Hey, James, yeah, I'm looking at you. Hi. Yeah. Are the people behind you talking loudly? Yeah. Can you just please tell them to be quiet? Nadine is there, but I'm giving her a break. Thanks. Round of applause for James. Thanks so much. Now, I wanted them to listen to you now, Thomas, too, right? So Thomas is with Aviva, and thanks so much for being here. When you as an investor, so why is it helpful for companies to have strategies then?
Thanks so much, Eva. And I think I just wanted to congratulate again with the 2 TED Talks. I think they were brilliant, and there's a great energy in the room. If you forgive me, let me kind of take a step back to jump in and give outline a little bit of our work in the past, which can help illuminate what we're doing currently. So for those that are unaware, Aviva is an insurance firm. We are insurance, wealth and retirement business, predominantly in the UK, Canada and Ireland. We, in 2021, set out biodiversity policy. So we started our nature journey very early, and that cut across and included our investment, insurance, and our operations. So it's in our nature to think about nature holistically across our business. Now, to go to the specifics of your question, on the investment side, what can you do, or what have we been doing? All of us have probably heard nature is a multifaceted problem, and that obviously involves using a suite of solutions and tools then to overcome that problem. So in terms of what we've done tangibly, we've looked to invest. So we have a natural capital transition fund that is looking to invest in firms, mainstream that investment. We actually have the portfolio manager of that fund here in the blue zone. I've seen him at the back. He's waving.
Oh, he's waving.
So he's waving.
Are you looking for business?
To actually be able to share from a portfolio manager perspective, what are the challenges and barriers? And so I'd really kind of encourage you to speak to someone who's actually doing this on a daily basis. So we're looking to invest. We also look to engage. We engage at the micro level, so through our engagement, through our voting, we engage and we have engaged on nature issues. That's both day to day on, water pollution and other issues, but we also recognize that for something such as nature, the holistic aspect of it, we set up a nature engagement program, which is dedicated resource with a select number of firms to engage directly and consistently on the issue too. Now, we recognize that's kind of all within our own aspect. We can engage with companies that we invest in, and we can invest ourselves. We recognize that the system we're part of also needs to shift to help make sure that all financial flows can align with the GBF. And so also a big part of the work we do is macro stewardship. And in a very simple language, that means engaging with policymakers, engaging with the powers that be, to really help that they can understand how private finance and investors can best invest to support nature.
That's super. Thanks. And I just, if I can just ask a quick follow-up, because I was wondering, do you see it as a competitive advantage for Aviva to have your own nature engagement program, but then, because you're also looking at being part of the broader systems transformation, or is it gives, I just wanted to, you must have a business case for investing so much in your own understanding, right?
It's a really good question. I think we see it as a virtuous system where we learn from actually engaging day to day with companies in the portfolio, what are the problems, so then when we're engaging with policymakers, we're coming up with solutions, or we think solutions, that we know we're being told. And I should also say, and I wouldn't be forgiven if I didn't say this, we, the asset manager team, have released a brand new report, which I will be happy to share a QR code, which goes in a huge amount of detail on everything that we offer, including risk solutions as well, so that we're helping clients to also understand the nature-related dependencies, impacts, and risk and opportunities.
Thanks. That's really great. I'm going to ask you each one more question. There's the mentee here in case you want to add questions as well that I can raise. You can also put your hand up in a bit. But we were talking about the why. Now we're going to go on to the how. How did each of your companies really develop its strategy? What have you learned? What can others take away to accelerate and help them on their journey? So going back to you, Veronica. Oh, you have a mic? You have 3.
Okay.
Good. So maybe, I mean, each of you will have your own kind of angle of how you did it, but maybe you could focus a little bit on the materiality assessment too. I know Annie spoke about it first, but it would be interesting to see your view and anything you can learn.
Well, so we before that, I mean, we always do a double materiality analysis in general, right? So we already know about like the exercise of this. We use the IUCN framework when we were doing this like 3 years ago, and it's interesting because you start acknowledging things that probably you weren't. I mean, they were not that obvious, right? That is one thing, and that is probably similar to any materiality analysis in general. But then you have a huge challenge in certain territories regarding data. So I think you mentioned something about it, but so we're in Chile, Brazil, and Argentina, and there are all these like great platforms with a lot of information that just like if you go deep in down, like Chile is like only one color, and there probably are like, I don't know, many different types of biomes or different types of nature-related indicators, only like in one part of Chile. The same with Brazil. So it's very hard to arrive to that data. We, as a forestry company, have a lot of information. So we needed to complement this. But then again, it's our information. It would be much better if there were all these knowledge and data repositories. I don't know if that actually exists, that work, but
I think TNFD is going to... Anyone from TNFD here? No?
Yeah, so
a bunch of efforts anyway.
Exactly. So to have this outside of the companies, and we're more than willing to share all of the information that we have about the territory. So I think that that is something that should be, I don't know, a focus point. And I know that this is something that probably a lot of people is saying, but it's because it's true. We really need more data. Nature is not as climate that you just can gather everything into one indicator. Nature is very local, very specific. So.
But how did you then, what advice would you give to others in the room because of that lack? Then
So engage with not only these huge platforms, but with local academy, with local, I don't know, institutions that actually have a lot of data, not necessarily all of it in a way that helps you. You need to work something around it. But yeah, that is something important.
That's super helpful, thanks. And just, I'm going to bounce off that to come to you, Annie, because I know in Tetra Pak, one of the things, or at least how you start thinking strategically and the difference between climate being so global versus then nature and biodiversity being so local, how did you navigate that, and any reflections to share here?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm not going to lie, it is a challenge. So I guess one of the first ways where we absolutely need to integrate this is in the materiality assessment. So really kind of making sure that we understand the biodiversity-related impacts, dependencies, risks, and opportunities, but in the context, as far as possible, looking into the specific geographic locations of our own sites, but as well as our value chain. And then, of course, we need to adapt our targets and actions accordingly. And so one example for us is our water targets, where we've set different targets for water use reduction depending on the water risk in the water basin for our own sites. And I think another area, of course, where this is very important is in supply chain and the supply chain assessment. And this is where we really need to apply a risk-based approach, where we really prioritize our nature-related engagement with suppliers in those locations where the risks are higher. And of course, while we need to prioritize, we also cannot assume that by doing action in one area can really substitute for action somewhere else, because nature is essentially local based. It's not like carbon in that sense. And I think this is also where there is a major challenge as well. In practice, a lot of the things that we need to do as a company is very context specific. So both in terms of the action on our sites, as well as in our supply chain and with our suppliers. But it is quite challenging to summarize this type of action in corporate level targets and disclosure when our impacts can be spread across hundreds or even thousands of different landscapes. And so I would argue that for companies that are more removed from supply areas, you also do need some corporate level targets. For example, on sustainable procurement, deforestation-free, certification, etc., as you can't really monitor and influence thousands of supply areas in the same level of granularity. And I think the same applies for disclosures. You need to kind of strike the balance on that. Use enough local specific information, but also to try to keep it manageable so that you can do sort of meaningful reporting for a large company. And I think as a community, we need to really start defining the best practice as the space of nature-related disclosure becomes more standardized.
Thanks, Annie. And then I'm going to jump off what both of you said to come to Tim, perhaps, because typically you actually think, "Ooh, that's interesting. You find data a problem. You've got complexity in your supply chain. We can help." Is that what you're going to say, Tim?
So I'm glad you asked. So, well, first of all, to say that compressing 2 years of learning on this, and that's still ongoing for us, into a 1 hour session here is always a challenge, but it's part of my team's KPI to help learn together with other companies. So also come to speak to me, or I guess any of us afterwards, and we're happy to keep learning together. Data is part of a problem. It's not the whole problem, but it's a big part. So if you get the data right, I think you're on a good track. At the moment, there are about 1,000 nature tech startups. They're expected to attract about $2 billion in venture capital by the end of this year. So it's a messy space right now. So to create a little bit of dry ground in that bit of a swamp. We formed the Nature Tech Alliance with ERM, Planet, and Nature Metrics to ensure we have availability of the best pioneers, or some of the best pioneers in the space. We published a white paper here at COP 2 days ago with learnings from 18 companies. And I think some of the key lessons there are data challenges can be overcome if you know what you're looking for. So be sure you know exactly what you're looking for, which is of course where the TNFD framework helps. You also have to make sure that you have full buy-in from your hierarchy, because a data tool, eventually with the reporting requirements in the European Union, will have to be able to do more than your carbon emissions reporting. It will have to be able to do water, circularity, nature. So when you look for tools that can do this, look for some that can do all of it, or at least that are being built out to do all of it. And I want to end on something I heard this morning from a B team member from Hiro Mitsuno, who was taking the analogy of skiing. I don't know if any of you here is a skier, but of course the most important rule in skiing is you have to lean forward to keep control, which is counterintuitive. And I think that's the situation that many of us find ourselves in. This is moving really fast, and the reaction of many companies is to lean back and say, wow, do we really need to do this? Yes. Because if you don't do it, it's actually, you're going to be exposed to more risk than if you lean forward, you lean in, you go faster. So please keep that process going, lean in, move faster, because that's the way forward.
Thanks, Tim. And in fact, there was a round of applause, and someone started clapping. Tim, you got 3 claps. It's okay. In fact, in the Menti, someone was just writing, nature risks need to be seen not through the rearview mirror, but through the windscreen, which is exactly what you're saying. Maybe another Formula One driver here. But how can insurance companies help provide scenarios for nature? So one for us to think about. But before we do, I have another question too, but maybe Thomas, from also what you've heard, but how do you then use all these strategies for your own? I know building on what you've already said, but anything else you want to add?
Sure, yeah, a couple of things. So I kind of mentioned that we approach nature affecting our whole business, and so part of what my role is to develop and implement a nature strategy that covers the whole business. Now, what does success look like? I think for all of us, we'd say that is that nature's embedded firmly across everything we do at every time we do it. Now, we're in the process of developing that, so I can't share the challenges that in terms of overcoming that, but I thought it would be useful to share some of the principles that's really kind of being center and really learning from nature to approach creating this nature strategy. And the first is, and links very tightly to the point that's been raised about understanding your own nature-related dependencies, impacts, risks, and opportunities, and why. We all in this room, business, finance, we're in an ecosystem. We all operate at a certain location. We engage with certain customers. The direct impacts that we have on nature are unique. And that's very much how ecosystems work, right? Ecosystems work where species are individual, but together they produce a collective that is productive and healthy. So we've done work understanding our nature DIROs, if I can use an acronym. We did some work even predating the TNFD's final publication of the LEAP approach, etc. We're going to look to build on that further. We've recognized data challenges. We want to kind of go beyond that and see what's feasible. But recognizing what we can do directly also then helps us understand who should we be engaging with in that ecosystem to make sure we can best play our role as part of that ecosystem. So in addition to helping us understand our direct implementation or impacts that we can do, understanding who we can engage with also is a key critical part. The second part is resilient. We know that with nature is resilient. If it's left alone, it can thrive and it can bounce back. For our strategy, for me, to be resilient, that means it needs to be created by the business, for the business. My role is to coordinate that. What that means is that to get that buy-in, to make that strategy resilient, I need to be engaging and understanding all aspects of the business, because there is no point creating something that's very ambitious, something that shoots for the stars, but no one in the business really has that buy-in. And that's crucially that resilience and robustness to actually have that, embedded. And I should say one of the things that I am doing we are doing to make sure that that's the case is we are currently in the process of our developing our second transition plan. I call it, say, transition plan. Our first was a climate transition plan, but recognizing that elements such as nature are vital to that transition helps marry the strategy to a plan to transition and across the aspects we can do. The third and final point is like nature is not perfect. We don't love nature because it's perfect. We love nature because it's there. That's what we need to think about strategies, and Eva made the point about that having the strategy is the most important thing. And I think all of us in this room, arguably across business and finance, everyone sitting here, everyone sitting on the stage, we're the first cohort that really understands the risk to business, to finance, to the society in our sectors, in our firms. We're also probably the last cohort that can ever actually do something to change course. So I wanted to echo Eva's point that let's get across this point of stuff has to be perfect. Let's start to actually build strategies. Let's get that number up from 26 and get it as high as we can, because it's only through actually trying to mitigate and overcome this problem that we're actually going to start to realize and come to a solution.
Yeah, fantastic. That could have been an end of the panel, but I'm going to continue. That was really great. And I don't want Tim to feel bad. So, no, I'm joking. But actually, what you were saying about the it's probably like the conversations that are happening here about the importance of policy coherence, that it can't just be the environment ministry. It needs to be agriculture, industry, finance, etc. And it's the same of what you're saying. It's practically like the strategy needs to be in the business, for the business, and coherent across the business, that everyone is actually part of it. And maybe it sounds so obvious, but it isn't necessarily, because that might be the starting point. And just on the transition plan, as you mentioned it, a whole bunch of us, where should I start? CDP, Business for Nature, GFANS, TNFD, a bunch of us have all been coming together to try and provide we will this week, maybe even today, yesterday, have a 2-pager on how nature strategies and nature transition plans align, because more work has happened on nature strategy, and a nature strategy is going to be your headline entry point. Right now, there isn't enough specific on what a nature transition plan will look like, but certainly it will be a more structured and detailed way of getting towards a nature positive future. So in any case, you'll need the strategy as part of the transition plan. So I just wanted to share that as a resource, that our organizations are all working together to try and make sure there's clarity on those languages and what you should all be working towards and expecting. So looking at the time, I'm going to ask just maybe one question then. There are many questions, and we will use these questions because actually Anna Brilli, who's in the back, amazing, seconded from Accenture. Yeah, you can clap for Anna. Anna in my team, who's been working a lot with Michael Ofosuene-Weiss, who's our Business Action Senior Manager on It's Now for Nature. And what we've been doing is consolidating and collecting the learning so far to develop some articles and blogs as we go forward. So we can use these questions that you've submitted to also inspire us for future articles. But the question that I just wanted to ask before we wrap up is, for how many businesses in the audience and on the panel is nature considered a commercial issue? How many have C-suite here that are not sustainably focused? Example, head of procurement or risk. So there are 2 questions. So first question is, let's do a show of hands. For how many people in this room and on the panel is nature considered a commercial issue internally? So not very many. I mean, it's a hard question, is that it? It's a hard question. Material issue, maybe would have had everyone. Who considers it a material issue internally? Okay, so we're getting there, so maybe not quite. And then probably we'll see a similar, let's see, here in COP16, has anyone got anyone outside of your nature or sustainability teams at COP16? No. 1, yes. He's just there, hooray. Okay, great. Well, with that, thank you so much for sharing your experiences. Thanks for being leaders. You are leaders in this and sharing. So please thank the panel. It's not finished. Yeah, okay, Nadine. We have 5 minutes left. I'm now going to invite someone who's absolutely fantastic, and I have a huge amount of appreciation for Nadine. You can stay up here if you want, yeah. Nadine McCormick, who's the Senior Manager of Nature Action at WBCSD. And we've known each other for how long, Nadine?
Too long.
Well, that's so
do we have a
mean.
20-year anniversary coming up? No.
23rd anniversry?
No, 20, I would say. Next year
20 years.
20 years.
In nursery, was it?
Yeah,
I remember when. Okay. So we're now talking about the accelerator, apparently. Yeah,
Yes,
great.
we are, yes.
So why is it, so WBCSD is one of, James.
Can somebody do my job? Just shush them.
Stay, it's nice, all together. It's only 5 minutes. Thanks, James. Thanks, everyone. So WCSD, you're one of the ones we've kicked off this accelerator program. You're going to help a bunch of companies.
Yes.
On we go. Why is it important for WBCSD to do this?
Well, WBCSD, if you don't know, the world's hardest acronym to say is the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. We've got over 240 big global companies, a couple on the stage here. Actually, how many more members do I have here? Ooh, look at you all, yay. We are a network of more than 50 global national partners. Most of them are actually with Business for Nature as well. I know I've got one here. Here's Foretica. Any other national partners here? Oh, well done, Pablo. And actually, collectively, that's 6,500 companies that we have a reach with. There is a massive diversity of maturity of those companies. And so I think the first thing that the accelerator is doing is it's part of a complete package that we're starting to put together. Ta-da! This is the third time that this slide has been shown. And actually, there's another version of it where you can actually see some of the key questions. Because what we started to do was actually, we already had the maturity between starting and leading. We've been using that for a long time. Hello, I need to work on nature now. Is that the same as biodiversity? Or so we engage with those differently through to the more leading companies who are trying to set a strategy. Just to point out, we actually then we added the not yet started, because we have started to have companies go, we've done our CSRD materiality assessment, nature, biodiversity is not material. We're a chemicals company. I see it as an engagement opportunity. I love those conversations. So if you're struggling, come chat to me about that. The other one that we added, you probably don't see it at the back, it's innovating. And that one is actually to what Annie was speaking to, that the strategy, it's not perfect, it's not enough, it's a great start, but actually we don't just want to be tinkering around business practices, we need to look at transformation of business models. Luckily, CISL is looking at that through a project we're working on together. So it keeps going, it's a journey, but then this fits in really of those companies who are trying to bring together lots of work that they've got already and get them going.
I'm coming close to you, you know this.
Yep, I know the trick.
So, we have a couple of minutes, but thank you so much. So, just really briefly on the program.
Yep.
What benefits and anything and next steps on this accelerator program? And thank you so much, WBCSD, for being one of the first partners.
That's all right. Well, it's good. It's building on stuff we've kind of been doing already, and it helps consolidate. So the key thing is a maturity assessment, first of all, where are you on that journey? What do you need? Then actually we literally go through, assess, commit, transform, disclose, bit of a reminder on the methods, bring in subject matter experts, and plenty of time for peer exchange. On Assess at the moment, we did a masterclass, supplier prioritization. I've got 30,000 in Brazil, what do I do? That type of conversation therapy group. And basically that's it. But what we've learned this year is we did a masterclass series, but we pitched it in the middle. And some people were overwhelmed, and some were that was it. So we've really got that. We're tailoring this at more advanced members who are really getting ready for their strategy, but it'll be complemented by a Nature 101 assess, commit, transform, disclose, in case anybody needs a top up.
That's so helpful. Really meet the company where they are, meet you where you are, and then bring them along. Amazing interest.
Yeah.
Amazing interest. It's probably one of the things that has given me so much energy since I've been here. Mm-hmm. You too?
Yeah, no, really cool. And I can really hear, why businesses are interested. I've been chatting with them. And it's actually, they need that because most of them are working with consultants anyway. Some consultants give them different advice. They work with two and they told us totally different things. So they need that reassurance, right? they need to actually learn a bit about the methods that they're doing. And interestingly, one said they would love to use the process for that internal buy-in. And because there is that commitment at the end of the accelerator to publish and approach a strategy, then actually that's a lever of change for them to actually then reach out to other colleagues so they know what they're doing.
Amazing, amazing. Anna, can we get the last slide on resources? So you've got the accelerator program. If you're interested, find out more. There are different programs kicking off and more to come. You've got the Nature Strategy Handbook available in multiple languages. And don't forget, we also have all the sector-specific actions and overviews which can help you cut through the complexity and make sure you're focusing on your top impacts, dependencies, priority actions. A shout out again to all of our partners. Thanks, PwC, for your support in this technical as well. And thank all of you for being part of this journey and looking forward to this time next year, all of your strategies being on It's Now for Nature. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I stressed you. You're so
Good afternoon, everyone. Buenas tardes. Still waiting for a few people joining. Welcome to another panel on a Sunday. I'm waiting a few minutes more. Please join us, or we'll try to have a bit of a silent crowd, hopefully. Thank you, thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm really happy to have you on a Sunday, as I said. I think most of us forgot that it's Sunday. I'm glad that we're all here. And you'll have actually here 2 sessions instead of 1, so hopefully even more dynamic. I'm Maëla Porcheron. Really nice to meet you all. I'm a program manager and technical advisor in regenerative agriculture for Metabolic. And I'm going to moderate and present. So that's the 2 sessions that we'll have. We'll start first with a session presenting one example of multi-stakeholder initiative in dairy, in regenerative dairy. So we'll have Facundo with us presenting that. And the next session will be a panel discussion together with Nature Positive Initiative, PepsiCo, and Danone. So happy to have you. Please take a seat. We still have a lot of space. I actually don't have anything to pass on. Yeah, perfect. So without further ado, and maybe just good to know that we'll have a Q&A session at the end, so feel free to keep your question for the last 10 minutes, both on this initiative, the Future Fit Dairy, and on the other consortiums that we'll look at. So for the first session, the Future Fit Dairy initiative, I'm really honored to have Facundo coming with me, if these things work. Yeah. Facundo, you have a mic probably somewhere. There you go. Welcome with us. So we'll present the Future Fit Dairy Initiative. It's a freshly new initiative released last week, actually in Paris. And you'll tell us more about the ambition of the initiative. So over to you, Facundo.
Yes, it's working. Hello, everybody. Well, I'm Facundo Echeverria. I'm leading sustainability strategy and partnership for Danone. Danone is a multi-local company in the food sector. I always say this because it's helping us to understand the challenge we have in terms of transitions. But the most important thing that we have, as well as the members of the Future Fit Dairy, is that we have the conviction that we can help to accelerate the transitions if we articulate efforts, if we work in a pre-competitive way, aligning on a vision that is that we need to feed the world in a new way. We need to transform our sector in a new way of producing milk. And that's the journey we have been working on for the last 2 years. 5 leading companies in the sector directly involved, Arla, Friesland, and Danone, plus Rabobank and Day7 Firmenich. These 5 companies, with the help of a Metabolic, are trying to crack a model that is willing to deliver an engagement platform, if you want, to accelerate these transitions. We have the aim to really integrate outcome-based approach in the way we work with the farmers. We want to introduce simplified version adapted to the farmer reality, the SAI platform. You know the SAI platform is the most consolidated version of outcomes from regenerative agriculture. And this translation from this platform into the dairy sector, tested in real life in farmers in 9 countries in the northern part of Europe, driven by this engagement of the companies, is going to help to have a concrete, tangible approach of what could be done. What we are doing is learning from reality of these farmers, trying to de-average the approach. We need to help the farmers to be engaged, understanding the economic equation, understanding what they need to do to achieve this goal. That's the ambition. What we are trying to do as well is to drive a science-based approach substantiated by SCI platform. But this translation for the farmers needs to be also real for them in terms of financing efforts. So the cost-benefit approach inside this analysis about what needs to be done in the reality of the farmer with the economics of this approach. So we are convinced about the role of dairy nourishing the world. We are convinced about doing this in a sustainable way. We know how to do it. We want to embark the farmers. And this is the core of this initiative. And we believe that this initiative is open. We have an ambition to do by 2025, 1,000 farmers, concrete tangible outcomes to allow other companies to embrace this approach for engagement, to accelerate transitions. We want to have this chapter consolidated of SCI platform for the dairy sector. That is a key pillar. We want also to open the engagement for banks, for retailers. We want to have insurance companies. We need to have a different type of coalition approach. We need to have all the building blocks that are going to help these farmers to feel that they are going to be supported in the transition, not only a theoretical discussion. And this is the ambition we want to share with you today. We want to explain, and obviously it's going to be better explained by Mela, but this is something that we are launching in an open way to do an engagement approach, even with governments. So we believe also that this model is going to make more tangible what needs to be done at farm level, and then unlock co-financing, unlock resources that are now not associated to the reality of these farmers. And this is a huge opportunity. And today we want to open this dialogue with whoever thinks that could be part of this initiative.
Thanks, Facundo. I'm going to indeed give a bit more details of what we've done since Metabolic had the pleasure to convene as a program manager this coalition. Two things that we really pushed from Metabolic perspective is that the approach has to really put regenerative agriculture at the center and the farmer at the center. When I'm talking about regenerative agriculture, I'm really talking about, yes, restoring nature in the way we farm, but also really looking at the economics and making it financially viable for farmers and in a way that they can resiliently continue farming. So you will hear me talking a lot about the economics because I think that's really the unique selling point of that initiative, is that we're not focusing too much on what is the definition of regenerative agriculture, what are the metrics. We've done that already in the past year. Now we're really advancing on the how the farmer can do that, what are the menu of solutions he needs. And when I'm saying farmer at the center, I think there is a crucial, there is a key argument to that. If you look the 5 companies here, some of you may know, but we have 2 of the companies that are farmer co-op. So already out of 4, 2 farmers co-op are participating in this initiative. They're really bringing in their farmers so that we can have an active consultation with them. As I speak, we have already tested the framework with some key pioneers in 9 countries, as Facundo was saying. And next year, we'll roll out and scale with more farmers. And we really want to go beyond the feasibility of the framework, but really ask them, what do you need to go there? We give you a vision, we give you outcome description, but we don't want to tell you how to do it. You know better your land. Tell us what you need for that. And we already get some insights. It goes from knowledge, most of the time, that is needed, to data support, and to finance and de-risking. When I say de-risking, that's a lot about long-term investment, yield security, and also visibility in the policy space. So that's also the strength of this coalition, that we're actively going to list the policy claim and policy ask, that needs to be changed to enable that transition for farmers. One thing that I can say is that next year we'll have this menu of solution really coming from the farmers, and that's what Facundo was saying. We'll have a clear call to action for other companies to join us. to help really implement this solution. So, Facundo, over to you if you want to.
What we are trying to move all the conversation is from declarative to actionable. And this platform is proven that it's going to help us companies, but most importantly, the farmers, because it's a farmer-centric approach. Farmers are going to be the solution, and we are convinced about this model as a way to really have one conversation that is about doing a new dairy that is future fit.
Thanks. So here you heard about one example of multi-stakeholder collaboration, which is very specific because it's already dairy and Northwest Europe. But there are plenty of other coalitions existing around the globe, actioning regenerative agriculture. So we'll move to another panel discussion with other great speakers mentioning examples. And I would like to start with a question to the audience before welcoming my panelists. Raise your hand if you already heard in the past 3 days, we can't do this alone and we need collaboration. Have you ever heard this sentence already? Well, I can't say that we won't say this sentence, but what we aim is really to go beyond that. It's actually how do you do it? We know we need to collaborate, but we want to really be more tactical and go into the details of how concretely you form a coalition. Which partner do you look at? What are the governance that you need to put in place so that you keep running this ambition? So I'm really happy to have along Facundo, other great speakers and impact-driven minds. I welcome Gavin Edwards. Gavin, you're Executive Director of the Nature Positive Initiative, leading over 27 organizations to define and harmonize the term nature positive. And we have CJ Jihar from PepsiCo. CJ, you're the Global Partnerships and Sustainable Agriculture Lead, covering over 60 countries and more than, I think, 35 crops, if I'm correct. That's what you mentioned. So we'll zoom out a bit from dairy in Northwest Europe to look at other examples of collaborations. So my first question will be for you, Gavin. As I said, you're convening a space for peer organizations and NGOs to define the term nature positive. And some of these members have aligned agenda, others might, each one has its own agenda. So I would like to hear, how do you create the space to have an harmonized ambition coming with so many members? 27 is quite a number, right?
Sure, yeah, thanks so much, Mela, and thanks, it's great to hear the example as well of radical collaboration too, and inviting ever more into. So let me talk a little bit about the Nature Positive Initiative. As you said, Mela, it's 27 organizations at its core, but it's a whole lot more than that. We have a common narrative on climate, 1.5 degrees, net zero, etc., and we have a way of measuring it, CO2 equivalent, and those two together, a common narrative and a common measurement, drives a lot of action on climate. It doesn't solve the problems, but drives a lot of action. A few people got together. These were CEOs of different organizations, including WWF, where I worked at the time, and said, nature's different. You can't just cut and paste an answer, but how can we answer that question from a nature perspective? And so right from the start, it wasn't somebody in a room trying to answer that question. It was everyone had identified the same question, and everybody searched for the answer. After 2 or 3 meetings and discussions, this idea of net gain or a bit more positive or more nature, you know, lots of ideas kept bubbling around. And out of the discussions came 2 things. Nature positive as a very easy, very mainstream way so that you can explain to people that are not involved in nature what we're trying to do here, halt and reverse nature loss. And a simple graph, which is on the other side of that little chart there, to explain what nature recovery could look like as well, and that became the definition of nature positive. And so the key to the collaboration in this case was everybody sitting together, having a shared understanding of working towards something, not owning, taking egos and logos and baggage out of the room, and just working on a problem together. But the people in the room represented big networks, so they could go back and mobilize their networks around the idea. Secondly, when the idea was starting to be shared, it was shared in a very open way, not a proprietorial way. And that really helped as well. Thirdly, there was a clarity of purpose on what the mission was and the direction was. A whole ton of questions come next. Well, what is that? How do you measure that? How about in this situation? What about a supply chain? Dairy must be really tricky on this one, whatever the challenges are. But the answer was, we'll start there, and over time, we'll clarify further down. But we're always going to work in a iterative, community way. Fast forward now 4 years later, and now we're answering that question. How do we measure the vertical axis of that famous graph? How do we know whether nature is declining or recovering? And again, back to first principles, co-creation. 27 organizations is big to answer this question, but it's not enough. There are many other organizations and companies and individuals and academia that have a really, really big interest in the answer to this question. So again, radical collaboration, start with the 27 and very quickly build out. We had more than 100 different organizations, institutions, help co-create how to measure whether nature is recovering or declining. Only then did we produce a draft, not a final, just a draft for consultation. And now we're using this pavilion and online and sessions here to engage ever more people. If we can get 500 or more different kinds of perspectives to help develop the answer to this question, then we'll be much, much happier. And again, the co-creation will mean co-ownership, and the co-ownership means co-implementation. And also it happens to make it that much easier if you're a business. Nobody wants to see 600 metrics and confusion around how you would actually tackle this. If we can all work on answers where we've got just a few metrics in this case to be able to measure nature, that's going to be helpful as well. So those are some of the learnings from our process. Hopefully that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thanks, Gavin. I heard maybe 3 important points, which is it started from CEO, and I think that's also an important point, that we need to have also the top level really engaged and steering that from the start. You also mentioned radical transformation, co-creation, although you might have competitors in the room when it's corporate engaged, or that's really important to set the scene also from an administrative perspective. And you mentioned one last point, which is many questions are coming along the way. Let's make sure you keep the focus and not being distracted by all the questions that are coming along the way. So yeah, really helpful. Thanks a lot. I also have a question for you, CJ, turning to you on other type of collaboration, because we've heard more institutional collaboration on that side. And from PepsiCo's side, you're involved in other corporate coalition. Could you tell us more about maybe one example that you've joined or you formed a coalition?
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, thanks so much for having me here. I think, you know, one of the things that partnerships folks in this space have had to learn quickly is the ambition of targets and the impact have evolved. And so where we sort of started with an ingredient focus, where the partnerships were very much about certifications and verifications, NGOs and sort of local groups, to a space now where we're looking at, you know, regenerative ag and on-farm outcomes, that's required a different type of partnership. And looking forward, I think, is where we start to see then landscape level collaboration, which is going to throw us all for an entirely new loop of how do we then actually look at the entire landscape and collaborate even off-farm. So this space evolves very quickly, and I think one of the things that we like to think about is a bias for action, and so we like to think about the implementation realities, and what are those realities, and then how do we build a partnership to fit some of the barriers, some of the factors that are happening in the implementation environment. So one very tangible example that I'll bring from our North America work is called the Trusted Advisors Partnership. This started just a couple years ago as a collaboration between Walmart, King Arthur, PepsiCo, AB InBev, Unilever, General Mills. I have a list because I sometimes miss a couple, and Hershey. And you would think, wow, that's a massive amount of companies. You all must be just addressing the entirety of the US. We're actually only working with North Dakota sugar beet farmers. And what we're working on is training 60 independent crop consultants. That is a very targeted outcome, but what it's a result of is working together over the entire landscape of the Midwest and realizing that a critical enabler of action is independent agronomic advisory on regenerative agriculture. And we saw that it was a missing link in the ecosystem, and it didn't matter how much funding we put into how many programs if there wasn't somebody that was in the field consistently supporting the farmer with planning, with designing, with implementing, with monitoring these regenerative practices, we were not having the outcomes that collectively the system needed. So we partnered with the North Dakota State University as well as Sustainable Food Labs, and we sat down and said, what is the existing extension services gap? How can we as the private sector invest in something very strategically and very targeted to sort of bridge the gap between where we needed those extension services to be and where they are today? And let's train 60 individuals, let's reach 500,000 acres of regenerative ag, and then let's pause and figure out what comes next.
Thanks. Really great example. I think that's also a really pragmatic way to start collaboration and coalitions. As you said, let's start in a specific landscape. Let's identify a very precise issue that we have and a clear targets that we can accomplish and build from that to the next one. Could you share maybe a bit more? I have already a follow-up question on what's the next step? Once you've reached this, do you replicate such, if you think about other issue that you identified, do you replicate this to another landscape? Or do you think, okay, we found the right partners, these right partners, let's already spread what we already know? So replication or scaling, that's a bit my question.
Yeah, no, I know. I think scale has both become like my favorite and my the least favorite word at the same time. Because no, the methodology is something we want to scale. So we see this across the world, this gap in trusted advisory. So that's absolutely a theme that we want to pull through. But we also realize that why it's such a critical enabler is because it's so localized. And the system that we have, even just in North Dakota, the intervention that we designed around the independent crop consultants was because of a active grant that was live in North Dakota. So that enabled that particular solution. So we're very hesitant to say, okay, great, now let's take this. But we are expanding into Canada, where we've seen in Eastern Canada a similar gap. And we'll have to completely start from scratch and redesign what we implement there. However, I do think some of the key learnings that we're thinking about with this particular group that we need to continue investigating is in these very large consortiums, then how do we think about allocation of claims? Because with this system building and with this landscape level, we are still looking to achieve independent targets. So that's one thing that we have to unlock still with this model. The second thing that we're looking at unlocking is how do we then bring in the public sector in a more tangible way? And how do we bring in universities to think about the pipeline? So it's building some breadth in the program because as we're in it and training the crop consultants, we're learning things about what comes next and what came before. So we want to address those two, as well as thinking about this is a great case, but in order to really scale this, we need to figure out the claims and allocation question.
I see you nodding, Gavin. Do you want to build on that?
Yeah, I mean, you've touched on a key point here. You know, if you're looking, for example, at nature's recovery, the chances of you being a single actor in a whole landscape are very low, but you need to be measuring at the landscape level. It's no use only measuring at the site level, and then you'll get into this challenge. We're actually going to run a process in 2025 to actually start, once metrics are available, to start to come back to this claims and attributions question, because I think you need to do it through the lens of metrics and then look at the different scenarios. If you're only contributing to in a landscape, that's a good, safe, comfortable place to be. Your legal counsel will be happy with that as well, but it kind of misses the point. We should be able to go a little bit deeper on that. How much deeper we can go, it's going to be quite specific to the situation, I think, but more guidance, I think, is going to be necessary, and that's something that we'll be working on. Hopefully that's helpful.
Definitely. Yeah, I think we really aim in this panel to give you a toolkit or ingredients of things you need to think about if you want to start a collaboration or multi-stakeholder initiative. And what you hear are who are the right people, at what level I should get a buy-in, who are the right mate I should turn to in a specific landscape, where do I start, but also what is all the governance system on claim afterwards, on role of each other, even if there are antitrust topics. So hopefully that gives you some ingredients. One other ingredient that could be useful is about internal buy-in. So Facundo, you mentioned the Future Fit Dairy initiative earlier, and I would like to hear about a bit more on what are the right people inside an organization that really needs to get their buy-in, and how do you start from a CEO buy-in to an operationable roadmap? So basically, we have a vision, we have an agreement. How do we get from there to an implementable project?
Well, it's the core of the success of the initiative. At the end, it's an initiative that is starting with dialogues among CEOs. That is unlocking a lot the conversation. The conversation is flowing differently when you start setting the direction and clear mandate for all the functions. It's not one function or the other. It's not about procurement or this department or the other. It's about the company. And the company driving a new approach that is an approach with a vision, that is a business vision. It's not dissociating the conversation anymore. And that is fantastic. We are not having any room for dissociated conversations. There is no room inside the company and outside. And when we have the top management of the organization engaged, it's facilitating but also challenging the system in a different way. And it was fantastic to see the CEOs asking for more. Because we show the way that is their language. When you were presenting, Mel, the core of the economic equation of the farmer is going to make sense for the business leaders to understand, okay, we are going to talk business with farmers in a way that is including the transformation. We are not going to push them, making them feel that no one is taking care of their economic equation. As you were saying about the engagement of the farmers through the technical assistant or the clear metrics of how we share the outcomes, also we need to share the vision. And we are trying to align the goals among companies, inside the companies, to align the efforts, inside and outside as well. So the multi-stakeholders is inside and the multi-stakeholder is outside.
Definitely. And I'd like to be maybe a bit more concrete on, because the reality of multinationals and even NGOs is that we have country department, we have different units inside. So could you mention maybe some of the challenges or roadblocks you face in operationalizing that inside the organization, and how do you pass these blockers?
Maybe I can react with one that was always there. That is what is pre-competitive and what is competitive. And this is something that sometimes is the elephant in the room. Because we are talking about sourcing, and it's a strategic sourcing. We all want to have the future of low-carbon milk. We all want to have the sourcing of regenerative dairy. This is a goal, and could be a tension. In some moment, we could have tension. So it's important to set up upfront, these rules of engagement. And it's a pre-competitive platform trying to unleash collaboration on the topics that are going to set a new normal for the industry. It's not about commercial relationships. This we can compete later. But this is something that is always popping up when we talk about expanding the network, embarking others, because they need to understand that the philosophy of the engagement, that is about the new normal for the dairy industry. That we are ambitious. We want to set a new standard for farmers in a way that is inclusive.
Thanks. I think that's a really key point, the new normal, setting the new normal, meaning you don't think about your own supply chain, your own business relationship and competitors, but you really think into what vision you have for a whole sector from an institution perspective or from a private sector perspective. No matter what, you eventually have the same vision. Go ahead.
I can speak a little bit too about some of the internal mechanisms that are trialing. I won't say that we've learned or solutions, but one of the things that we've been finding is we have a fund, an internal fund called the Positive Agriculture Outcomes Fund. And the function of this was to get ideas from our field teams who are interacting with farmers up sort of through the global channels and in front of those of us who work in the Global Sustainability Office and who put together projects and partnerships. And what we've seen is, you know, at the very start, we received a lot of concepts that were very much transactional. I have 5 farmers that I work with. I want to get them irrigation equipment. Can you pay for this? And we said, yes, but let's also think about what does it take for them to take that irrigation equipment up? What sort of irrigation equipment providers are in the area that might also provide technical assistance or might sell us irrigation equipment in bulk that we can actually get a deal on? And so we started these conversations with our agro managers, is who we call the folks that are farmer facing. And we now get applications from around the world from these teams. And we've noticed there's an evolution in the way that they're bringing concepts to us. So it's just been a sort of a tactical method that we at the global team have used to try and get the ideas that are really grassroots, but then find a way to build some capability and capacity, because most of these folks have like 5% of their day to worry about sustainability projects. And it's unrealistic to think that they're going to implement these projects, but they have the ideas. So that's one way that we're, you know, trying to solve a little bit of that issue.
Yeah, very good point. And I think we talked about CEO level engaged, but also grassroots movement. So that's indeed a paradox that you need to manage in such a coalition. Gavin, I saw you wanted to build on that as well.
Yeah, just to maybe on the more tactical side as well. If you were studying change management in your MBA or something, they would tell you to need to over-communicate by a factor of 10 because there's an awful lot of resistance to change. So I think the same applies here as well. Don't see communications as something you do at the end of the process. Communicate very, very heavily, constantly through, and sometimes communicating outside an organization can align inside the organization quite quickly as well. So communications is essential.
Definitely, yeah. There is one word that we have in our title, which is actioning. So we talked a lot about how to get everybody aligned, basically. But I have a question for you, Gavin, on once you've reached this common ground and common definition on nature positive initiative, how do you plan to steer action also involving governments and corporates in this movement?
Yeah, so as I said, we're working on a set of metrics right now, state of nature metrics. We should be able to launch them by January next year, depending on what you all say in the consultation and your feedback. If there's enough alignment, we'll be ready to go. And then it doesn't stop there. The next step is to figure out how to beta test these metrics by embedding them within existing frameworks. So I think this is another lesson as well. We're not trying to invent something new or different. We're trying to help the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, the Science-Based Targets Network, the Global Reporting Initiative, and others, embed these within their frameworks because the users of these frameworks need comparable approaches and aligned approaches, and they need a high degree of practicality as well. So by embedding the metrics within the frameworks, we can also play a role in helping, in guidance. We have some consultancies we've been working with, Ernst & Young, who's in the room here, and the Biodiversity Consultancy as well, to help companies on their journey. And hopefully that beta testing will work well. We'll learn a lot along the way, and then we'll be able to start to see some kind of real societal-wide mass adoption. That's really, that's where the action is at. It's nice to have really progressive companies doing really great things, but we want to see that multiplied by the scale of the economy. Now, there is regulation coming as well, CSRD in Europe, which I'm sure some people have seen reference to in the last few days on corporate disclosure. There's a strong voluntary movement towards disclosure, and there's a strong movement towards target setting as well. So docking into that means that will be really the next step in terms of nature positive. Hopefully that's helpful.
Great. Yeah, and how do you deal with, for example, cold feet? If you have the first initiative or the first company pioneering, I guess they are really voluntary to test this, the beta version. But how do you drive a movement? Is it by starting with a few metrics or just starting with the first year? How can we bring everybody on board on that?
So a couple of answers to that question. One is the classic S-curve of change. I'll draw it out like that. You can have a long tail at the start where you get in those best practice companies moving in before you get takeoff. Those that have cold feet, just know that they'll get there eventually. You're going to meet a tipping point and a critical mass, and everyone's going to move to a new norm over time. That's how you embed ideas in society. So if you run into a bit of resistance, just find where the momentum is and keep going until you reach that tipping point and take off, and it will come. And that's the same multi-company. It's the same for business units inside your company, and it can be the same for individuals inside your company. You've got to find those super champions that are going to really be able to drive change as well. Yeah.
Really interesting. Thanks. I would like to move to a bit of a different topic, which is transformation. So regenerative agriculture is also about radical transformation, and you're testing that among different coalitions. How does that translate concretely in your operation if that means transforming at the farm level the operation, or that means transforming the sourcing operation with different farms? That's maybe more a question for CJ and Facundo on how to transform your sourcing operation. Is it with the current stakeholders and accompany them along the way, or is it also identifying new ways of business, new areas of business? So transformation or adaptation, that's a bit the question.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think that one of the things that we're thinking about right now is where we have, I described in the beginning, sort of that framework of ingredient to regenerative to landscape. So where we have ingredient or regenerative ag projects, how we do turn those into sort of a landscape transformation approach. We don't want to start something from scratch, so we're really trying to figure out where we can kind of capitalize on the momentum that we have in a certain area and help to lead a transformation versus maybe just a transition. So what we've done is we've looked across the critical landscapes that we have for sourcing, and we've tried to identify areas where we feel we have sort of a significant footprint, enough to really significantly contribute to that 30%, which is sort of what we've identified as that tipping point, I think, in regenerative agriculture. So we've narrowed it in on those geographies. And we've also then thought about within those geographies, what are the most critical themes? And we've been really public about those levers to say who is in this with us. So over the last year, we've been on that journey. We've spoken to, I'm seeing some familiar faces in the room, actually, many of you all, about what those levers are, how we can partner in these very specific landscapes, and we're just trying to focus. We've got 80 pilots around the world. I'm trying to get us down to like 4 big landscapes that we can really see transformative movement around. So in that focus, we're doing 2 things. One is we're making it incredibly place-based. So we're just looking at who's investing in that landscape now, what are they investing in, and what are the outcomes that we're looking for. The second thing that we're doing is we're saying out of the initiatives that are ingredient-based and regenerative-based, what does it take to get them off farm? What does it take to make sure that we're talking about a watershed level? What does it take to look at some of the other sort of frontier areas or boundary areas that we have dependencies on? So that is something we're addressing right now. And I think part of the challenge is we've made the business case at the ingredient level. We've made the business case at the regenerative ag and on-farm level. And now we're making a business case for the landscape level, and we really need support. And that's why we're here. We're learning a lot. We've already, had some incredible conversations, but I think that's what we're going to be looking at is what is that business case for investing off farm? And hopefully that helps us to clarify what is our contribution, what is our piece to contribute to the overall partnership at that scale.
That's awesome. That's great. In fact, because what we feel in the industry is that we are moving in this direction. And this really needs the collective. When we think about the verticals, it's a different discussion than the landscape. And we are changing our approach through these type of exchanges. And we could think about doing potatoes and milk at the same time. That's good.
That's why you're all on stage together now.
Yeah, no, but it's great. It's great. And this is going to help us to share the cost of interventions. It's going to make it more efficient. We can go to public sector and the financing industry just to offer an alternative approach that is going to be more efficient, going to deliver more, and in a more sustainable way. It's transformative. What we are trying to do with the action agenda for regenerative landscape that was announced at the COP28 is exactly that at the scale. And we are learning by doing. We don't know how to do it. Let's put it on the table. We are learning together. We don't know if the big agencies or big whatever consultants are going to help, or we need small operational teams helping with the engagement of the farmers, or it's about new technologies to serve the different ecosystems. I don't know. If we operate in Morocco, we need to crack the topic about water scarcity. But if we talk about maybe Europe, we need to do a lot of social engagement and so on. The landscapes are very different from different dimensions, and the combination of companies is also changing the approach. The product base in the same landscape is changing the approach. It's the averaging, but also trying to build something together. So this is a new matrix, a huge opportunity. And also even EIT Food in Europe is trying to help us with co-financing because they think that this is an innovative approach that should be scaled. So it's even proactively, some public institutions are coming to companies like us to offer joint efforts. So this is happening now.
Definitely. I think corporates are vehicles that are really also useful for a lot of these institutions, as you mentioned, EIT Food, the Nature Positive Initiative, to really bring into action this vision and these ideas. I would like to leave the space for the audience to ask questions. I have one closing question for all of you as well, so I'm going to ask it, but don't answer now. You can think about your answer in case we don't have something here. My closing question is about multi-stakeholder initiative, collaboration. We've talked about it. If there would be one thing you see is missing to accelerate action, to move from we have a common vision to we're collectively implementing it, what would it be? If there is one ingredient that you really need support on to actionalize the ideas and the vision of this initiative, what would it be? So, for later. Yeah, I don't know if we have some mic over there, or otherwise I can just bring. Maybe you can also introduce yourself. Or...
Yeah, nice to meet you again, CJ and Maya. My name is Sajib. I work for a organization called Fair Initiative. We are a 75 trillion investor network. So I have two questions. The first question is, we talked about landscape collaboration, right? Are you working with any of the farmer organizations who might have a bigger sort of convening power than probably like suppliers that you have, and also maybe a better understanding of the farmer interests when you form these coalitions? And the second question is around sort of radical transformation, right? I mean, when it comes to regenerative agriculture and we're talking about dairy, are we still talking about feed additives and anaerobic digesters, or are you talking about more radical transformation like silvopasture and protein diversification and so on? Because just want to understand, what is your long-term theory of change when it comes to radical transformation?
I can take the second one.
Yeah.
So we need all. We need all the solutions adapted to the reality of the farmers. We know that there are small farmers in Africa in the dairy sector that they can increase productivity 3 times easily by changing the genetics, by changing the feed, having better hydration of the cows, protecting from the heat. So natural solutions, efficiency, productivity within the sustainable system, and improving the emissions levels, the intensity, reducing drastically the methane emissions per liter. So that is one model. But then you have the most productive farms that needs to go to the next generation of solutions. And here the additives could play a game. And also that's the reason why we have decided to join the Global Methane Hub Initiative, the R&D accelerator for intake fermentation solutions. And this is going to come. Yesterday we were visiting the CIAD, and the things that are happening there, and assessing all the alternative forage, how to feed the cows in a different way to reduce methane emissions. This is also important to be accelerated. And they have this Bezos Earth Fund open on Friday these chambers to measure in a more effective way the emissions of methane emissions through the different feed, and this is happening now. So all the solutions are needed, adapted to the reality of the farmers, and we need to accelerate the availability at a competitive price. DSM is also helping a lot with all the effort that they have done with Bover. This is already in the market, but we need a lot. We need more.
And I can maybe build on that as well, as Metabolic was also advising on which metrics to look at and what is the vision you have. We really try to take the debate out of the practice and really don't want to have a one-size-fits-all answer. So that means that if a farmer feels like, yeah, that makes sense for me to have a digester or feed additive, go for it if it reaches the outcome that we want to see. But if it's a farmer that says, I don't want to depend on external inputs, fine, they have their choice. And what we want is really a menu of solution. They define the solutions. We just show them the vision and they know that they're backed up to that vision. So I see that there was a question in the back.
Yeah, I can just address the first question, which was really a critical one. So at a global level, yes. I mean, World Farmers Organization helps us to reach sort of the scale of associations that we need input from. And we have a specific partner with them and Foundation for Food and Agriculture Research to not only get their input on sort of the transition and their perspective, but also then what are the critical gaps in research that we need to co-fund. And so we've done a number of different research projects with World Farmers Organization to better understand from the associations, and we'll continue to do that. Then there's another critical piece of your question, which is about how do you do that at a local level? So where we do not have a direct relationship with the farmer, we do utilize cooperatives, we utilize associations. That has been a critical unlock for us in the US in particular, is working at that association level. Now, one thing that's rather unique that we're looking at is how do you also empower those associations, those cooperatives, those farmer producer-led organizations to take more of the implementation on? So rather than just involving them at that consultative stage and helping to inform the process of how you do it, actually giving them the first right of refusal to do the work. So how do we transfer some of the project financing to those groups to help their members? It's a way that we see revenue diversification. It's a way that we see capability and capacity building that's directly connected to what our, sort of targets or agenda is for our resilient supply chain. And we think it's a little bit more longer lasting because a lot of the projects that we have 3 to 5 years of visibility of funding, but then beyond that, it's a bit of a question of who stays on farm, and regenerative ag is longer than a 3 to 5 year journey. So if we can work with the groups that are already there that we know already serve the farmers, we see that as a more sustainable solution for some of the project implementation too.
I hope that answers the question we have. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm Iride Ceccacci from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. These are great projects, but
I think if you can, yeah, we don't hear really well.
These are great projects, but only 2% of climate finance goes into nature positive, and only a very little share goes to private sector. So I come from an IFIs. What IFIs can do differently to support this type of projects? Which typology of finance would you like to see from MDBs, financiers? How can we be there and support this better? Thank you.
Thanks. Really nice question.
I have been waiting for you.
I'm really happy.
No, I mean, it's such a good question because I can't tell you how many times I've been in the room with folks that say, great, we have this. And I'm like, okay, great. And I go back to my finance and control team and they're like, no, we don't want that. And then I'm like, okay. And then they say, we have this. I go to my farmers and they say, no, we don't want that. So trying to find the right fit of financing is a huge challenge. Now, 2 things we're doing about it. So the first is we are setting out to do a landscape assessment in Europe to understand what is the cost of transition over a variety of commodity and country combinations, what are the public and private financing schemes available, what is the gap, what is the right fit. So by doing some of that research at a landscape level, making it public, we hope that can facilitate some of these conversations that we're all having, but very much independently and behind closed doors. So that's one thing. I think the second thing is not being afraid to trial some new solutions. So we are trialing things like warranties. We're trialing things like sustainability-linked loans. We're learning very quickly. Some of them have been not great. So I think trying to look to understand why the demand wasn't there. We thought it was, but when we actually designed the product, the uptake was really poor. So what did we get wrong? What assumptions did we make? But I think the second thing is being very transparent upfront about what we can do. Guarantees, extending contract terms, those are things that we need to be transparent about. And we need to have 2 work streams. So one work stream, let's work within the confines of what we can do right now. Second work stream is how do we shift those confines? How do we shift contract terms? How do we shift ability to provide guarantees? What are some of those more innovative mechanisms that we need to be thinking about? But we need both work streams because I don't want to get distracted trying to move these large boulders if there are some quick solutions that we can deploy and maybe they're only niche cases, but we can still do it. So we should while we work on unlocking some of the bigger solutions and scale.
I see there is a lot of reaction. Maybe a follow-up discussion would make more sense because I know we have just 5 minutes more, no, 10 minutes more, but we have a lot of questions, so.
Do you hear me? Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my name is Willem Verwerda from Common Land, and we have been working for 12 years now at the landscape level. And our experiences, talking about your question about metrics, is that we have a lot of metrics. We have more than 144 frameworks now. I'm also in the Region 10 Advisory Council. But what we have experienced is that the first metrics on inspiration is lacking and bringing back hope. So this is actually a social construct, a social and more spiritual construct than only measurements of KPIs and indicators on biodiversity and ecological services, etc. So my question is, especially also to Gavin Edwards, is how to bring that in. And I'm happy to contribute to both of you, all the whole, we know each other, but how to bring that into the corporate world. The corporate world is working with a lot of marketing tools, so they know exactly how to play that game, but they forget about it, doing it in practice, on the land, making it possible, and starting first with the return of inspiration before you start to do the metric and the indicators work on biodiversity, on soil health, etc.
Thanks. Yeah, great question. I wouldn't advise bringing 114 metrics right away into a company. In fact, we're doing the opposite. We surveyed the number of metrics out there just on state of nature and found more than 600 metrics that could be available. And of course, people are inventing new indexes in different ways every day, new proprietary approaches. It's good to see the innovation. It's a little bit unhelpful when you're trying to action this. So we're actually looking in the opposite direction. How can you narrow it down to a small basket of metrics that give you enough proxies to know whether the system is in recovery or in decline? We think we've narrowed it down to 4 state of nature metrics, universal metrics, and 5 additional ones that you may have to use in certain circumstances. And we think 4 is a good number. We're going to test those, but we've got to drive to that simplicity. It's also a little bit of a fallacy that you measure more, you understand more. It's very easy to measure more and get a little bit lost in what you're measuring and why you're measuring. So I think on the level of practicality, less is what is needed. And it's easier to manage when you've got less than, as long as they're doing the job you want. And of course, we'll test those to see if they are. But less has to be the mantra here. That's on state of nature, the same on pressure metrics and response as well. And I think if we can get that small basket right, we can drive an awful lot more action. But I will stress, state is really important. You want to make sure that the interventions you are making are actually helping drive, in this case, nature and its benefits to people and its benefits to business in the right direction.
Thanks, Gavin. There is a question at the back, but I don't know where the mic is. So, oh yeah, you're already standing. Perfect. Go ahead. And we have then the question in the front from you, right? Go ahead.
Camilo Álvarez, Antesis Group Consultancy. My question is, what kind of incentive we put or we offer to the farmers to the producers to guarantee long-term supply agreements in the same time that we can implement actions in the long term to achieve nature positive goals.
Facundo, you want to take it?
In fact, well, we have been implemented as Danone a long-term contract with the farmers because obviously we want to help them. The incentive is about understanding their needs and helping them to achieve their goals, supporting them closely, helping them to access to financing, but also for us. We want to be the ones taking the advantage of the evolution of this sourcing. We want to be the ones having the low carbon milk at the end, also within the competitive landscape. So this is a deal for both parts, but it's a journey, and it's the engagement the most important part. We have seen that the level of retention that we have through this approach of offering alternative solutions, being close to them is the best way. So it's about a shared goal. If we want to gain, that is the important thing.
Super tactically, so forgive me if that you needed more, but so we do payment for practice, and that's where we do negotiate with the farmer. What is the cost of that practice? And then what additionality do you need? So we do a payment per acre. We'll do a payment per outcome. So where we do have the measurement and monitoring and verification sort of system established, that's for soil health, water outcomes. We do ecosystem services in certain markets as well. So the payment for outcomes is a second way we incentivize farmers. And then the third way is we do risk loss. So is that yield risk? So any yield loss from nitrogen changes in the application rates or other warranty programs, we're also starting to see more of that risk appetite, buying down premiums for weather insurance, for example. So those are the three very tactical ways we incentivize. And then we also think about that advisory piece. So technical assistance is part of the equation, but how do we make sure that we're really truly bringing sort of multi-layered advisory so that it's not just the agronomy piece, but the folks that are showing up to the farm understand the economics of regenerative agriculture. They understand some of the financing schemes that are in addition to some of the programs that we have, and they understand some of the biodiversity or the social impacts that maybe a traditional agronomic advisor wouldn't have, but we want to make sure that our farmers are really enabled with that very holistic advice.
On the last one, very quickly. The Global Biodiversity Framework asks all governments to, by 2025, identify harmful subsidies, and by 2030, repurpose those subsidies. This is in the billions. There is a massive opportunity there. There is going to be a lot of resistance in the political economy to it, but there could be some answers in there too that should be explored and have been committed to by 196 parties to the convention.
Definitely. We have time for 2 more questions. I invite to be brief. Unfortunately, we have 2 more minutes. We can get the 2 questions in a row and all the answers in a row. Let's go like this, yeah.
Hi, my name is Tomi Sekiguchi. I'm a researcher at the University of Tokyo from Japan. Then we are doing a research on food system transformation from the value chain approach. Then through our study, research, we have studied several landscape approach program like cocoa, coffee, palm oil. Then some project rarely work well, the others don't. So from your experience, what's the key success factor for the landscape approach? Because many are involved in the project. So if you can share some insight.
If you remember my question at the beginning, then you'll be able to answer what's the key success factor and what's missing to make it happen. And we get for the second question. Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's a question for CJ. We're in a similar journey as you are at PepsiCo, working at landscape level. We are an importer of exotic fruits and vegetables, working with farmers across the world. And we spend a lot of time and a lot of financial resources, but the farmers don't only supply us. We don't take 100% of their volume. So others are free riding to a certain extent, And sometimes that is even competitors. So is that the case with you as well? And any thoughts maybe also from Facundo about that?
Yeah, maybe CJ, you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to answer both, but let me just quickly touch on that. Yes, I hear you. So maybe there's two things that we like to do. So one is, as we're thinking about the rotational crops, we do try to identify who those other buyers are. And so there's one successful way that we've done that and one unsuccessful way. So the successful way that we've done that is engaging through sort of an association group. So we found out that a very common rotation with potato in Thailand was rice. We engaged with the Sustainable Rice Platform, and that sort of allowed us to go to a very already established pre-competitive place for rice, which was an easier conversation than trying to just engage like with Mars directly, for example. So that was something that we found to be helpful, is to actually kind of figure out within the landscape, what is that predominant commodity for us, where that's not often ours. So that's one way, and we attach ourselves to then a broader project. The unsuccessful way that we've tried this is by going in and looking at how we could incentivize certain rotations. So we say, oh, well, we're growing potato, and we know that a partner of ours is looking to introduce XYZ. Why don't we just talk to the farmer about introducing that particular commodity? That's a little bit more tricky, right? And so again, like, it's just to show that we see that same issue. We're trying to figure out how we do approach that. I think it's also a lead by example. And I think it's an acknowledgement that not everybody has the level of resources that we may have. So when we build projects, we want to make sure that the costs are not so prohibitive that other folks can't enter, because they can't make the level of investment that we want to make. So we just need to be really transparent about outcomes. And maybe that's where the claims and the attribution can help to solve for that unequal investment. What success is the big question that we want more answers from the research community on. So we have done third-party verifications to help us to understand what about a project we should be evaluating to determine whether it's successful or not. Is it environmental outcomes? Is it social license to operate? Is it secured supply? So depending on what you're talking about, certain projects we have determined we're not cutting it. So we're trying to sort of evolve our approach. Other projects, we say, this is so incredibly successful, but not for our business case. So then what do we do with it? Where do we make sure that it continues on, but maybe as we have an exit strategy? So not directly answering your question, but not intentionally invading, just saying it depends on what type of success you're qualifying for. And we try to create a strategy around, because we never want to say this wasn't successful and leave. We want to make sure that we're saying, if it's no longer serving us, who is it still serving? And how do we make sure that at least those components continue on?
Thanks, CJ. I will leave maybe the space to Facundo and Gavin to answer the previous question that I had, and we'll close with this, which is, if there is one thing that you think is needed to continue accelerate this multi-stakeholder collaboration, what would it be?
Sure. So when you're bringing a large group together, the conventional wisdom is you have to move slowly and bring everybody along. However, we don't really have time. 2030 is not that far away. So I would suggest that we need to move much more quickly than people are maybe slightly comfortable to move, reminding people that this is a nature and climate crisis. It is possible to turn it around, and speed is needed in order to get the scale that is needed as well. So move more quickly than you think is possible.
Great input. Thanks. Facundo?
Oh, here it is. So indeed, what I think that we all need is a mindset that is breaking these silos, public-private, philanthropies, and foster the PPPP to the max in terms of collaboration. We need to unlock resources. We need to crack the model. I didn't answer about the financing, but really we need blended in a new way. Some of the transformations are not having business case. We need to invest as a society. And then we can reset the system and then go to a new business as usual with a new financing. So that is my wish in terms of
new approach for this to accelerate.
Thanks a lot. Reinvent what is business. I think that's a really nice closing word. Thanks, everyone. Happy to have follow-up conversation with all of you after this stage, but I'm glad we had a bit more minutes. So thanks for your participation.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, all of you. Are you well? Have you been walking? I'm sure you've had, this is possibly event number 15 for the day, but it is well. We are going to start with our event, investing in Africa, investing in nature. And we are going to talk about something that many of you have had throughout the sessions that you may have attended, the Emerging Biodiversity Credits Agenda. And today specifically, we're going to talk about Africa's biodiversity credits landscape. We will be having with us a number of experts who will join us on stage immediately after our first presentation. We are expecting Jeff's CEO to come in, but even if he doesn't, we will proceed in light of the fact that we have back-to-back sessions. I want to mention that this session is being recorded. It's being live streamed, so you're not only talking to the audience here, but you're also talking to thousands of people online. And so today, like I said, we are going to be talking about this emerging agenda. And how does biodiversity credit markets, how does it interact? And what's the broader implication in terms of nature finance across the continent and even beyond? And so we are going to bring together, as you're going to be listening to some of the project developers and market stakeholders who will take us through these issues. And we know, without going too deep into it,